Chapter 1031. 3 riders against 200 riders. Moreover, behind the 200 riders were 2,000 elite riders from the military town of Defenku, as well as a group of Qi cultivators from the northern lands who were hiding in the dark. Therefore, in the eyes of Zhong Guqing, who was near the carriage, this was called courting death. To put it bluntly, this was throwing an egg at a rock. Zhong Guqing had always been a nameless Jianghu expert. Even though he was a first-grade finger xian expert, he did not have much reputation in the Jianghu world. He did not even have a thunderous nickname. When his acquaintances saw him, they would only call him Old Zhong, and the officials would only respectfully call him Lord Zhong. However, he did not care about the weight of his face, but his inner strength was very sufficient. Zhong Guqing, who had a 7-tailed golden carp and copper-yellow fish pouch around his waist, was a first-class guest in the capital's Ministry of Justice. He was also close friends with the #1 swordsman of Graydon City, Qi Jiajia. He had solved many major cases in his hands, and could be considered a familiar face with the Zhao family's Son of Heaven. Zhong Guqing was the person in charge of this mission on the surface. Everything, big or small, depended on whether he nodded or shook his head. Zhong Guqing's Qi observation skill was not weak. He looked at the 3 riders at the end of the road without any contempt. However, he was wary, but this did not mean that Zhong Guqing had a guilty conscience. In his view, in the entire Liang Jianghu, as long as it was not old Monster Wang of Martial Emperor City, Dong Tai of the Peach Blossom Sword God, or Chao Chongqing in front of him, other than these 3 people, if it was anyone else, even if it was one of the top 10 people in the new martial arts evaluation, they would not be able to stop his horse's hooves heading south. This was not arrogance, but great confidence. It was the confidence that Great Peace City and Zhaoshi had given Zhong Guqing. However, Zhong Guqing never imagined that the 3 riders he was about to confront at this moment would have such a shocking background. Because these 3 people were indeed not any of the Liang masters in the top 10 of the Wushu evaluation. Not old Monster Wang, who was in charge of the East Sea, not Dong Tai, who was searching for immortals, not Chao Chongqing, who was busy reviving West Chu, not General Gu Jiantang, who was the #1 saber user in the world, and definitely not the dead cat Han Diaosi. But last year, 3 Beimang guests came to Mount Zhilu, which was close to Shangyin Academy. Coincidentally, 2 of them were in the top 10 of the Wushu evaluation, White Dress Luo Yang and Broken Spear Deng Mao. If Zhong Guqing had known of this terrifying truth earlier, he probably would not have been so condescending. In the great battle of Jianghu, when had he ever heard of any of the 10 men of the world joining hands with another to kill the enemy? But today he just happened to run into it. Looking at the 200 riders charging straight at him, the short Yelu Dongchuang, who was both a member of the royal family of Beimang and a rising military official, widened his eyes. His face was a little dull and melancholic. He slowly turned his head to the woman in white who was walking slowly by his side and asked, "What's going on? These people don't take the 3 of us seriously at all. Could it be that Mount Zhilu is not famous and popular in Liang?" "Luo Yang, you tricked me. What did you tell me at that time? You said that the devil cult on Mount Zhilu was the target of public criticism, and that as long as I went up the mountain, there would be endless masters to kill. But in the end, there wasn't even a fart. That's fine. After all, Mount Zhilu is not easy to find, but why is it still so useless in Jianghu? You can't scare people. Luo Yang, you're not being honest. After this killing trip, I won't accompany you to play in Liang anymore. Isn't there a war in Gusai State and Luanyao State? I have to go to the South Court to earn military merits. Otherwise, that fatty dong will definitely leave me far behind." Luo Yang ignored the short man, who was grumbling like a woman. She said calmly, "Deng Mao, I'll leave the 2,000 riders at the back to you to delay. How much you kill depends on your mood. As for the Qi cultivators in the hiding place, Yelu Dongchuang, you kill them. You don't have to deal with those on the road." Deng Mao nodded and had no objection. Yelu Dongchuang immediately said anxiously, "Surnamed Luo, you're bullying me because I'm not one of the 10 men of the martial arts world, right? Are you looking down on me? I'm still young. Let's see who's more powerful 10 years later." Luo Yang turned her head calmly and looked at this proud son of heaven from the grassland of Beimang. Yelu Dongchuang shrank his neck and immediately shut his mouth. Back then, on the grassland, he was ordered by the Empress to lead the troops to intercept and kill the white-robed devil. In the end, she almost took the head of the general in the army. Since then, he had been traumatized. He was only afraid of 3 women in the world. The Empress whom he could privately address as Aunt, that damned fat chick Murong Longshui who liked to bully him since young, and Luo Yang who had never smiled at him. Yellow Dongchuang hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still did not have the guts to challenge Luo Yang. He obediently turned his horse around and dashed out of the road to find trouble with those sneaky Qi cultivators. Deng Mao glanced at the carriage and asked softly, "Both you and I have sensed the strange phenomenon just now. Is it really all right?" The corners of Luo Yang's mouth curled up, and he said something that Deng Mao could not understand. "It's fine. The worst outcome is nothing more than an old friend meeting. Besides, this person might not really get involved. I guess if Wang Xianji doesn't come, even I may not be able to make him come back to his senses." Deng Mao had always been a man who did not like to get to the bottom of things. Seeing that she did not care, he could not be bothered to worry unnecessarily. Moreover, Deng Mao did not treat the white-robed devil who ranked higher than him in the martial arts assessment as a woman. A devil who could kill Beimang twice, and a woman who was almost on par with the top 3 in the martial arts assessment. Which man had the right to love and dote on her condescendingly? Deng Mao took another look at the carriage and then went out of the road without hesitation to intercept the 2,000 cavalrymen and not let them create trouble. Luo Yang waited for the 2 of them to leave. She had some unknown regrets in her heart. If she was at the peak of martial arts, so what if Gao Shulu was in the carriage with her? At that time, she had returned the cultivation that she had painstakingly accumulated for 800 years to that person. Although he had returned it to her after the battle with Wang Xianji, in the process, he had lost 20% of his cultivation. At this time, not to mention Wang Xianji and Toba Bodhisattva, who originally had a gap between them, she was afraid that even Dong Tai, who had turned his cultivation into cultivation, might not have much chance of winning. Luo Yang was somewhat self-deprecating. After all, she was still a woman. In the world 800 years later, even if a woman could become an emperor, the pugilistic world still did not allow a woman to be the most powerful person in the world. 800 years ago and 800 years later, it was still the same in the pugilistic world. Chapter 1032. When Zhong Guqing saw the 2 riders leave the post house, he did not lower his guard. Instead, for the first time, he felt suffocated as if he was facing a great enemy. The 200 riders moved forward steadily. The distance between the 2 sides was less than 100 paces. Even the master with the worst eyesight, who had 3 or 4 copper yellow fish pouches, recognized that the white rider was actually a woman with a feminine silhouette but a vigorous, heroic spirit. Wasn't there only the purple dress of Mount Huishan in the limelight in Liang Jianghu? Who was this divine being? The 6 riders at the front rode fast, ready to take the first prize for the imperial court. Among the 6 riders, there was a famous swordsman, a machete man, and a renowned boxing master. The 6 riders were outstanding. At the same time, they covered each other and cooperated skillfully. This was the realm that masters who had reached a certain level should have. The machete man was the first to attack. He used his family's unique skill, the knife-throwing technique, which could be considered an unpopular martial art evolved from the flying sword technique. The knife split the air and went straight for the white-clothed woman's head. Luo Yang did not look at the curved knife that spun into a circle and fell from the sky. With a glance, she took in all the 6 or 7 gold carved pouches, including Zhong Guqing. 1 person and 1 horse continued to move forward slowly. She only stretched out a finger and gently tapped 6 times in the air. The leading 6 riders, including the lackey of the imperial court who thought that his knife-throwing technique had reached a higher level, continued to charge forward. However, their heads seemed to be blocked by a wall. Not only did their heads stop abruptly, their bodies also swayed back and then fell heavily on the post house, dying on the spot. Finally, the belated throwing knife came. Luo Yang, who had 6 fingers on her left, put 2 of her fingers together and lightly brushed the blade of the knife. The throwing knife spun in front of her, and with a speed that was countless times faster than its original speed, it was so fast that it seemed like the knife had directly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, several Jinwu guards were dismembered on the backs of their horses. Only then did everyone realize that this was not some fancy method that was all bark and no bite, but a real bloody killing move. Not only that, the 6 ownerless warhorses continued to charge forward in a daze. When they were 20 steps away from the white-clothed woman, the ground of the post house shook violently. The 6 horses' hooves were lifted into the air and shattered into 6 masses of scarlet mist. The white-clothed woman casually passed by the 6 pools of blood. That knife was finally stopped by a 6-fish copper pouch expert. Luo Yang was expressionless. Her 2 fingers swiped forward on her shoulder like she was pushing out a 3-foot sword. Then, she formed a 3-foot purple sword energy that flashed. That Master Realm expert did not have time to dodge at all. A hole appeared on his forehead. When he fell off the horse, he died with his eyes wide open. Luo Yang suddenly stopped her horse. She had a calm and arrogant attitude. This made Zhong Guqing, who was caught off guard, feel a chill down his spine. How could this extremely young woman be so arrogant and rude? She did not mind them making a countermeasure at all. Zhong Guqing didn't care about his face. He signaled the other 2 experts of the 7 carps with his eyes. There was no need for words to communicate, and they already had a plan. They could clearly see that this woman was at least a peak expert who had immersed herself in the finger profound realm for many years. Zhong Guqing, who was originally in the finger profound realm, even faintly sensed that this woman wanted him to experience what the finger profound realm was. Even with Zhong Guqing's transcendent status, he did not have the ability to get in touch with the secrets of the divine martial city. Naturally, he did not know that in the destroyed city, there was a woman who allowed Song Yinqing, a grandmaster of the sword who had 14 swords, to use all 14 of his new moves before she kindly taught the old grandmaster of the Dongyue sword pool how to use the sword. However, even if Zhong Guqing knew this terrifying secret, he didn't have time to worry about it. The 200 riders burst out with a fighting strength that matched their strength. The 16 archers holding the golden guards began to draw their bows and shoot. Some concealed weapon experts didn't care about their hidden skills and taught them everything they had. Several chi-controlling experts didn't even care about exhausting their essence, chi, and spirit. They didn't care about the results and rode their weapons to attack the woman from a distance. This magnificent scene of a large group of experts attacking together was not common in Jianghu. In Shenwu City, she once placed her left hand horizontally with her palm facing up and her right hand slowly pressed down. She closed the heaven and earth to form a line of sword between heaven and earth, forcing Song Yinqing to use his last earth immortal sword before his death. Today, she was much more casual. She still held 2 fingers together and casually waved them left and right in front of her. As if the heaven and earth were at her disposal, she also waved them left and right. Those bows, arrows, and concealed weapons began to sway in the air and fell to the ground around her horse. Zhong Guqing's face was gloomy. I dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth in the heavenly image state. But so what? You're just one person on the post house road. The heaven and earth are vast, but they're not your lackeys. There's a limit to a person's strength. Even if the righteousness and sincerity of a person for a lifetime were declared to the heaven and earth in exchange for a moment of resonance with heaven and earth, how could one be so arrogant as to truly stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven and earth for a long time? Zhong Guqing raised his hand and waved it fiercely, indicating for the 200 riders to continue shooting with all their might to exhaust the woman's internal energy. Since she was willing to be a target, then let her show off. The old eunuch Zhao Siku lifted the curtain and rubbed his eyes. He did his best to see the fight on the post house road. This Jiao Temple was a martial arts layman, so he only thought it was interesting to watch. The old man with 2 secret talismans on his withered arms felt his heart tighten for no reason. He quickly turned his head and stared at the half-dead person. He didn't notice anything strange. Curling his lips, the old eunuch continued to stare at the post house road. The woman seemed to be getting impatient and was ready to fight. Zhao Siku smiled bitterly. The more chaotic it was, the better. Only with chaos would the Bailiang have a chance. Otherwise, Zhao Siku didn't think the Bailiang would be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Everyone, including the fourth most powerful person in the world, Luo Yang, was no exception. With a faint smile, she squinted her eyes and looked at the carriage. More than 200 riders turned their heads and looked at the middle-aged man who was bending over to lift the curtain and stretch his body. From his body, glittering golden talismans slowly fell and disappeared. There were about 16 or 17 enchantments. The man looked at Luo Yang and said in a hoarse voice, "We meet again after 400 years." Luo Yang was a little dazed. That year, Gao Shulu fought to her heart's content with a young Taoist priest. Afterwards, Gao Shulu didn't hibernate in the mountains like the rumors said. Instead, the two of them had a conversation on the shore of the East Sea. She happened to be watching the sea, so the two of them didn't deliberately avoid her from listening. The young Taoist priest who had never used his sword and wandered the world made a bet with Gao Shulu. He bet that Gao Shulu wouldn't be able to solve that talisman. At that time, Gao Shulu was so conceited that her eyes were as high as the sky. In all things under the heavens, there was always something to subdue. Even if one thing seemed to be invincible, there would always be something that subdued it. Wherever poisonous snakes were rampant, there would always be herbs nearby for people to pick to cure their poison. This was the principle. If Wang Xianji was Li Chuangong's subdued person, then that young Taoist was Gao Shulu's subdued person. After the talisman, the Taoist priest came back to his senses. He smiled apologetically at Luo Yang and quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. It had only been 18 years since he came to this world. He had only seen her once and never met her again. Only Luo Yang knew that the Taoist priest wasn't the reincarnation of Ancestor Lu, but that person. Gao Shulu sat cross-legged and looked up at the distant northwest. "If you don't come, I'll really start a massacre." Everyone felt like a spring breeze was blowing on their faces. A wavering purple and gold figure appeared in the blink of an eye. It was like the legendary immortal who had gone out of his body. Then the 200 riders were frightened and retreated one after another. That blurry figure in that face, if it wasn't Su Fengyin of Bailiang, who else could it be? This Su Fengyin pretended to lead the horse for the woman in white and looked at Gao Shulu with a smile. The 9th time I was in a trance. I was originally sitting on the top of Kunlun and watching the East Sea. Chapter 1033. Su Fengyin and Gao Shulu, one in a trance and the other back to reality, were talking about the heavenly secrets that no one knew except for Luo Yang. Zhong Guqing and the other masters were so helpless that they didn't have the courage to fight to the death. A woman in white was almost invincible, and now there was an out-of-body celestial being. Gao Shulu, who only had 2 talisman restrictions left on her body, looked around and took a deep breath. With an intoxicated expression, she said to Su Fengyin, whose figure was drifting, "You go back to Kunlun first, and then take a look at Donghai. Then I'll go to Bailiang." Su Fengyin smiled and nodded, but he did not immediately return from his mental journey of several thousand li. Instead, he turned the horse around for Luoyang and slowly walked on the post-house road, gradually going further and further away, leaving Gao Shulu and a large group of copper and yellow fish bag experts behind. Su Fengyin said softly, "I know who you love, and I won't force you. If it were me and the woman I love lost her memory, she wouldn't be her anymore. Although I'm a little different, it's not that I've lost my memory, but that I've gained some. Probably in your eyes, I'm more Su Fengyin than that person. In the final analysis, you can only blame yourself for this muddled account that you've been calculating for 800 years. Back then, the alchemists of the Great Qin went out to sea to search for the elixir of immortality and found 2 elixirs of immortality in Donghai. You thought that I was going to share them with her behind your back. Therefore, you deliberately told me that you only had one and destroyed it in front of me. But you secretly hid the other elixir in Long Pearl, so that you could obtain immortality and killed her. Actually, you're wrong." Luo Yang sneered and said, "So what if I'm wrong? Even if I could go back in time 800 years ago, I would still kill that woman, deny you immortality, and destroy your great Qin's everlasting dream with my own hands." Su Fengyin turned his head to the carriage and said something to the old eunuch before returning to Bailiang with him. Then he turned to look into the distance and said with a smile, "You're still you." Luo Yang sat high up on the horse and let him lead the horse with a clear conscience. She did not forget to say sarcastically, "Unfortunately, she is no longer her." Su Fengyin calmly said, "Yuan Qingshan said that from now on Li Yufu of Wudong will let the affairs of the human world take care of the affairs of the human world, and the people of the heavens will be free and unfettered. I think it's not bad. After my battle with Wang Xianji, there should be an end between us." Luo Yang sneered. "You want to sever the heaven and earth, then become an ordinary person? 800 years ago, didn't you hate those mediocre mortals the most?" Su Fengyin raised his head to look at the white-clothed woman and dismissed her with a smile. Su Fengyin and Luo Yang turned a deaf ear to the heart-wrenching howls that came from behind. After walking for a while, Su Fengyin released the reins of the horse and said, "Don't forget the 3-year agreement." Luo Yang coldly snorted, "You have to defeat Gao Shulu first." Yelu Dongchuang, who was holding 2 bloody heads under his armpits, trotted over and asked curiously, "Luo Yang, that guy looks very domineering. Who is he? He looks so young, but he can enter the astral state? Could he be a Taoist master with a youthful face, an old man of the same generation as our Qilin State preceptor?" Luo Yang indifferently said, "Younger than you." Yelu Dongchuang was stunned. "Bullshit. There is no one in the world who is more talented than me in martial arts." "Luo Yang, who are you trying to fool?" Luo Yang laughed. "His name is Su Fengyin. How old do you think he is?" Yelu Dongchuang let out a strange cry and thought seriously for a moment. He smiled obsequiously. "If that's the case, then I won't go back to Beimei. I'll let Fatty Dong experience bad luck first. Luo Yang, I'll hang out with you for another 2 years. I haven't seen enough of Li Yang's great rivers and mountains. Don't misunderstand, I'm not afraid of this new Prince Liang." Deng Mao obviously sensed that something was wrong here. He quickly met up with Luo Yang and Yelu Dongchuang and returned to Zhilu Mountain together. By the time the remaining 1,600 cavalry from Defenku arrived at the battlefield, many soldiers had dismounted from their horses and were vomiting nonstop. There were disgusting scenes of mangled flesh and blood on the post-house road. There were few intact corpses. The commanding officer did not care about anything else. He hurriedly ordered his men to confirm the safety of the carriage. However, there was no one in the carriage. This made the commanding officer feel like he was struck by lightning. Then, dozens of white-clothed Qi cultivators with yellow jade belts arrived one after another. They looked at each other in dismay, as if they had lost their parents. The commanding officer saw that these immortals in the mortal world were so terrified. He was certain that he would not be able to escape death this time. He hesitated for a moment and turned back to look at the direction of Tai, and city in the north. He then turned back to look at the Guangling Road where the Old West Chu was located. His expression was uncertain. He ordered the elite cavalry under his command to return to Defenku. On the way back, he weighed the pros and cons with a few of his trusted men. He killed 2 senior commandants who were loyal to the Zhao family. The rest of the generals went to Defenku and left the military town with their families and some of their direct descendants. When Gao Shilu brought the old eunuch Zhao Saiku to Bailiang leisurely, a middle-aged scholar in green frowned on a mountain a few miles south of the courier road where the tragedy occurred. An old man beside him who had personally stirred up a pool of spring and autumn water sneered. Under this old man's control, the fate of the world flowed from the dynasty into Jianghu. However, it could not support the number of immortals in the mortal world. Therefore, 8 to 9 latrines were already the limit. Whoever wants to poop would have to leave one. When Li Chungang left, it was because Dong Tai had ascended to the realm of Sword Immortal. When the Dragon Tree monk of the 2 Zen temples left, it was because Chun Zhibao took advantage of the loophole. Hong Shixiang was entrusted to the current chief of Wudong, Li Yufu. He would pass it on to that child in the future. This is also the most admirable aspect of Wudong. They had truly succeeded in passing down the incense from generation to generation. As for Zhao Xuansu, who exchanged one seal for another with Zhao Huangchao in the past at Mount Longhu, he could not ascend and his soul was scattered. This allowed the little girl you were protecting to have the aura of a master of all the famous swords in the world. Now that Gao Shulu has brazenly appeared, it should have been Chao Chongqing, the Confucian sage, to get lost. Chao Chongqing shook his head and said, I have my own way to compete with Gao Shulu. Chapter 1034. The old man who had the qualifications to speak arrogantly beside Chao Zhongqing's ear was naturally Huang Sanjia. The old man thought for a moment and said, This old man can roughly guess your plan. However, this old man can't understand why you smart people can't see through the word love. The word love doesn't have many strokes and isn't difficult to write. Why is Wang Xinji able to look down on you? Chao Chongqing. Isn't it because you idiots aren't any less talented than her? You, and that Li Chun gang, whom this old man truly envies, and that Mount Hui Xinyuan Jingsheng, have all spent your entire lives in prison for a woman? Is it worth it? Chao Chongqing's expression was calm. He smiled and said, If we're talking about whether it's worth it or not, then it's not love. The word love is easy to write, but hard to let go. You, Huang Longshi, haven't encountered it yet. You laughed at us for being stupid, but we also laughed at you for being smart all your life. It's not worth it. It's good to have no attachments, but it's also not bad to have attachments. Huang Longshi gritted his teeth and said, Once a smart person is terminally ill, then even the immortals can't cure him. Chao Chongqing turned his head and asked, You, Huang Longshi, claim to be one of the top 3 in the world. Other than pulling up seedlings to help them grow and adding fuel to the fire, what else can you do? Huang Longshi made a sound of surprise. You've guessed it. Chao Chongqing smiled and said, It's a pity that you and I don't have much time left. Otherwise, I would have a good chat with you. Huang Longshan chuckled and changed the topic. That Gao Shulu is really ruthless. She killed more than 200 people in one go. Moreover, in this way, although the Zhao clan's vitality cannot be said to be greatly damaged, they will have a flaw that can be exploited. This would be greatly beneficial to your West Chu. Chao Chongqing shook his head and said, The martial artists of Jianghu are trapped in the battlefield, but that's all there is to it. They have never been able to influence the outcome of a battle. Since the War of the Spring and Autumn period, the army has long been skilled in how to stop and kill masters who charge into battle alone. Of the 200 masters, only about half of them are willing to give their lives to the Zhao family and go to West Chu to fight. Throwing 100 people into the battlefield that will easily have tens of thousands of people is like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. What's more, Zhilu Mountain would also be participating. With just a small group of experts, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Oh, Huang Sanjia, what you really want to talk about is the desertion of the Defenka commandant. This was a good thing. Pulling one hair would affect the whole situation. After nearly 20 years without the smell of gunpowder, the thousands of miles of territory south of the capital was filled with women. It far exceeded the imagination of the Zhao clan's son and the civil and military officials of the court. Recognizing this point, the head of the civil officials, Zhang Julu, opened his mouth to speak. Unfortunately, no one believed him. The most powerful of the military officials, Chen Jibao and Gu Jiantang, were not willing to speak nonsense. Lu Xingxiang knew that it was useless to say anything. This is where the opportunity lies. Huang Longshi also shook his head. It seemed that he was not optimistic about the final outcome of West Chu. Chao Chongqing did not mind. He laughed softly and said, You plan to hand over the country to the crown prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu. Then who will you hand over Jianghu to? Could it be that woman in purple, Xinyuan Qingfeng? The old man neither admitted nor denied. He said softly, You said that I, Huang Longshi, can only speed up the growth of the crops, and that the harvest can only be the one that has been set. You are wrong. Chao Chongqing raised his head and looked at the figure hovering in the sea of clouds on his sword. Huang Longshi smiled and said, "There is thunder, there is rain, and there are going to be countless deaths." Chao Changqing sighed. It is impossible to exchange decades of chaos for centuries of peace. The old man put his hands together and exhaled a breath of mist. The ancients did not dare to take Mount Tai and surpass the North Sea. The future generations cannot do it. I will do it. Chao Changqing was silent. After a long time, he said slowly, "Madman." Huang Longshi smiled freely. "I am very happy to meet you." Chao Dei, one of the top playboys in the world, suddenly asked. Chao Changqing has always been very curious. "What is your idea of a world of peace?" The old man grunted and said vaguely, "In a world of peace and Tao, it is not a matter of the ruler and the people, but of the country and the people." The two seem to forget each other, but each has their own true temperament. Chao Changqing closed his eyes and fell in a deep thought. Huang Longshi smiled and said, "Don't think too much about it. Be careful not to fall into it and not be able to get out." At that time, even if you are the scholarly sage, Chao Qingyi, you will only be worrying about nothing. I have a stomach full of untimely and unworldly thoughts. It is enough for me to drink alone to relieve my boredom. Chao Changqing opened his eyes and rubbed his white hair. He asked, "Can we really pass Gao Shulu and Wang Xinji?" Huang Longshi said calmly, "Actually, as long as we pass Gao Shulu, it is more or less the same. Because in the end, it is just a test. Wang Xinji is slightly better than Gao Shulu, but this is the difference in strength and not the difference in realms." Chao Changqing said bitterly, "It is just a test, but it is no different from fighting with Wang Xinji in advance. Isn't it still a narrow escape?" Huang Longshi rolled his eyes and said, "That kid asked for it. What does it have to do with this old man?" Chao Changqing asked with a smile, "You really didn't leave anything behind?" The old man raised his head and said firmly, "No." Chao Changqing's question was asked on behalf of someone, but Huang Sanjia's answer was clearly directed at the person in the sky. The young woman snorted coldly, broke through the clouds, and flew away on her sword. In a secluded mountain forest in Bailiang's Yuzhou, a thick aura like a giant python coiled around a carriage. Su Yanbing watched the python's aura gradually fade and felt relieved. Su Fengyin walked out of the carriage and said with a sigh, "Gao Shulu will arrive in Bailiang very soon." The seventh time I was in trance, I recognized the reason for the gathering and dispersing of the world's fate. The last time I was in a trance, I remembered the talisman drawing Bet by the East Sea. This time I was in a trance in Kunlun because I was watching Dongtai return from his visit to immortality. I was careless and bumped into Gao Shulu, so I had no choice but to show myself. Su Yanbing asked, "Do you need me to make a move?" Su Fengyin shook his head and said, "It's useless. I still have to settle this karma myself." For the first time, Su Yanbing showed a gloating smile and said, "I have a suggestion. Since the female bodhisattva on Mount Lantau has tied her hair, why don't we untie it one by one? This method isn't smart, but it's still a method." Su Fengyin hurriedly said, "Don't. If Luo Yang knows about this, she'll come straight from Mount Zhilu to Bailiang to make trouble with me. That woman will really kill." A laugh, a sneer. It came from the mouths of the two women at the same time, obviously with a hint of disdain. There is no need to say much about the girl who had been wandering around in the distance while carrying a withered pole. As for the other one, she was a bodhisattva. Chapter 1035. Su Fengyin glanced helplessly at the spear master who had probably set a trap for him. When he came back to his senses, the qi in his body was at its most turbulent and dangerous stage, and his perception of his surroundings was not very sharp. As the best fighter in Bailiang, Su Yanbing could easily find out about the arrival of the bodhisattva from the western region. However, Su Fengyin could not. Even when he heard her sarcastic laughter, he did not feel embarrassed. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and did not deliberately stand up to greet her. Instead, he put his palms together and bowed to the six-jeweled master from Mount Lantau. Then, he waved at her, indicating for her to enter the carriage for a chat. Su Yanbing tactfully walked away. The girl squatted in the distance and drew sand on the ground with a sunflower. The Bodhisattva did not enter the carriage. Instead, she stood beside the carriage and looked at Su Fengnian with a peaceful expression. Su Fengnian, on the other hand, was somewhat emotional. At the beginning of the year, when Xiang Fan was sitting steadily in the spring and autumn fishing platform, this woman led the ghosts out of the city, and he almost mistook her for the white-clothed Guanyin. At that time, he was in awe of this woman who could make the old man in the sheepskin fur coat attack. Later on, the Prince Zhao Kai went to the western regions with the silver vase. He and she were already enemies of opposing camps. After that, the situation took a turn for the worse, and the two of them became a pair of adulterous lovers who flirted with each other. Bai Liang secretly used his cavalry to help her get rid of dissidents and climb to the top of Mount Lanta. She, on the other hand, used esoteric monks to help Bai Liang infiltrate the refugees' land. Su Fengnian looked at the Bodhisattva with a head of black hair. However, the Bodhisattva did not lack in celestial aura. Her hair was simply tied in a white hemp knot around her neck, making her look forgettable. At present, not only was Su Fengnian an ally of equal standing with her, he even had the capital to look down on her. Other than the fact that Mount Lanta was a head lower than Mount Qingliang, in terms of martial prowess alone, Su Fengnian was confident that he could pay an acceptable price and successfully kill her, even if she possessed 6 manifestations. Su Fengnian was calm and unperturbed. He smiled and asked, "Master, why did you come to Yuzhou in person?" This Bodhisattva, with 6 pearls, who was like the sun in the sky in the western region, seemed to have the ability to make people feel like bathing in the spring breeze and thus feel happy. Her smile was tranquil, just like the celestial being on the mural. However, her tone was slightly alienated. She asked, "The Longxiang army was hastily expanded from 10,000 to 30,000. Can you guarantee that the western region will not be invaded by Beimeng?" Su Fengnian twitched the corner of his mouth. It was said that there were 20,000 horse gangs besieging Qingcang City for more than 10 days. They could not break through the city and only left 2,000 corpses. In the end, 6,000 horse gangs slaughtered 12,000 horse gangs in 3 days. They chopped off heads until everyone changed to cold knives. In the end, only a few hundred people escaped. Finally, we know what 20,000 people are. They're just 14,000 horse gangs. Master, you may say that these horse gangs are not worth mentioning compared to the regular army. They are not organized and can only fight some contact battles with 700 or 800 people at most. They can win by bravery. If there are too many people, they will show the fatal flaw of not knowing the battle formation. However, according to Northern Liang spy report, the 2,000 bandits who were the backbone of the 14,000 bandits were the elite cavalry of the Northern Ming Southern Dynasty. They were equipped with good horses, bows, swords, and armor. The leader of the army was a senior military officer of the Southern Dynasty. The reason why the bandits couldn't withstand a single blow was because the bandits were defeated by Huang Man or herself. Master, are you interested in guessing how many Dragon Elephant Army soldiers Huang Man had at that time? The Bodhisattva, with 6 pearls, was expressionless. Su Fengnian did not care. He stretched out a hand and answered his own question. Only 500. Of course, I don't deny that the Longxiang army is Bai Liang's elite cavalry. These 500 are the best of the best. Master, you asked me if I can guarantee that the western region will be protected by Bai Liang. The answer is obvious, yes. However, the land of refugees is the focus of Liang Mang's front line. The western region is far away from the main battlefield. Its final ownership and significance of the war is at most a secret troop. No one can be sure when it will be used. It may not even be able to determine the outcome of the war from the beginning to the end. Instead, it may become a burden to the overall situation. Moreover, the deal between you and me was a one-time deal. I support you to control the western region, and you help me to suppress the ancient military town of Fengxiang. Both sides offered a fair price. Therefore, we are both willing and happy to cooperate. Why should I put in extra effort to protect the safety of the western region? The 6-pearl Bodhisattva smiled and asked, "How do you achieve great freedom?" Su Fengnian had a strange look on his face. Dual cultivation? Ordinary women would have long been shy, but this esoteric master still had a calm expression and nodded as if he had said a Buddhist principle. Su Fengnian waved his hand without hesitation. I wasn't joking just now. I dare to provoke anyone, but I can't provoke that woman. The six-pearl Bodhisattva smiled. I can wait. Su Fengnian smiled. Up to you. The six-pearl Bodhisattva walked up the carriage and sat on the other side. He said softly, "The art of war emphasizes the combination of the strange and the right. When the Battle of Liangmang started, Liangzhou was the right place, the land of refugees was the strange place, and the western region was the strange place after the strange place. It is not as simple as the king of Bailiang said. If it were any other king of Liang who said that the western region was useless, I would believe it. Bailiang? Since when did Bailiang have the habit of thinking about defeat before the battle?" Chapter 1036. Indeed, Su Fengnian secretly promised Chao Wei 10,000 light cavalrymen to rush to the western region. Now that his secret was exposed, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After the embarrassment, he felt a little heavy. She could see that there were many masters in Baimang's southern dynasty. Would they have taken countermeasures early? Su Fengnian looked up at the sky. Although it was said that a man without foresight would have immediate worries, a man with foresight would have even more immediate worries. Now, the general trend of the world, from the height of the imperial court to the distance of Jianghu, was surging with undercurrents everywhere. Su Fengnian and Bailiang were undoubtedly the ones at the forefront when the real storms surged in the future. The girl jumped onto the carriage and sat between Su Fengnian and the Bodhisattva of 6 pearls. She had unknowingly caught a yellow four-legged snake in her hand. People in Bailiang called it the stone dragon. The girl held the poor little tail and kept spinning it, not tired at all. The girl suddenly stopped and hung the stone dragon in front of the Bodhisattva of 6 pearls. She laughed and asked, "Auntie, do you want to play?" Murderous intent was everywhere. Su Yanbing, who was driving the horse, coughed softly. Su Fengnian looked down, hoping to be indifferent. The group slowly entered the hinterland of Yuzhou. Because Su Fengnian's 9 absent-mindedness came without any warning, he could only concentrate on it. As a result, he could not pay too much attention to the military and political affairs of Yuzhou, which delayed a lot of serious business. The carriage entered the city of 100 Springs, where the Yuzhou general's official residence was located. The city was famous in Bailiang for having more than 100 springs. It was said that ancestor Lu's sword Qi had reached the 9 springs. Of course, Su Fengnian also had an identity certificate, but no one would associate the name on the certificate with the king of Bailiang. After entering the city, they randomly picked a restaurant in the downtown area that was prosperous even when they were not eating. Su Fengnian caught a glimpse of the eye-catching sign on the restaurant's wall. Since he became the king of Bailiang, many related stories surfaced. For a time, he became the first choice of the storytellers to earn money, not only in Bailiang, but also in Liang and the Central Plains. As for whether it would be good or bad, it depended on the preferences of the local officials and diners. They had to cater to their liking in order to get people to give tips. The restaurant's business was surprisingly good. Su Fengnian had no choice but to pay a few more taels of silver before he managed to get a seat that was barely passable. Other than listening to the stories and enjoying the atmosphere, it was more to let Miss Hehe fill her stomach. There was still some time before the storyteller went on stage. Miss Hehe had always been wolfing down her food. Su Fengnian had been thinking about how to deal with the tyrannical forces in the territory with the Yuzhou General Huang Fujin. He did not pay much attention to the whispers around him and the covetous gazes of the 6-jewel Bodhisattva. Since Miss Hehe was full, he paid the bill and left. Soon, several groups of people were fighting over the table he vacated. Su Fengnian passed through the crowd and was already near the door. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound of a pipa. He turned around and looked carefully. He was stunned on the spot. One Lantern Festival in the city of Liangzhou, there was a pair of grandfather and granddaughter. The blind old man was drinking wine and telling stories. He was talking about His Royal Highness's first trip to Jianghu. The emaciated young girl was holding a poor-quality pipa made of white wood. Later, in Beimang, he saw the young girl handing out thin notes. At that time, she was playing the pipa to accompany her grandfather's storytelling. The first string was about to break. At that time, Su Fengyan was accompanied by Tao Manwu, who was a burden. In the end, he invited the old man and his granddaughter to drink wine. He even taught the young girl Chao Jiaowu's pipa skills, which had almost become a peerless skill in the world. They parted ways happily. Su Fengyan also heard the blind old man talk about many things in Beiyang. He saw the knife wound on the back of the old soldier's hand. He also saw the young girl, whom the old man called Ariu, and her sincerity in treating the cheap pipa as her life. The young girl entered the stage with the pipa in her arms. However, this time, the blind old man was not with her. When she sat down, she picked up the pot of wine on the small stool in front of her and drank it all in one gulp. Su Fengyan could only hear the crazy jeers and boos from all around. They were all cursing and mocking the young girl, saying that she was a broken shoe used by a Beimang barbarian and that she had lost face for Beiyang. They said that she should have died outside the pass. What was she doing back in Yuzhou? She was a woman who only cared about money. The young girl was indifferent. She gently stroked the almost broken string of the withered pipa. A few armored soldiers who deliberately occupied the closest seats sat with their legs crossed. Every time the girl told a story or played the pipa, they would throw a string of copper coins at her. Obviously, they were already familiar with this and treated this matter as a form of entertainment. Then, everyone saw a young man walk onto the stage and squat in front of the young girl. For a moment, the copper coins fell like rain. Su Fengyan asked softly, "Ariu?" The young girl with indifferent eyes ignored him and continued to play the pipa. Su Fengyan squeezed out a smile. Word by word, he gritted his teeth and repeated what he had said in the past. As far as the whitewood pipa is concerned, the sound quality can be considered good. If the money allows, you can add a little glue. The old man said that the content of the book was especially critical of the pipa's brittleness and explosiveness. Also, the first string is not far from breaking. However, in my opinion, since you are playing the pipa for the spectators to enjoy, breaking the string is also something that everyone would be happy to see. There is no need to rush to change the first string. I'll also tell you some of the Chao family's pipa techniques. You can remember as much as you can. The young girl still did not raise her head. The sound of the pipa continued. It seemed that she did not dare to look at this man who she had met by chance in Beimang and who had once kindly taught her the pipa. Su Fengyan squatted by her feet and said with red eyes, "I'm sorry. I forgot to tell your grandfather last time. Not only am I from Beiyang, but I am also the person your grandfather always talked about. My name is Su Fengyan. I am now the king of Beiyang." The young girl who was sitting on the small bamboo chair and only as tall as the man in front of her suddenly raised her head. Su Fengyan reached out and gently pulled her head to his shoulder. He had never said the word sorry to anyone before. Once again, he choked and repeated, "I'm sorry." The first time, it was Su Fengyan who said sorry. The second time, it was Beiyang who said sorry. The young girl suppressed her sobs and said in a low voice, "It's okay." Su Fengyan stood up slowly with his back to the crowd. Su Yanbing and the six-pearl bodhisattva took a step forward at the same time. Their eyes were unusually solemn. It was as if that figure had turned into Wang Xianji or the newcomer Gao Shulu. There was a tall building above the 9th floor. Only then could one call himself a worry-free celestial being. Su Yanbing shouted angrily, "Su Fengyan, do not force yourself to enter a trance for the 10th time. Go far away to Beimang." The six-pearl bodhisattva put his palms together. In the sky outside the restaurant, 6 Dharma forms appeared one after another to suppress the restaurant. He said in a low voice, "All are happy." Chapter 1037. In Beimang's Dragon Waste province, there was the number 1 town in the southern dynasty, Taiazwang. Following closely behind were the 3 towns of Gentleman's Pavilion, Ligu, Maolong, and Long. They formed a complete defensive line that could attack or retreat. Beimang had invested countless manpower, resources, energy, and financial resources into these military towns, but they were still crushed into a broken sieve by the combined forces of the 10,000 Longxiang army and the Great Snow Dragon cavalry. The 50 to 60,000 soldiers from the Impregnable Pass either died in battle or died in surrender. There were even some who were killed in the most tragic manner in the world. Most of the relay and fencing systems were destroyed. Most of the civil officials in the Southern Dynasty kept quiet out of fear, and the generals were no longer as conceited as they were in the past. The astonishing combat strength of the Bailiang cavalry created two situations, one good and one bad. The good thing was that the chess and sword music schools Hong Jingyan came out of seclusion and took over all of the Ruren cavalry in the three military towns. This gave the Southern Dynasty, who was in a state of panic, a huge reassurance. The bad thing was that the fatty, surnamed Dong, could vaguely stand shoulder to shoulder with the great generals and the regional magistrate in Bei Meng's southern border army. His authority was equivalent. In the words of the Empress, she said, "Dong Fatty, you've been King promoted again." It was rumored that the fatty, surnamed Dong, pretended to be obedient after receiving the benefits. In the Southern Dynasty's main hall, he smiled and said to the Empress, "Sister Empress, that's right, I've finally been promoted. Actually, it would be more appropriate if all of the Southern Dynasty's military power was given to me." Her Majesty did not reprimand this fatty for his absurd rudeness, nor did she care about his terrible table manners. Of course, she also did not allow this extremely daring fatty to climb up the ladder. However, she still left the imperial tutor, the peace magistrate of the chess and sword music school, to support Dong Zhuo. As a result, there were very few people in the Southern Dynasty who could suppress Dong Zhuo. For example, the king of the Southern Courtyard, Huang Songpu, the two great generals Lu Gu and Yang Yuanzhan, as well as the regional magistrate of the Dragon Waste province, all tactfully avoided him. Today, on the broken relay road between the tiled building and the gentleman's pavilion, a fat man wearing light armor with a standard second-rank military officer's uniform was squatting. He held a handful of gravel in his hand. The relay road under his feet was still not repaired. The two towns closer to Shijing, Ligu, and Maolong had taken advantage of the Empress's secret inspection of the Southern Dynasty to mobilize more than 200,000 people to repair it at an astonishing speed. This fat man was very large, but he didn't look bloated. Instead, he looked especially sturdy and majestic. This was the Southern Dynasty Dong Zhuo of Bailiang's Southern Dynasty. He was a fat man who was as famous as Bei Meng's Chu Lushan. He was Dong Zhuo, who was newly promoted to the 13th Great General of Bei Meng. The fat man didn't have any bodyguards by his side. He only had a large flock of elite crows that roamed around in an extremely orderly manner. After Dong Zhuo gained power, the first thing he did wasn't to wantonly spend money to recruit soldiers and buy horses to occupy the mountains. Instead, he expanded the only crow flock in Bei Meng that could contend against the white horse scouts of Bailiang. According to the conservative estimates of some people, the original 1,000 crows had doubled in number without losing much of their combat strength. Dong Zhuo habitually talked to himself. When Dong Zhuo was still a little fatty, he was often mocked and ridiculed by others. This youth did not have any friends, and no one thought that he would have a bright future. Thus, Dong Zhuo could only talk to himself. Over time, he liked to talk to himself. After joining the army, his behavior became more and more intense. Every time a battle ended, he would go and talk to the dead. It was hard to imagine that such an unreasonable freak could rise so quickly in the imperial court of the Southern Dynasty. Fatty Dong was talking to himself, mumbling something about how the old man was unwilling to resign from the title of king of the South Courtyard. What? He was paving the way for Hong Jingyan. "You stubborn old man, are you really unwilling to hand it over to me, even if you were beaten to death? I'm not someone who holds grudges. Besides, we're not at the point where we can't live under the same sky. What are you, Huang Songpu, afraid of? Don't tell me you want to sell the chess and sword music school a big favor in exchange for a peaceful old age?" Dong Zhuo tilted his palm, allowing the gravel to slide down. He sighed. He really did miss his eldest daughter-in-law and his youngest daughter-in-law. However, his eldest daughter-in-law, who was a princess, was currently in a state of chaos. She had to go and stabilize the situation. His youngest daughter-in-law was always thinking about revenge against the new Prince Liang. She was not as cheerful and lively as before. Fortunately, he had a servant girl by his side, which made the haze in this fatty's heart dissipate. Dong Zhuo turned his head, his eyes gentle as he looked at a little girl who was leading a bright red pony in the distance. She was Tao Manwu. She was the orphan of Tao Qianji, who had become sworn brothers with Dong Zhuo after he joined the army. Dong Zhuo did not have any children for the time being, so he wanted to spoil this little girl wholeheartedly. He had even told his two daughters-in-law that even if he had children of his own in the future, he would most likely not dote on them as much. His eldest daughter-in-law had always been kind and understanding. His youngest daughter-in-law, who had entered the Dong family a little later, was so angry that she did not let him sleep in bed for half a year. Dong Zhuo looked at the pitiful Tao Manwu. The little girl, who seemed to be carved from jade, seemed to be humming a little tune. That pony was a playmate that Uncle Dong had found for her. She had always been reluctant to ride it. This time, following Uncle Dong to the south, even the young pony would be able to ride in the spacious carriage. Dong Zhuo stood up, wanted to talk to young Manwu to relieve the boredom. Suddenly, he saw the little girl suddenly turn sideways, staring blankly in a direction. The extremely sensitive Dong Zhuo narrowed his eyes and followed her line of sight. He did not see anything. This fatty was confused and could not figure out what was going on. He did not think too much about it and hurriedly ran over to the little girl. He saw young Manwu raise her arm to wipe her eyes. They were a little red and swollen. He did not know if it was because she had cried or because of the rough wind and sand. Dong Zhuo crouched down and asked gently, "What is it?" The little girl's line of sight shifted slightly, and she shook her head vigorously. Dong Zhuo had been with her day and night. How could he not know that she was lying? But what did it matter? Young Manwu did not want to talk, so Dong Zhuo did not ask. He just pressed the tip of his nose with his thumb and made a pig's head to amuse her. The little girl reached out to take Dong Zhuo's finger and helped him rub his face. She said in a serious tone, "Uncle Dong, those big brothers called Crow Palanzi all said that you have become a high-ranking official. You must not fool around anymore." Dong Zhuo laughed and said, "It does not matter. Even if one day Uncle Dong is too old to ride a horse and can't lift a spear, you will still make a face at young Manwu." Tao Manwu squeezed out a smile and glanced into the distance. She said softly, "Uncle Dong, I want to sing that song. Do you want to hear it?" Dong Zhuo laughed heartily. He carried Tao Manwu on his broad shoulders and sat her down. The little girl hummed loudly, "The green grass grows next year. The wild geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year. Will the young master return? The green grass is green on the green flagstones. The man in green on the green flagstone bridge, humming a Jean Ling tune, whose daughter lowers her head and smiles. The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind rises next year. Will the wife be there? The yellow flowers flow in the yellow river. The yellow flowers in the yellow river city, fluttering yellow butterflies, whose son's knife is in the scabbard." Dong Zhuo sighed in his heart. Young Manwu was probably missing the young master, who could not tell whether he was an enemy or a benefactor. Probably influenced by the little girl's song, the Crow Palanzi nearby, who were unparalleled in individual combat, began to hum a little song that belonged to the 70,000 Dong army. The Dong army's men rode their swords, mounted their spears, and died by the horse's back. Don't cry your heart out at home. My son will be the Dong army's man again. Young man was sat on Dong Zhuo's shoulder and looked somewhere. She hesitated for a moment, and with red eyes, she quietly waved her slender arm as a farewell. Chapter 1038. The Ruren Mountains were a vital natural barrier for Beimang's southern dynasty. With Mount Bubang as its core, it also had three military towns, Roxian, Laohuai, and Wuchuan. At its peak, it did not have more than 90,000 Ruren cavalry, but it was also a mighty army whose name shook the world. Last year, in the Battle of Liangmeng, the Ruren cavalry did not participate because of the sudden death of Mount Bubang's fifth raccoon. The Southern Dynasty officials firmly believed that even if this powerful force faced off against Bailiang's Longxiang army, they had a 50-50 chance of victory. Mount Bubang was still Mount Bubang with the strange surname of Diwu. However, the Ruran cavalry followed the master of Gongluzi, surnamed Hong. Beimang did not place as much emphasis on birth as the Central Plains, but they revered martial prowess more. Hong Jingyan, who was originally the fourth most powerful person in the world, became the master of the Ruran Mountains without any disturbances. Gongluzi, who had suppressed Mount Bubang by himself, had never climbed the mountain to visit the surname of Diwu. He rarely even appeared near Mount Bubang. This was especially so when Diwu's daughter, the wife of Beimang's 13th general, Dongjue, assumed command of the heavily weakened Mount Bubang. There were people who said that Hong Jingyan would never climb the mountain again in order to avoid suspicion. The endless Ruran mountains were filled with wheat at the foot of the mountains. When they arrived, there was still some time before the summer wheat harvest, so the scenery was still the same. A strong wind suddenly rose, and the wheat swayed in the wind. A slender, stalwart man appeared at the edge of the wheat field without any warning. His pair of intimidating silver eyes stared fixedly at a person who was traveling far away. His hair was still grayish-white, but compared to what he had seen in Qingsong City, the grayish-black had grown longer and the white had lessened. The man who was regarded as the man who had the potential to become Beimang's martial prowess after Taoba Bodhisattva stood in the north, blocking that fellow who had inexplicably traveled north. This was beyond Gongluzi's expectations. In the eyes of the blind Hong Jingyan, no matter how powerful the Bailiang cavalry was, they were still limited by Bailiang's innate lack of geographical advantage. Only Beimang could go south, but there was absolutely no chance for Bailiang to go north. Therefore, Hong Jingyan had never thought that there would be a day when that person could lead troops to invade the Ruran Mountains. Whether or not they could defend the northwest gate of the Central Plains depended on Beimang's patience. When Hong Jingyan saw him, he thought of the man who used a spear and was bestowed with the surname too. Not long ago, when he was escorting Zhongliang back to Beimang, the proud and arrogant Hong Jingyan had actually allowed the other party to gain the upper hand. This made Gongluzi, who had always only cared about Wang Xianji and the Beimang god of war, Gongluzi, whose state of mind was inevitably subtly damaged. It was so subtle that Hong Jingyan had to defeat the few masters of martial arts like Dong Tai and Deng Mao before he could recover to the peak of his former state. If it were in the past, Hong Jingyan would have tried to intercept and kill this person on the spot when he saw that this person was mentally wandering. But now, Hong Jingyan had to worry that this person was just an extremely tempting bait, and that Wang Xiao, whose real name was Lu Yanbing, was waiting for the fatal blow in the dark. The young celestial being who was mentally wandering shuttled through the green wheat field. Wherever his mind and body went, he was not arrogant enough to get close to the murderous Gongluzi. Standing in the wheat field 1,000 feet away, he reached out to stroke the wheat that had not yet formed ears and added fuel to the fire. He laughed and asked, after being defeated by Luo Yang and Su Yanbing, "Have you, Hong Jingyan, fallen to such a miserable state? You don't even dare to make a move? With your state of mind, not to mention the invincible Wang Xianji, I'm afraid that in less than a year, even I won't be a match for you." Hong Jingyan said flatly, "What's the point of arguing?" Their voices were not loud, but they were clear to each other's ears. The young man who was mentally wandering nodded and said with a smile, "Your talent is too high. You always feel that it's only right for you to be number one in the world. Therefore, you have long set your sights on the imperial court. It can be said that you have been led astray from the beginning. In the future, there will probably be no place for you in the pugilistic world." Hong Jingyan sneered, "Su Fengyan, even if you can mentally wander and attempt to integrate the three sects, taking the opportunity to touch the threshold of being a land immortal, do you really have the right to judge me?" Su Fengyan shook his head. His eyes leaped past Hong Jingyan and looked towards the north of the Ruran Mountains. "I'll wait for you to lead the Ruran cavalry to their deaths. Now, let me lead the way." Hong Jingyan's lips curled up. You also know that you have been targeted by me. If I don't move, you won't be able to head north. Su Fingyan, since when did you have such self-awareness? The young man who had one foot in the realm of heavenly phenomenon and the other in the realm of land immortals spread his hands. Two sabers, a crossing the river pond and a springtime thunder, were unsheathed from Su Fingyan's waist thousands of miles away. They were instantly grasped in his hands. It looked like Hong Jingyan's refusal to give way meant that it was just a battle. It was up to Hong Jingyan, who had already tasted defeat twice in his life, to see if he believed that he would not lose a third time. Hong Jingyan frowned before his brows relaxed. He turned his body and gestured for the young man in his line of sight to continue heading north. Bailiang was nothing in his eyes. The great king of the northern courtyard that Murong Baoding had promised was nothing in his eyes. What was a mere Su Fingyan? Su Fingyan disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a laugh. The sarcasm hammered heavily on Hong Jingyan's heart. Hong Jingyan, whose heart was as firm as a rock, was not affected by Su Fingyan's laughter. He just stood there in a daze and asked himself, I can't take care of the world's number one and the ruler of the world at the same time? On the square of the palace where the Taiping Order of Beimang had arranged for the empress, a fleeting figure appeared out of thin air. The imperial city was shaken. The figure ascended to the sky step by step and walked to the top of the palace. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was looking at Taiyan City from afar. A moment later, he disappeared. The empress, who had rushed over after hearing the news, raised her head and looked at the place where the person had been standing. She was not angry, but had a slightly sympathetic expression. She laughed softly and said, Silly child, the general trend is irresistible. Even if Beimang can't take over the entire Central Plains, a small Bailiang is not a problem. So what if you are unrivaled in the world by luck? At most, you will become the second Chao Chongqing. The border of Yuzhou was barren and desolate. However, the more barren and desolate it was, the harder it was to work. There was no room for slacking. Otherwise, how could they dig out food from the gaps between God's teeth to survive? There was a family of 5 to 6 men of 3 generations working in the oasis. Regardless of age, they were all sweating profusely. Right now, almost all of northern Liang knew that the northern Mang army was about to invade the south. The wealthy families had already begun to move quietly, moving their valuables to either the east or the south. However, the number of wealthy people who had the ability to avoid disaster was always in the minority. Poor people like this family were still in the majority. They could only resign themselves to their fate. Wherever the fields were, they could only stay there, guarding their crops, guarding their harvest. They could only hope that the young vassal king could really help them withstand the tide of attack from the northern Mang cavalry. In fact, the old man didn't have too many regrets. After all, he had lived a peaceful life for more than 20 years. However, he was still worried about his children. A white-haired old farmer looked at his grandson, who was working with his elders, and couldn't help but grin. This child learned from his father, and his father learned from him. Both of them had a headache just looking at the words on the books. However, the old man still felt that it was good to learn one more word for one more day. It wasn't a waste of money. The old man stroked his grandson's little head, which was reddened by the increasingly scorching sun, and asked him to take a rest in the shade. The child chuckled and trotted to the edge of the field to slack off. However, he seemed to have seen a handsome child. However, when he rubbed his eyes, the handsome child disappeared. When he rubbed his eyes again, he saw the handsome child again. This made the child confused. It was not until the man came to his side and sat on the ground that the child was sure that he had not seen a ghost during the day. The simple child plucked up his courage and asked, "Do you want some water?" The figure who gathered in the south and dispersed in the north smiled and shook his head. He looked at the figures in the field who were facing the yellow soil with their backs to the sky and asked softly, "Will the harvest be good this year?" The child was stunned and said naively, "The snow is heavy at the end of the year. It should be good." The child smiled and asked, "Did anyone in your family join the army?" The child said embarrassedly, "No. My father wanted to go before, but he wasn't chosen." As if he was afraid of being looked down upon by the child beside him, the child said with a serious face, "When I'm older, I'll definitely go. I'll kill the northern barbarians and earn a lot of money to send home. Yes, and protect our family. Also, let me tell you something. Hey, child, don't tell anyone else. Our village's May is very pretty, but she has always ignored me. When I grow up, I'll definitely marry her because her sister married a soldier at the border. I saw him once a few years ago, and he was very impressive. So I'll also go to war." The child nodded. The two of them took a break from work and looked into the distance. When the child finally came to his senses, the child beside him had already left. The child jumped up and shouted to his grandfather, "I saw an immortal." The old man smiled and straightened his back. He wiped his sweat and murmured, "This child." Chapter 1039. At first, the people in the restaurant were a little afraid of the young man with the saber. However, when he got up, he did not seem to be angry. He just foolishly held the pipa and stood beside the storyteller. Naturally, they thought of him as an embroidered pillow who wanted to save the beauty but did not have the strength to pull out his saber. Such a timid young man from a rich family was rare in Baelyang. Most of the soldiers who threw money at him had some family background. Otherwise, they would not have dared to come to the restaurant to drink, eat, and listen to storytellers while they were on duty. Moreover, they were the soldiers in charge of monitoring whether the young man broke the law. It could be said that if the young man dared to pull out his saber, they could capture him, whip him dozens of times, and throw him into prison. Without 200 or 300 taels of silver, they would not be able to get him out. Yu, who was hugging the pipa, raised her head to look at the young master whose eyes were unfocused. Even though his appearance had changed, she was certain that he was him, the young master who had traveled to northern Mang and sat at the same table as her grandfather. After an unknown amount of time, the self-proclaimed Northern Liang king seemed to wake up. His lifeless eyes regained their luster, and he turned his back to her. Su Fingyin said calmly to Su Yanbing, who looked relieved, "Guard the door. Huang Fushi will be here soon." The woman with her hair tied up called out 6 Dharma forms, but still could not stop the celestial being from traveling. Her expression was strange, as if she had met this man for the first time. Su Yanbing wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything. He walked to the door of the restaurant and closed his eyes to concentrate. Some customers sensed that the situation was not good and wanted to escape. However, they were knocked out before they could get close to the door. Su Fingyin slowly walked to the tables of soldiers who had stood up. His fingers pressed on a Baelyang saber that he had untied from his waist and placed on the table. The Yuzhou cavalryman who was supposed to be in charge of the young men in the city could not take the saber away. The dozen soldiers were led by a burly captain. He had good eyesight and knew that he had encountered a difficult person. However, he did not show weakness and said in a low voice, "Young master, I am Huang Yi from the Huang family of Yi County. You should think about it yourself. If you and I each take a step back today, I can still treat you as a brother. You can walk out of this restaurant and drink in Yi County. I guarantee that you won't have to spend a single copper coin." Su Fingyin said expressionlessly, "You can say this to Huang Fu Shi later." The head military officer from Yi County was greatly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a rush of horse hooves coming from outside the restaurant. Listening to the horses, this was the ability that all old soldiers should have. Although this head military officer was domineering, he was not careless in his battle formation and martial arts. Even if the Yuzhou soldiers were a level lower than the border soldiers, they were still much stronger than the Lingzhou soldiers. The captain gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. The Yuzhou general is a high official. However, my father had followed Great General Yan for many years. He is not someone that Huang Fu Shi can offend. Su Yanbing allowed Huang Fu Shi, who was wearing the uniform of a general without any armor, to walk into the restaurant. This was the second time he had seen the Baelyang king today. He did not say anything, prostrating himself on the ground and kowtowing. Su Fingyin raised the ordinary Baelyang blade. Ignoring the restaurant full of shocked customers, he walked in front of Huang Fu Shi and asked, "I will only ask you one thing. Do you know about the restaurant?" Huangfu, she lay on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "The official residence is only 3.5 streets away from here. I have heard about it. However, as the Yuzhou general, I only dare to manage the military affairs of a province. I do not dare to cross the border and interfere with the government affairs of province." Su Fengnian smiled. "You are truly a competent general who abides by your duties. This king can't be worried about handing the military power of Yuzhou to you." The Yuzhou general, who was of primary third rank and had power that could not be any more powerful, lay on the ground without daring to breathe loudly. Su Fengnian extended a leg and directly stepped on Huangfu Shi's head that was pressed against the cold ground. With a bang, the nearby spectators all saw blood flow out from where the Yuzhou general's face touched the ground. However, this general, who had once appeared on the stage at the great reading of the gourd in early spring, still did not move. Su Fengnian looked coldly at the back of Huangfu Shi's head and muttered to himself, "I have given you power. Since you do not dare to offend people, this king can do it himself." Su Fengnian suddenly extended an arm. Before Huang Yi, the commandant who did not have the time to kowtow to the king of Bailiang, his robust body was involuntarily pulled forward and he stumbled. The Bailiang blade was unsheathed and a head appeared on the ground. Su Fengnian casually pushed away the headless corpse that was falling forward. Those soldiers who knew that they had encountered the new king of Bailiang did not dare to draw their blades against him, even if they were beaten to death. The status of the king of Bailiang was enough to make them not dare to move. Moreover, the king of Bailiang, who had secretly visited the capital of Yuzhou in disguise, was said to be a top expert who had personally slaughtered the 5th raccoon of Mount Bubang. Their family background was not as good as that of Huang Yi, so they did not have any life-saving talismans. Therefore, they could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Su Fengnian raised the Bailiang blade. The blade was as bright as a mirror. Although it had not yet been replaced with the 6th-generation cold blade, nicknamed Great Grandson, it was still worthy of being called the sharpest war blade in the world. As Su Fengnian's 2 fingers swiped across, the heads of those kneeling soldiers fell to the ground one by one, including Huang Yi, who was the first to suffer. The 16 soldiers were all dead. Su Fengnian sheathed the cold blade in his hand and tossed it to Huangfu Jin's side. In passing, he said, "You can continue to kneel." Then he said to Su Yanbing, "Call in Yozhou's deputy, General Lidian." A young and strong general quickly walked into the restaurant and knelt near Huangfu Jin. He did not dare to look at the dismembered corpses on the ground, nor did he dare to look at the crowd of kneeling customers. He only heard the king of Bailiang casually say, "Everyone in the restaurant has their property confiscated. As long as they have an official position, immediately drag them out and kill them. Have someone hang these corpses on the screen wall of the general's residence in Yuzhou. Spread the word that this king is sitting in the general's residence. If anyone wants to see this king, regardless of whether they want to collect the corpses or plead for mercy, the general's residence will not stop them." Su Fengnian walked over and took Eryu's hand as they walked out of the restaurant. The woman hugged the pipa, dejected and speechless. They sat in the carriage and slowly drove toward the Yuzhou general's residence. Su Fengnian sat upright and still. He did not look at the woman and only said softly, "It's not worth it to tell stories for me. Just now, I went on an out-of-body spiritual journey because I want to know if it was worth it for you and your granddaughter to put in your life and the chastity of a woman, or if it was worth it to speak for Bailiang. I went to many places, but the answer was no. It wasn't until the last place where I saw a family of Bailiang commoners who knew nothing about the world and only knew how to work hard that I realized many things were not worth it. I've already let you down, so I can't let down those good commoners as well. Eryu, I don't dare to have extravagant hopes that you'll ask me for something in return to make me feel more at ease. I just want to promise you and your dead grandpa that I'll definitely defend the border to the death. As long as I'm alive, Bailiang commoners like you will have another day of peace. Just one more day is good." The woman who had suffered a bitter fate without any complaints or grievances smiled sweetly. She raised her head and looked at the side of his face. She was about to respectfully call him the king of Bailiang, but she immediately stopped. She shook her head and said softly, "Young Master Su, you don't owe us anything. My grandpa said that you're a good person, and I think so too. Arya believes that my grandpa will not feel any regrets in the afterlife. I won't go to the general's residence. Let me get off the carriage." Su Fingyan turned to look at the young woman. Her smile was very clean, and her eyes were clear. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Young Master Su, have you forgotten? Arya only knows how to tell stories for people." The carriage stopped, and the young woman jumped off. After walking for some distance, she turned around and hugged her Peepa. She bent her knees slightly in the direction of the carriage and gave a salute. Hee girl, who had been jumping from roof to roof nearby, squatted down on the roof tiles. She carried the dried sunflower that was unwilling to leave her side and remained silent. The six-pearl Bodhisattva waited for the young woman to leave before entering the carriage. He sat opposite the king of Baelyang. The latter clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He said in a low voice, "Get out." The female immortal master from Mount Lantaw did not get angry. Instead, she said calmly, "Freedom is a small thing, but there's still greater freedom to seek." Su Fingyan raised his head and sneered, "F***CK, your greater freedom." Chapter 1040. Soon after, a series of mutiny occurred outside of Iha City. Deputy General Lu Dian led 1,000 elite soldiers to kill until his hands were limp. In the end, he could not even bear to raise his blade. It was a spear-wielding man who was extremely unfamiliar to Yuzhou who took his place. Soon after, the two captains of Yuzhou were on the verge of rebelling and had to leave their camp to demonstrate in the capital of Yuzhou. Huang Fujin's personal soldiers had no choice but to increase from 1,000 to 3,000. They continued to fight amongst themselves, and there was no suspense in the outcome. The heads of the two captains were hung on the city walls of Iha City. More than half of the Iha River nobles either knelt on the streets outside of the general's residence to force the emperor to abdicate, or fled out of the city and allied with their in-laws and nobles outside the city, using various methods to forcefully pressure that person. Without exception, all of the nobles within the city were stripped of their official positions, all of their belongings confiscated and sent to the army. It was to the point that there were even people from the personal camp of Huang Fujin and Lu Dian that had defected. At the end of the spring of the first year of Xiangfu, this great upheaval from top to bottom of Yuzhou showed no signs of subsiding. Because of the self-righteous and violent retaliation of Yuzhou's military and government, it actually attracted the 8,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry of Liangzhou. They penetrated deep into the heart of Yuzhou. In addition, the 3,000 personal soldiers that Wang Ji of Lingzhou had recently added were all mobilized, heading straight for the border of Yuzhou. Not to mention the Tongmen Pass Captain Xian Ma, who had never left his seclusion, also led 6,000 elite cavalry out. Apart from this, Baelyang Protector General Chu Lushan personally mobilized troops, ordering Ningame to lead half of the Iron Stupa Heavy Cavalry and 2,000 White Feather Crossbow Cavalry to set up camp on the west side of Yuzhou, eyeing covetously like a tiger watching its prey. If one said that Huaihua Great General Zhong Hongwu was once the shadow master of more than half of Lingzhou, then Yuzhou, from the border army to the army within its borders, could be considered the personal bodyguards of Great General Yan Wenluan. Yuzhou, which was said to have 800 general families, the vast majority could be considered the disciples and grand disciples of this old general. Their increasingly fierce resistance finally made an old man overseeing the border unable to sit still. However, he did not muster a large force to lead troops south. Instead, he traveled lightly and noiselessly to Iha City of Yuzhou. The carriage stopped outside the city. The old man, who was blind in one eye, walked alone into the city. Walking on the streets brimming with killing intent, the old man walked all the way to the residence of the general reeking of blood. The old man originally thought that the young madman would arrogantly refuse to meet him or even cleanly capture him, the commander of the Baelyang infantry army, or at the very least, hang him out in the cold for several days and nights before letting him in. However, the old man guessed wrong. The young man was sitting alone on the steps outside the residence, as if he had been waiting for him all this time. After Runtu's death, the old general, whose prestige in the Bailiang army was unparalleled, questioned Su Fingyan. Why? Su Fingyan folded his hands in his sleeves, not looking at Yin Wenwan, who had wanted Su Xiao to ascend to the throne. Gazing at the end of the street, he calmly said, "In the past, I heard a saying that Ling Zhou's surname is Zhong, Yozhou's surname is Yin, and only Liang Zhou's surname is Su. Su Xiao never took it to heart. I know this. You, Yin Wenwan, know this, but Zhong Hongwu might not know this. This is because when Zhong Hongwu heard that the court not only intended to cultivate his son, Zhong Qingxin, but also made him a great general, and that as long as West Chu rose up in rebellion, Zhao Shi promised him that he could lead troops for the Duke of Huainan, Zhao Ying, to take a share of the spoils. So he began to fan the flames in Yuzhou, wanting to drag you down with him, so that he could take advantage of the chaos to escape from Bailiang. These days, I had the Falcons keep an eye on you, but you never made a move. In the end, you only entered Iha City alone." The old general angrily said, "Even the great general can live his life without rebelling against Liang. So naturally, I will live my life without rebelling against Bailiang. What kind of dog is that Zhong Hanwu? How can he be mentioned in the same breath as me? You, Su Fingyan, are so impatient that you want me, Yin Wenwan, to pack up and scram from the border so that your trusted aide can occupy my position. Do you really think that Yin Wenwan is hogging the position of infantry commander and not retreating because he is greedy for power? Do you, Su Fingyan, really think that this position is something that anyone can sit on? That anyone can sit on it steadily? If not for the fact that I respect you, Su Fingyan, for having the guts to not accept that bullshit imperial edict and finally doing something that did not disgrace the great general, I would have already led 100,000 troops to the south. At that time, the cavalry and infantry would be divided. What kind of king of Bailiang are you? What will you use to resist the restless Beimang iron cavalry?" Su Fingyan smiled. "I know that the old general will not do that." The old general was so angry he almost wanted to act and slap this cunning brat to death. Su Fingyan patted the steps beside him and indicated for the old general to sit down and chat. Yin Wenluan snorted coldly. Su Fingyan did not insist and continued, "My master and Bai Yin have fought for the latter half of their lives. Does the old general know what my master admires the most about Zhang Jilu?" When Li Yishan was mentioned, Yin Wenluan's emotions calmed slightly. In the entire world, Li Yishan was the most worthy of Bailiang. While Yin Wenluan was the backbone of Yang Kai, Zhao Chongling's faction, she did not show any disrespect to Li Yishan, who did not work together due to their different paths. Su Fingyan said softly, "It is not that Zhang Jilu made the Zhao family prosper as old general imagined. It is not that he held the power of the court alone, but before he rose to power, he moved his parents and family to Great Peace City. He did not give anyone a chance to criticize Zhang Jilu, because this Grand Secretary knew back then that as long as he became the head of the officials in the world, no matter how clean he was, he still had his family, relatives, and children. Once the two sides were thousands of miles apart, there would be people who would use his name to do whatever they wanted. Even if everyone in the court could only criticize silently and not accuse him, the spirit that supported Zhang Jilu's rule of the world would weaken. So this is what my master admires the most about Zhang Jilu. Looking back at our Bailiang, Su Xiao, my master did not expect all of you to have the breadth of mind and vision of Zhang Jilu. Before Su Xiao died, he was still worried and told me to have a tolerant heart, to tolerate other people making mistakes. In the past, I did this. In the Lingzhou officialdom, I endured and did not kill anyone, not one." Yin Wenluan's expression was still gloomy, but it was a bit better than before. Su Fingyan continued, minding his own business, but I realized that Su Xiao was not wrong, but he was not completely right. The Bailiang under our feet belongs to the Su family in name, but in the end, it belongs to the people of Bailiang. I, Su Fingyan, actually do not mind how you disregard the law and discipline. As long as you fight for my Su family on the battlefield, it is enough. I could be the king of Baelyang with a clear conscience. Who knows, I might even be able to leave my name in the annals of history. Not to mention the official history. Perhaps there will be a few good words in unofficial history. Everyone says that since I put my head on my belt to conquer the world, then I deserve to rule the world. Su Fengnian, did not say that you should not enjoy life. But enjoying life is not wrong, right? Cherishing life is not a bad thing, right? Old General, why don't you, and I just treat it as speaking with conscience to Su Shao, Yu Zhou, Ling Zhou, and Liang Zhou. How many of these generals treat the common people as human beings? I did not stay behind closed doors at Mount Qingliang and make sarcastic remarks. Instead, I personally walked around Yuzhou, and only then did I walk step by step to Yihe City. In truth, I would like to say to all the officials of the Northern Liang Path, whether you relied on your own abilities to become an official or relied on your parents' contributions to become an official. If you want to enjoy life, then go ahead and enjoy it. Don't harm others too much. However, these words cannot be made known to the public. Moreover, even if I said these words to Zhong Hongwu with all my sincerity, he would only think that it was an unfunny joke. What could I do? He sought his own death, so I could only let him die. Oh, that's right. The one who reported Zhong Hongwu was none other than the county chief of Longqing County, his son, Zhong Qingxin. Yin Wenwan's expression was uncertain. Su Fengnian gazed into the distance and bit his lip. Not being able to manage Yuzhou well is Huang Fuxi's fault, as well as your fault, old general. Of course, if we are unable to defend Baelyang in the future, in the end, it is still my fault. The old man hesitated for a moment, then walked up the steps and sat down a few steps below Su Fengnian's feet. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled and said, I heard Su Shao say that back then, old general dreamed of riding a horse, just like how you entered the imperial city of Northern Han, swaggering into the imperial palace of Great Peace City. The old man, with his back to the king of Baelyang, cracked his lips into a soundless smile. Su Fengnian said softly, Old general, you can forget about this. However, a few days ago, I entered an out-of-body state and traveled to the imperial palace of Beimang. That place is not much inferior to Great Peace City. Old general, why don't you take a step back and settle for the next best thing? Let's strive to ride a horse there and raise the whip. Yin Wenwan turned his head and asked truly. Su Fengnian replied with a smile, I only have this thought. As for whether or not I have the ability, old general, do you truly believe that I can do it alone? Yin Wenwan stared blankly for a moment. He lowered his head and cursed. Motherfucker, he's just like the great general when he was young. Back then, he lied to me and said that as long as I followed him, I would be able to ride a horse until my butt was polished clean. This old man really foolishly took the bait. Yin Wenwan paused for a long time and then raised his head to look at the sky. He murmured, but the great general did not lie to me, did he? The old man retracted his gaze and suddenly stood up. He said gravely, if that day really comes, even if I, Yin Wenwan, am too old to ride a war horse, I hope that the king of Baelyang can have someone carry me there. If I am already dead, since the king of Baelyang has agreed to carry the coffin for that old soldier of the fish drum camp, Xu Yongguan, then you would not mind carrying the coffin for Yin Wenwan once, right? Su Fengnian also stood up and said calmly, Su Fengnian thanks old General Yin. The old man walked down the steps and turned around to face Su Fengnian. He raised his hands and shouted, Cavalry of the fish drum camp, Yin Wenwan, Xu Yongguan, and his comrade, greet the king of Baelyang. The old man then turned and left. He left the Yi River, Yuzhou, and headed for the border. Su Fengnian sat back down on the steps and rubbed his cheeks. Su Yanbing, who was beside him, said emotionally, at the Battle of the Western Wall, the fish drum camp only had 16 men left. Even I did not know that Yin Wenwan was one of them. Su Fengnian nodded and said, Su Shao did not mention it. Su Yanbing said, Beimang, why don't you count me in? Su Fengnian laughed and said, it is not like we are snatching a wife. What is there to snatch? Su Yanbing dismissed it with a laugh. He sat down near the king of Baelyang. His eyes were firm as he said slowly, don't worry. With you here, Bailiang will have more than 300,000 cavalry. The two of them were silent for a long time. Hee, the girl had unknowingly sat behind Su Fengyan, and for some reason, the stalk of the sunflower that had been following him like a shadow had disappeared. She rested her chin on her hands and quietly watched his back. Bailiang has millions of households. How many of them are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones? Su Yambing began to clap his knees and sing. He was full of passion. Which young man did not envy the green-robed man who walked the Jianghu with a sword? Which young man did not want to fight for fame in the yellow sands? Good man, do not say that the heroes of the world have fallen into your trap. Little lady, don't hide your feelings of adoration deep in your stomach. Come, 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 let's see who is beating the beauty drum. Come, 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 let's see who is the butcher of the Yang realm. Come, 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 let's see who will fight for the throne with me. Hashtag fight for the throne. Chapter 1041. 3 chapters, 17,000 words. The next chapter will be around noon. The spring rain in Great Peace City had just stopped, and the entire capital seemed to have become much cleaner. No matter how noisy the court was, that was the business of the officials. The common people had to eat and sleep, and most of them had to obediently live their days of waking up early and sleeping late. However, there were some who had nothing to do. However, these people who had been belittled as playboys were also divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Those who had the ability to play with courtesans were the first class. Those who played with famous horses and antiques were the second class. Those who were slightly worse off would go play with handmade walnuts. At the very least, they would get a few fish and insects to keep up appearances. However, there was a young man who lived in a shabby alley in the southwest corner of the capital. He was completely out of class. However, since he lived in an alley where the common people lived, it would be strange if he could play with good things. If he wasn't reincarnated well, then he had to accept his fate, right? This young man was like the other common people in the capital with the surname Zhang. He had been given one of the most famous surnames in Liang, but he couldn't have any great prospects. He didn't do any proper business all day. Other than borrowing money and drinking with women, he only knew how to wander around aimlessly with a pigeon whistle. He couldn't even afford to raise a decent pigeon. If this was in Great Peace City, it would be called that you had to pay attention to the poor even if your face was swollen. Even the poor people who didn't pay attention to anything were disdainful. Zhang Bianguan was this kind of prodigal that everyone looked down on. In the eyes of the neighbors, this guy was lucky that he had accumulated some good fortune in an unknown lifetime to be able to marry a beautiful wife. Zhang Bianguan never knew how to be content. He still refused to stay at home and roll in the sheets with his wife. He only knew how to run outside every day, leaving early and returning late, going out empty-handed and returning home empty-handed. As time went on, even the kind-hearted old neighbors gradually became too lazy to pay attention to him. Not long ago, Zhang Bianguan seemed to have been beaten by someone. His nose was badly bruised and his face was swollen. It had only gone down in the past few days, but he was still laughing and joking around. He greeted everyone he met with a smile, calling uncle and aunt attentively, not caring if other people paid attention to him or not. As the weather got hotter and hotter, Zhang Bianguan wore cooler and cooler clothes. The time Zhang Bianguan spent away from home also grew longer and longer. After all, the capital was so big. How could there be a lack of young women on the streets? As dusk approached, Zhang Bianguan wandered back to Squinta Street, not far away. He heard the sudden and melodious chirping of pigeons above his head. He habitually raised his head and smiled. There was an old pigeon bell wrapped in green silk on his wrist. He had been playing with it all year round. He just stared blankly at the sky with narrowed eyes. For so many years, he had been ridiculed as someone who couldn't even eat leftovers and step on dog shit. No one knew what he was thinking. Anyway, no one was interested. Those who had a general understanding of his temperament only knew that this useless coward probably still wanted to play, but he didn't dare to accompany the rich to play in those high-class snowy places. In the end, he could only look at those dead things that didn't cost money. The colorful attics, the gray and unknown alleys, the Chongwu Gate that brought soldiers, the Choyang Gate that brought grain, the Dingshan Gate that brought wine, and the stone Shilin that squatted on the drum tower for a few years after Li Yang established the dynasty. The chirping of the pigeons drifting in the sky began and ended. Zhang Bianguan reluctantly withdrew his gaze, feeling that it was still early and not yet time to go home. After thinking for a while, he ran to the side of the Lock Dragon well on Squinting Street and squatted beside it. This ancient well had been dry for a long time. Beside the well, there was a judge made of yellow mud bricks. According to the rumors in the marketplace, Li Yang suppressed the water in the world with fire. This clay statue was as tall as a person, sitting with its chest and stomach exposed and laughing with its mouth open. Every mid-autumn, the common people would add firewood to the fire, and flames and smoke would rush out from the mouth and nose of the clay judge. Zhang Bianguan squatted beside the well, as usual at the foot of the clay statue, occasionally raising his sleeve to wipe the corner of his mouth. A few days ago, he was beaten up quite badly by a group of people. They probably mistakenly thought that Zhang Bianguan's father was about to lose his power and that it was time to teach this bastard a lesson that disgraced the aristocratic families of the capital a lesson. However, after satisfying his craving with punches and kicks, he discovered that the weather in the Liang imperial court was still the same. This brat's father was even more ruthless for the first time, beating up a large group of people until they cried for their parents. As a result, the people who relied on these groups of people to eat and drink immediately hid. They didn't even have the guts to apologize to Zhang Bianguan. Later, they trembled in fear for a good half of the day and didn't even wait for the slightest bit of revenge. Only then did they all let out a collective sigh of relief. They gathered together and increasingly mocked this person, surnamed Zhang, for being a big piece of trash. He had a father that they couldn't even pray for, even if they burned incense and prayed to Buddha. He didn't know how to use the tiger's skin to enjoy his life. He deserved to be treated like a pile of rotten dog shit that even stepping on would dirty his shoes. Zhang Bianguan's only strong point was that his mind wandered thousands of miles away. When he suddenly discovered that there was an elegant young man beside him, he glanced at him and didn't say anything. After waiting for a long time, he finally smiled and asked, "You really didn't come to beat me to vent your anger?" The scholar-like scholar smiled and shook his head. "How would I dare to beat up the son of the Grand Secretary? Besides, if we really fought, I wouldn't be your match. Why would I bring shame to myself? Even if you didn't fight back and let me beat and scold you, I would still be treated as an amusing fool by you." Zhang Bianguan made a sound of surprise. "So, you're actually a sensible person? You're not from the capital, are you? With your eyesight, if you're from the capital, you wouldn't even come to see me." The scholar asked, "You admit that you're a smart person?" Zhang Bianguan sneered and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm considered a smart person? Then what will my father be?" The scholar nodded and said, "That's right." Zhang Bianguan lay on the mouth of the well and gazed at the dark and bottomless mouth of the well. He no longer paid attention to this unknown scholar who was boring once he understood things. The scholar leaned against the mouth of the well and said faintly, "I know you like to see the scheming and scheming in the palaces and pavilions because they only complement each other. Compared to the harm between people, they are much more amiable and lovable. I also know that when you left the Zhongfu to set up your own household, you planted a peach tree at home. The people of Great Peace City all like to have trees in their yards. Pomegranates that give birth to many children, jujube trees that give birth early, persimmon trees are also common, but there are no peach trees because the character for peach sounds like escape and is inauspicious. Great Peace City is the root of Liang. If the tree is moved, it will die. Where can the people of Liang escape to without Great Peace City? You, Zhang Bianguan, are not stupid. You planted it for your father, but your father, the Grand Secretary of Liang, ignored it. He did not escape, so you, as his son, can only continue to stay in Great Peace City and wait for death. Hopefully, in the future, you can at least send him off. It would be even better if you could drink at the Qingming festival." Zhang Bianguan calmly made an "oh" sound and continued to look at the mouth of the well. The scholar smiled slightly and said, You must have guessed that I am that Sun In who came from Bailiang to ask Tananon for an official position. Zhang Bian Guan turned his head. Sun Yi, is it? Then tell me, what exactly is that stone Qilin on the drum tower silently watching the world for hundreds of years waiting for? Sun In had already quietly entered the secretariat and successfully attached himself to the towering tree that was Tananon. Although he was just a small official, since he had entered Master Huan's discerning eye, wasn't his meteoric rise just around the corner? The few people who understood this point long ago, but the vast majority of muddle-headed people would not remain muddle-headed. Sun In met the blue-eyed young son's gaze and shook his head. How would I know what a stone Qilin is waiting for? In any case, it's not waiting for the wind to blow in the smoke of war. In the end, the people are in a terrible situation. If it's only exchange for people wearing dragon robes, is it fun? Zhang Bianguan laughed and stroked his stubbled chin. It's not fun. Zhang Bianguan sat shoulder to shoulder with Sun In. He stretched his neck, exhaled, and then inhaled again. Only then did he chuckle and raise his wrist to show Sun In the simple and unadorned pigeon bell. He said, in the past, I received a pigeon as a gift from someone. It's a first-class item, black with a hint of purple. Compared to the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan's falcon, the price is not much different. At the time, my father had not yet become the Grand Secretary, only a third-rank official. My father came to find me, but he didn't scold me. You should know what kind of person my father is. Scolding others would be flattering you. Other than Master Huan, he has almost never scolded anyone in his life. He asked me, this pigeon is my father's current net worth. What kind of thing are you, Zhang Bianguan, to be worth this price? Are you stupid, or are you really stupid? That year, I was 14 years old. In a fit of anger, I returned the pigeon to someone. That person, in front of me, said with a smile that he didn't have the habit of taking back gifts. Afterwards, he used his hand to strangle the pigeon to death. And he was the current crown prince, His Highness Zhao Zhuan. From that day onwards, I swore that I would never mix with these people again. I would rather listen to the creaking sounds of small doors opening than listen to them flattering each other. I would rather look at those dead objects that no one cares about than look at those children of influential families whose farts can be sold as gold and silver. Over time, no one liked to take me out to play. I was also happy to be alone in peace. When his father, Zhang Jilu, was mentioned, Zhang Bianguan couldn't help but sink into contemplation. Chapter 1042. He still remembered that after his father had distinguished himself in the Hanlin Academy, his grandparents had moved from their old home to the city. During the hot summer months, the two elders especially liked to lie on the rattan chairs under the shade of the trees and help their grandchildren fan themselves. Fan after fan, summer after summer. As they fanned, only his grandmother was left. After that, they were all gone. Their father also did not observe filial piety. The court was even more impatient than the civil official who was his son. They directly issued an edict to revive him. Their group of children did not find anything strange from their father's face. Zhang Bianguan clearly remembered that at that time, in Tian City, the streets were filled with rumors. Everyone said that their father did not care about being a person in order to become an official. However, as their father's official hat grew bigger and bigger, the voices became quieter and quieter until no one mentioned it anymore. He, Zhang Bianguan, had not done anything for many years. Compared to his eldest brother and second brother, he had left home later. However, he saw the family matters more clearly than his two brothers. Since when did the Zhang family's family matters become the same as the matters of Jing and the world? Zhang Bianguan's expression was lonely. The back of his head rested on the mouth of the well as he looked up at the dusky sky. When he was young, there was a lion bridge not far from the Fu. Once when the family went out to play, their father had them count how many stone lions there were on the bridge. Eldest brother was the most like their father. He was serious in everything he did and counted in a methodical manner. Second brother was a bookworm. From young, he did whatever eldest brother told him to do. Whatever eldest brother did, he would learn. He, Zhang Bianguan, was only 2 years older than his sister, Zhang Bianguan, so the siblings were the closest. Taking advantage of the time when their parents returned home, he took his sister to the frozen river under the bridge to play. When they were tired and saw that his eldest brother and second brother were still there foolishly counting, Zhang Bianguan ran directly to the omniscient Uncle Huan, one to ask for an answer. In the end, his eldest brother and second brother returned in the middle of the night and saw their younger brother kneeling on the ground. Since then, Zhang Bianguan, who had suffered a lot, knew that those petty tricks were not real intelligence. However, after that, his mother secretly brought him a bowl of hot rice. When his father bumped into him, he didn't get angry. He just patted his head and said something that he only understood many years later. You are much smarter than your two elder brothers. But since you have the same surname as your father, it's not a good thing. Zhang Bianguan sniffled and covered his face with his sleeve. Sun Yin was about to speak when he heard a series of undisguised footsteps, so he shut his mouth. He saw a tall woman with a sword walking over slowly. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Zhang Bianguan hurriedly wiped his face in a daze. He smiled brightly and said, "What a rare guest. Heroine Zhang, why don't you be kind and give me some money?" Zhang Gaoxia glared at him and said, "Zhang who pays particular attention to saving the needy and not the poor. Do you think I would give a bag of silver to a pauper like you? I'll take your surname." Zhang Bianguan rolled his eyes and said, "The two of us have the same surname." The corner of Zhang Gaoxia's mouth curled up, and she said, "That's why." Then she threw a heavy bag of silver. Zhang Bianguan was not surprised. He caught the silver and laughed heartily. This heroine really has a bodhisattva's heart. In the future, you will definitely find a handsome and talented man who can overturn the world and love his wife dearly. Before that, let's discuss something. Heroine, why don't you take me in and drag me home? Just take care of my meals. It would be best if there's meat and wine. Zhang Gaoxia didn't bother to banter with her third brother. Instead, she coldly glanced at Sun Yin, a minor official from the Secretariat who she knew very well. Sun Yin stood up alone, leaving Zhang Bianguan to sit alone. He turned his gaze toward the Grand Secretary's beloved daughter, Zhang Gaoxia, ignoring her cold gaze that could slice a person's soul. He asked, "Miss Zhang, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." Zhang Gaoxia coldly said, "Then shut up." Zhang Bianguan slowly stood up and threw the bag of silver. He had a look of schadenfreude as he destroyed the bridge after crossing the river. Sun Yin, oh Sun Yin, Chancellor Yao said that you were a great scholar who won 3 prizes in a row. It's a pity that my sister has never liked scholars who play with words. Don't expect her to look at you differently. If you really want to talk about principles, then it's your business if you're strong, and it's my business if I like you. However, if you really don't change your mind and want to marry my sister, I don't care. But you have to beat her first, and she has to like you. Then, you have to be the son-in-law that my father personally approves of. Where can you find such a rare and handsome young man? You're the one who delivered yourself to my door, so you definitely don't count. Sun Yin said helplessly, "Why would I like a girl who already has someone in her heart?" Zhang Gaoxia laughed coldly and said, "Sun Yin, you know quite a lot." Sun Yin didn't mind and said calmly, "In any case, I'm destined to only speak half a sentence with the Grand Secretary in this life. Being able to speak with the Grand Secretary's son is enough to make up for my regret. As for you, heroine Zhang Gaoxia, it's just a pleasant surprise. Don't worry, I also like the person you like. I won't fight with you over her." Zhang Gaoxia laughed mockingly and said, "You like men?" Sun Yin smiled and said, "Like is like, but it's not like a woman who likes a man. Admiring a person from the bottom of my heart can also be considered like. To give an example, it's just like how I really like that Grand Secretary Darren was not able to write an excellent poem like setting up thousands upon thousands of buildings, greatly protecting the cold under the heavens, but he was able to accomplish this magnificent feat with his feet on the ground. 6 yamens, a total of 4,000 houses. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer children of the rich and powerful families, and more children of the poor and common people. This is no different from Senior Li Chungang opening the gates of heaven with his sword in Jianghu, opening the mountains for the younger generation. Chapter 1043. Sun Yin turned to leave, saying leisurely, "Of course, you think that what others like, you give them, as if this is giving, but you never ask if the other party wants it or is willing to accept it. This kind of person, no matter how sincere he is just a kind of self-righteousness. He thinks that he is magnanimous and has a clear conscience, but in reality, he is still selfish. Whether you're talking about love between a man and a woman, or about the relationship between brothers, all can be tricked, because it is not easy to be good to others, but it is not too difficult. But to really put yourself in their shoes and respect them, that is very difficult. The ancients used the term bosom friend to describe close friends, so what counts as a bosom friend is a great study. Sun In is a stupid person. He does not know what kind of world the next 1,000 years will be. But the world we live in can be considered to have seen through. There are many muddle-headed people, but there are still some who do not care about benefits, reputation, good swords, posthumous titles, the good intentions of friends, the worthy deaths, the legacy of a family, or even the country of one person. Zhang Gaoxia frowned, asking, "What nonsense is this guy spouting? Is he cursing our father for fulfilling the 2 words loyalty and righteousness, but only letting down Uncle Juan? But he seems to be praising him at the end. Isn't this self-contradictory?" Zhang Bianguan said carelessly, "I'm afraid he is also confused. People are too smart. They like to go against themselves, tossing and turning, empty-handed." Zhang Gaoxia glared. "Sun In, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't know, but you're cursing our father. I can still hear it." Zhang Bianguan took off the pigeon bell and casually tossed it into the dragon sealing well. He made a cynical face and laughed. "Father is too lazy to scold me, so I will secretly scold him. You won't tell on me, so what am I afraid of?" Zhang Gaoxia's tone became heavy. He asked, "You are really not going to follow your father's wishes and go to Liaodong to join the army?" Zhang Bianguan shook his head gently. "As a son, since I can't help much, I have to send my father off. Giving birth to a child is nothing more than taking care of him when he dies. As a son, I have to do my best to do one of them." Zhang Gaoxia sat on the mouth of the well. Zhang Bianguan said with a look of surprise, "I'm telling you this kind of thing. Why don't you cry?" Zhang Gaoxia said calmly, "I'm not that kind of woman." Zhang Bianguan nodded. "Actually, we're not as much like our father as you are." Zhang Bianguan seemed to remember something and said, "You are about to leave the capital and travel to Jianghu. Listen to me. Although Dad says he doesn't want you to go anywhere, he actually wants you to go to the place in his heart." Zhang Gaoxia lowered his head. "Don't say any more. If you continue, I'll really cry." Zhang Bianguan slapped his cheeks with both hands. "Mother of Asterisk-Ker, a woman like you hasn't even cried, and your brother, a man, has already given in." There was a person who said something that was absolutely true. I have never heard anything more reasonable than this sentence in my life. Even Sage Zhang would have to admit defeat if he heard it. Zhang Gaoxia raised his head. Zhang Bianguan blinked. He said that if a man bleeds but doesn't cry, what kind of hero is he? Every woman in the world bleeds but doesn't cry. Zhang Gaoxia took a deep breath and then another. Only then did he calm down his murderous mood. Zhang Bianguan said softly, "Go ahead. The world is in chaos. When the time comes, there will definitely be a scene of heroes, ambitious and ruthless. Don't miss it. Just treat it as giving our father a few more glances." Zhang Gaoxia did not agree or refuse. But on this day, he did not see heroine Zhang with her sword again in Great Peace City. Zhang Bianguan was no different from usual. He walked back to Slanted Eye Street in the darkness. The dim yellow light in the courtyard was waiting for him to come home. That stupid wife, who was not very beautiful, was angry at him for drinking with women, but still waited like this. Day after day, she probably felt that there was no hope for her life, much less an end. For other women, not to mention marrying into the Zhang family, which was the only family in the entire Liang dynasty, even if they were married into a 3rd or 4th rank official's family, they would still have a glorious life. Not only would they be able to live a life of luxury, their children would also not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. When they grew up, they would be able to live a life of luxury. If they wanted to help the country and the world, they would help the country and the world. And if they wanted to be mediocre, they would be mediocre. Zhang Bianguan was about to open the courtyard door, like usual, and yell for his wife to serve him good wine and meat when he suddenly squatted down for no reason. Then he heard the footsteps of passers-by. He hurriedly stood up and pushed open the door to go home. The woman, as usual, was silent. She served the warm and suitable food and ate it with her chopsticks. Occasionally, she glanced at the man, who had one leg on the bench and only cared about himself and was never willing to say a word to her. That man was her husband, but he had never seen her show any hidden bitterness or grievance on her delicate face. Zhang Bianguan always liked to say that the reason why she was so good-tempered was that she was afraid of his family background. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how useless Zhang Bianguan was, he was still Zhang Jiulu's son. How could she not serve him carefully? But every time he said this, Zhang Bianguan would slap himself in the mouth and say that only flowers, birds, fish, and insects needed to be served. Then she would secretly laugh until Zhang Bianguan stared at her. Then she would turn her head, but the faint smile on the corner of her mouth didn't fade. That night, after she fell asleep, Zhang Bianguan began to sob quietly. "I'm afraid that I like you, but I'm even more afraid that you'll like me. That's why I'm like this. How could I not want an obedient and sensible child? My son and daughter are both very good, but I'm Zhang Jiulu's son. The more I do, the more mistakes I make. If I tell you the truth, will you run away? But where can you run away to? If you don't run away, can you live more easily than now? No matter how stupid you are, you'll come to realize it when you die with me. But I'd rather you hate me at that time. I just want you to muddle-headedly complain that I'm a failure, a good-for-nothing, and that I'm not in charge of the family. Wife, in this life, I owe you. If there's a next life, I'll definitely repay you." Zhang Bianguan's face was full of tears. After wiping them clean, he gradually fell asleep. That gentle woman who slept with her back to him and didn't move at all through the night slowly opened her eyes when she heard her husband snoring. Her gaze was still gentle, just like the day she walked off the sedan and when he lifted the red veil. In the morning of the second day, Zhang Bianguan mindlessly ate breakfast and strode out of the house. After Zhang Bianguan left the house, he walked on Slanted Street and looked towards the northwest. He said softly, "Gao Xia, you have to go to Beiliang. Only there will be chaos for a while, and not for a lifetime." Today, the youngest son of the Grand Secretary was still that great peace city or even the world's most mocked noble family. But that woman? The woman quietly did one small household chores after another. When she had nothing to do, she would sit on the threshold of the inner courtyard and look towards the gate, waiting for him to come home. Chapter 1044. Last year, His Royal Highness, who was also the General of Lingzhou, stirred things up in the officialdom of Lingzhou. In the end, it was just a farce without much noise or rain. However, under the bloody iron fist of the new Prince Liang, Yozhou's military and politics was a tragedy that caused everyone to be in danger. Spring rain was as precious as oil, and the rain on Beiliang's springtail was even more so. When the rain fell, the blood would wash away, saving a lot of trouble for the Yamen of Yuzhou. It should be known that this was an unprecedented change in Beiliang. 3 lieutenants had died, and the number of commandants with real power could not be counted with 2 hands. There were no less than 100 high-ranking officials and dignitaries who had been stripped of their official titles and sent to the border. Although the so-called 800 general families in Yuzhou were definitely an exaggerated number, there were at least 300 families. In the end, most of them were affected. The families involved in the tragedy had no power to fight back. As for those who had been patiently waiting for General Yan Wenluan to be furious, they were even more disappointed. Not only did the general stand by and do nothing, he even personally mobilized the elite infantry of the Yan family in the 6 camps to control the passes in the northern part of Yuzhou. This was not only turning his back on them, but also stabbing himself with a knife. The great snow dragon cavalry had infiltrated the hinterland of Yuzhou. In the east of Liangzhou, Qi Danghua, the foster son of the old Prince Liang, had personally taken action. In the north of Lingzhou, Wang Ji and Exinenma, 2 cavalry troops that belonged to different orders of Beiliang, trained their soldiers and horses. The deputy commander of the infantry, Ancestor Gu, was a new noble in Beiliang, as well as Lu Yuanji, Wei Tai's Han, and the other veteran generals who had retired regardless of whether they were related to Yuzhou or not. They still did not hesitate to publicly support the new Prince Liang at the same time. At this time, even if the Yuzhou generals did not understand why the new Prince Liang was so good-tempered in Lingzhou and did not care about old friendships in Yuzhou, they all painfully understood one thing. Beiliang's surname was Su. In Beiliang, none of the old generals who had the ability and qualifications to compete with the young Prince Liang were willing to speak up for them. In short, it was too late. The old people were gone, and the new people were coming. Moreover, several groups of people came. Some were called by Su Fengnian, and some came uninvited. The latter was not polite at all. Huang Shang, who had vaguely become the leader of the scholars in Beiliang, almost jumped up and scolded them. Mr. Wang from Shangyin Academy leisurely persuaded Huang Shang that anger would harm his liver. The two elegant old men had just enjoyed the desert scenery from the border and hurried to Yi River in Yuzhou without stopping. However, the closer they got to Yi River, the more calm Mr. Wang became. Normally, the scholar Huang Shang, who should be the most happy to see this scene, became the guy who scolded the king of Beiliang the most fiercely. He scolded Su Fengnian for being too vicious and said that he was the real butcher who was more ruthless than Su Xiao. If he had the ability, he should go to Beimang to kill people. What kind of ability was it to kill one's own people? Su Fengnian did not laugh, get angry, or say anything. He only overstepped his authority and handled military affairs in the general's mansion in Yuzhou. He was completely indifferent to Huang Shang's scolding and did not even lift his eyelids. After Grand Chancellor Wang and Huang Shang, the newly appointed provincial governor of Liuzhou, Yang Guangdou, rushed over from the land of refugees. This school of Moism's master craftsman did not seem to get angry at all. He only said a few sentences, "That's enough," and Chen Shiliang did quite well. After that, he came and left in a hurry. He did not even have time to drink a mouthful of hot tea or eat a mouthful of hot rice. Other than these white-haired old men, the rest were at least of the younger generation. The provincial governor of Liangzhou, Hu Kuei, was the true creator of the Torch Cavalry, the predecessor of the White Horse Scout. Beside him was Yu Luandao, the eldest grandson of the Yinyang clan, who had once written the Liangzhou's Big Horse Song. This guy had gone to the land of refugees alone and did not seem to have been killed or killed. There was also Song Yin, who had just become the provincial governor of Lingzhou, and Wang Shihua, the head of the Wang clan in Huangnam County in Lingzhou. These two were once opponents with different political views in the same county. They could not be said to be mortal enemies. Wang Shihua, who was famous for his moral writings in Beiliang, and Li Gongda, the administrator, who was focused on currying favor for personal gain, were the real mortal enemies. When these people all gathered in the general's mansion in Yuzhou, it was raining heavily on the next morning. Su Fengnian planned to call everyone to go to the newly built Green Deer Cave Academy. However, Song Yin and Wang Shihua had already left early. Therefore, Su Fengnian did not send anyone to invite them. Huang Fushi, who had not had a chance to show his face recently, was in charge of escorting 100 cavalrymen. His face was as calm as water, without any sadness or joy. Lu Jian, the deputy general of Yuzhou, who had been cursed as the great executioner Lu, was even more worried. Only the provincial governor Wang Peifong, who was the head of the civil officials in Yuzhou, was at the back of the team. Sitting high on the horse, his thin body, which was not as strong as that of a warrior, was undulating with the horse, unable to hide the joy on his face. Blessings and misfortunes were interdependent, especially when misfortunes turned into blessings. Even if Wang Peifong had a strong will, how could he not feel jubilant? Although Yuzhou was in chaos, the academy at the foot of Green Deer Mountain was the only pure land left in Yuzhou. Nearly 100 scholars had entered the academy to study peacefully. They either buried their heads in classics or gathered together to learn from each other. The only imperfection was the two temporary leaders of the academy. Every month, They were required to produce a meritorious article that was suspected to be eager for quick success and instant benefits. The more words, the better. For example, how to deal with salt and iron in Baelyong, how to deal with the constraints of the imperial court, how to eradicate the shackles of the party struggle, how to solve the misfortune of officials, how to define the prime minister and the prime minister, and even how to balance the prime minister's power and so on. Undoubtedly, many topics were forbidden for scholars. However, there were still scholars who could not resist the huge temptation of 100 to 500 taels of silver for each article that won the first place every month. As the old saying goes, there's a house of gold in a book. Not to mention the house of gold. Didn't the latter two require real money? The sages only said it in an implicit way, but the logic behind it was very real. Although the Green Deer Cave Academy was still in its embryonic form, and the most important aspect of an academy was the lack of spirit, Huangshan was in a good mood after he ascended the mountain. He did not care about showing any attitude to the prince of northern Liang. He stroked his beard and smiled, feeling gratified. Although the imperial court did not forbid the discussion of famous scholars, the prince of northern Liang could even ignore the rebellious words of the prince of northern Liang. In the eyes of the old imperial censor, this was the true source of the seeds of learning. One could express one's thoughts in one's mind and put them into writing. Thus, it would be recorded in the annals of history for future generations to comment on. This was the true fortune of all scholars. Huang Chang stood at the entrance of the academy and was not in a hurry to cross the threshold. He looked up at the inscribed board written by the king of Baelyong, Su Fengyan, and stopped in his tracks. His eyes brimmed with tears and his lips trembled as he asked, "Can you really tolerate scholars of my generation to be like Huang Chang yesterday, to happily scold you, Su Fengyan, in Baelyong?" Chapter 1045. Su Fengyan nodded and said, "There's no harm in scolding people. It's enough as long as you scholars can maintain your integrity. It's even better if you can still think about sincerely helping the world. If one day there's a martial artist from Baelyong who dares to kill you with a knife, as long as the reason is in your heart and not in the knife in their hand, I will protect you." Huang Chang said a few good words in succession. His sleeves fluttered as he strode into Green Deer Cave Academy with Grand Chancellor Wang. After walking for a while, he suddenly realized that the young man from Su family didn't follow him. Instead, he stood in the same place. Huang Chang turned his head with a puzzled expression. Su Fengyan said, "From today onwards, as long as the martial artists of Baelyong wear armor and carry a knife, none of them are allowed to take half a step into the academy. You scholars can rest assured and pursue your studies. I don't have extravagant hopes that the scholars and martial artists of Baelyong can treat each other with respect and get along harmoniously tomorrow. However, at the very least, you have to mind your own business and do your own job. However, I'll say the ugly words first. Scholars fish for fame and take advantage of this to gain a good reputation. I, Su Fengyan, can turn a blind eye to this. However, if you dare to use your 3-inch tongue and the pen in your hand to cause chaos and disturb the people, you will definitely lose a few layers of skin. At that time, don't even mention you, Huang Chang, scolding me for going back on my words. Even if you fight with your life on the line, I will still be merciless. Huang Chang won't show any mercy even if I kill you." Huang Chang wanted to say something, but stopped. Grand Chancellor Wang, who had long since boarded the pirate ship of Baelyong, laughed softly beside Huang Chang. "Old man Huang, where do you get so pedantic and sour breath from? Scholars aren't afraid of being poor, but when scholars are sour, the things they write will be worthless than pickled vegetables." Huang Chang sighed and didn't insist anymore. Yu Wandao wanted to follow him into the academy, but Hu Kuei, the provincial governor of Liangzhou, quietly stopped him and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Yu Wandao took off his family's famous sword Big Luan and handed it to Hu Kuei. Then he smiled and said, "I was just bored and wanted to go in and take a look. I have studied for more than 20 years and have read enough. In the future, I will die on the battlefield. According to the king of Baelyong, I probably won't have a chance to set foot here in my life. So I should take the opportunity to take a look at the academy before I put on my armor and sword. I can hear the sound of wind and rain no matter what I do. I can even hear the sound of horses' hooves and the sound of fighting. But I really won't have the chance to hear the sound of the academy's study that I've been familiar with since I was young. Su Fengyin looked at the back of the young man who was about the same age as him. He took the saber from Hu Kuei's hand. He didn't unsheath the saber, only flicking the scabbard with his finger. He asked with a smile, "You're called the Luan Saber?" The young man who was called Yu Family is Proud again, after Chao Chongqing and Guangling Road, turned around and said with a smile, "Yes." The young vassal king who had been giving people a gloomy impression these days chuckled and said, "Even if you are a spy of Liang, Beiliang will be willing to accept you because of your appearance." Yu Wandao looked sad and said, "I'm not a girl who hasn't been married yet. The king of Beiliang judges me by my appearance. I really can't be happy." Su Fengyin returned the big Luan saber to Hu Kuei and then waved his hand with a smile, indicating that Yu Wandao should enter the academy. After Yu Wandao leisurely walked into the Green Deer Cave Academy, Su Fengyin turned around and walked to the fence of the square in front of the academy. He waved at Wang Peifong. This Yuzhou provincial governor was a real literati, but he didn't enter the academy. The people outside were all real generals, so Wang Peifong felt a bit awkward. In the past, Governor Wang was afraid, but he was afraid that Su Fengyin was the eldest son of General Su Shao. He was afraid that this young man would definitely inherit the throne. Even if Su Fengyin succeeded in taking the throne, Wang Peifong believed that he still had some pride as a scholar when facing the new king of Liang as a subject. Unfortunately, he didn't have any spirit left after seeing the new king of Liang kill people in Yuzhou. Wang Peifong carefully stood behind the new king of Liang. Su Fengyin looked into the distance. Switch positions with Hu Kuei. The provincial governor of Liangzhou has always been half a level higher than the provincial governor of Yuzhou. You, Wang Peifong, have been promoted and become rich in the eyes of outsiders. But you and Hu Kuei, who has been demoted in name, you know how important you two are in this king's heart. Sweat appeared on Wang Peifong's forehead. He bent down and said in a small voice, "This lowly official understands." Su Fengyin made a sound of acknowledgement. "Go to the academy." Wang Peifong hurriedly turned and jogged into the academy. Su Fengyin's eyelids jumped. He shifted his gaze slightly and looked at the foot of the mountain. A moment later, he said to Hu Kuei, "Hu Kuei, you are a general and know that a place like Yuzhou is not like Lingzhou where Li Gongda is in charge. This place is pretty much hopeless, and there are generals everywhere. These people are used to using their fists and knives to reason with. It is useless to talk to them until you break your tongue. Now it will depend on your ability." Hu Kuei, who had experienced ups and downs, nodded heavily. He did not say anything heroic. Su Fengyin continued, "Lu Dian, you will go to the border of Liangzhou tomorrow and assist Yuan Zuozong. This king knows that you are the most aggrieved this time." The deputy general of Yuzhou, Lu Dian, lowered his head and cupped his fists. This lowly general obeys. This lowly general is a rough man. I don't know how to say nice things. I'm only willing to die for Beiliang. Su Fengyin turned around and stared at Huang Fushi. "You are still the general of Yuzhou. In fact, what you said in the restaurant that day was not wrong. But there are some things that are not right or wrong. This king is not the same as you and Hu Kuei. There is no need to talk nonsense. I've said everything that needs to be said since you are the general of Yuzhou. But there is one thing that you should understand. This king is no longer the Jianghu man who has to be restrained in everything he does. In Beiliang, if this king does not give you face, who will? Who dares?" Huang Fujin, who had been acting like a dog with his tail between his legs in front of Su Fengyin all this time, chuckled for the first time. With these words, even if Huang Fujin were to be fried in a frying pan 100 times, I would have earned back my capital. Su Fengyin did not reveal anything. He went down the mountain alone in the slanting wind and drizzling rain. He went to meet the two people climbing the mountain. The old eunuch, Zhao Siku, who had traveled thousands of li from the south of the capital to Beiliang. Even a mountain opening talisman had peeled off the high tree dew at the beginning of the climb. Su Fengyin knew that this meeting was truly a matter of life and death. But only by passing this hurdle could Su Fengyin face the Beimang Iron Cavalry without any distracting thoughts. Only then would he be able to make another trip to northern Mang alone in a situation that could not be any worse. The girl, had unknowingly followed behind him. Su Fengyin stopped and shook his head at her. She also shook her head. Su Fengyin laughed and scolded. "Are you stupid?" The young assassin chuckled. This time, she was truly laughing. The wind and rain were still there. There were no more sounds of reading from the academy, but there were still chuckles. Su Fengyin walked close to the young girl and helped her adjust a familiar gold hairpin in her hair. "You are like your mother, and also pretty." The young girl wrinkled her nose. It was unknown whether she was happy or sad. She glanced at him and then crouched on the steps. She did not follow him down the mountain. Su Fengyin turned around. His hands pressed down on the spring thunder, and he resolutely went down the mountain with the soldiers crossing the river. Not far from the foot of the mountain, Gao Shulu grabbed the sleeve of the old Martin Temple of Great Peace City and threw him down the mountain. He floated back to the foot of the mountain. The old eunuch, whose body was extremely weak, was not harmed at all. Gao Shulu opened his arms and breathed in deeply. Then he lifted the wind and rain that had not yet fallen to the ground back up to the 9 heavens. At the same time, the two-sleeved snake rolled down the mountain. Chapter 1046. As far as Gao Shulu's eyes could see, it was like the Milky Way. The green sword chi that rolled down from the mountain rushed toward him. Gao Shulu's expression was calm. He put his hands behind his back and continued to climb the stairs instead of retreating. However, when his left foot stepped on the stone step, the green sword chi rushed toward him as soon as he lifted his right foot. Although Gao Shulu did not make any movements, the sword chi slid past him like a flood hitting a reef. However, his hair still fluttered violently. His right foot, that was suspended in the air, did not land on the stone step as expected. Instead, it retreated to a step lower than his left foot. Gao Shulu reached out his right hand and blocked some of the green sword chi. He held it in his palm, and the sword chi lingered between his fingers. With one hand behind his back, Gao Shulu looked down and was slightly surprised, as if he was an expert who saw something interesting. He reached out his hand again, and his palms faced each other. With a gentle touch, a 3-inch sword chi, like a sword embryo, was formed. Gao Shulu placed the flying sword condensed by the green sword chi on the tip of his index finger and stared at it gently. This devil, who had been lingering at death's door for 400 years, was so arrogant that he did not even look at the people who came down the mountain. At the same time, Su Fengyin, who used the green snake sleeves, went straight to the point. He held the spring thunder saber in his left hand and the river crossing soldier in his right hand, chopped at Gao Shulu's head. It was the opening shoe style that was born from the sword chi rolling dragon wall. Gao Shulu flicked his fingers, and the 3-inch sword chi that was used to figure out the essence of the first vast sword chi disappeared. He reached out his palm to break the blade light and casually pressed down on the extremely sharp river crossing soldier. A trace of blood appeared on his 5 fingers, but they returned to normal before the blood bloomed. In the blink of an eye, he repeated this no less than 6 times, but the river-crossing soldier still could not cut off his 5 fingers. This was no longer as simple as the Vajra physique. It was the perfect combination of the Vajra state and celestial state of the first Pin 4 states. Perhaps only the great Vajra of the Buddhist saint, Dragon Tree monk, could compare. The soldier crossing the river was restrained by Gao Shulu's unmoving 5 fingers. But this sorry-free celestial, who was said to be unprecedented, was not really completely motionless. At the very least, his feet sank more than a foot, one in front and one behind. He was pushed by the majestic saber chi and finally broke the stairs. Gao Shulu's gaze had been fixed on the short knife that was about to be used. Obviously, in his opinion, when masters fought with their lives on the line, what was really worth paying attention to were the backup moves that were ready to be used. No matter how good the first move was, no matter how wonderful it was, Gao Shulu had seen it and dissected it. 400 years ago, he had killed almost all the top masters in Jianghu, and there were 2 sword immortals on the land. How many mysterious moves and superior moves had he experienced. However, there were only a handful of so-called masters who dared to fight him at close range, even though they knew that he was Gao Shilu. In the murky Jianghu 400 years ago, one could count with one's fingers. Unexpectedly, the short knife was raised only a few inches before he suddenly withdrew it. Not only that, the long saber above his head was also pulled out from between his fingers. Gao Shilu frowned. A fellow who dared to enter the astral travel state in front of him had a good start. How could he have run out of skills so quickly? Could it be that he was one of those half-baked martial artists who only knew 3 axes in Jianghu 400 years ago? If that was the case, what was so interesting about the Jianghu 400 years later? Was it worth it for him to strip off the mountain-splitting talisman and hope to fight with all his strength? Was it really better to go to the East Sea martial emperor city than to come to Bailiang? However, Gao Shilu, who was too lazy to take advantage of the situation to pursue him, smiled as soon as he frowned. Unknowingly, a few red ropes shaped like red snakes had appeared on the back of his hand. They were like weeds in the wilderness after the early spring rain, growing wildly. Not only that, the 9 smooth flying swords of the sword embryo buzzed and flew around him, forming a seemingly insurmountable thunder pool. Of course, in Gao Shilu's eyes, all of this was just a smokescreen. The real killing move was hidden in the blade that came down the mountain. The young man had been preparing for this blade since the green sword chi rolled down the mountain. Su Fingyan's figure retreated and swayed. He faced Gao Shilu and floated up the mountain in reverse. Step by step, he ascended the stairs in a leisurely and carefree manner. The spring thunder returned to its scabbard. When it returned to its scabbard, thunder rumbled in the distance. For the first time, Gao Shilu waved both of his sleeves at the same time. In an instant, he patted the ground 5 times in a row. He was so relaxed that he didn't look like he was trying to counter every move that came his way. Instead, he looked like a distinguished scholar who was casually giving advice. After a short while, 5 thunderous booms sounded on Green Deer Mountain. After Gao Shilu patted the thunder hard away, the sword formation retracted. Perhaps Gao Shilu was busy stripping off the red ropes on the back of his hand, but he didn't try to block it. Instead, he dodged it. He was no longer arrogant enough to ignore it. Su Fingyan stood on a high ground and held 2 of his fingers together to control the flying swords. Originally, after the sword embryo was fully developed, the flying swords would move according to the will of the spirit. Only when the sword embryo was fully developed would the flying swords move according to the will of the spirit. However, this time, Su Fingyan used his chi to control the flying swords. He was extraordinarily meticulous and careful. Gao Shilu didn't underestimate him either. Compared to how he dispelled the Thunder Heart just now, Gao Shilu paid the same amount of attention. Su Fingyan wasn't complacent at all. In terms of moves, the 2 methods were polar opposites. However, the results they pursued were exactly the same. Gu Jintang's Thunder Heart wanted to kill an Earth Immortal. On the other hand, Dong Tai's Flying Swords of the Eastern Sea was the out-of-body celestial Zhao Xuanzu from Mount Longhu. Su Fingyan went down the mountain, and Gao Shilu went up the mountain. After the 2 met, Su Fingyan's welcoming ceremony was truly shocking. There was the old man with the sheepskin fur coat's green snake sleeves and the sword chi rolling dragon wall. There was also Gu Jintang's ultimate move, the Thunder Heart. There was also the invincible Earth Immortal Han Shengxuan's red rope and Dong Tai's flying swords. Su Fingyan and Gao Shilu didn't stand on ceremony at all. However, judging from the current situation, the tall demon was still quite polite. After dodging the flying swords that could kill a celestial, Gao Shilu didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, she was a little lost in thought. She sighed softly and said, "In my opinion, all the martial arts in the world are nothing more than one's will. It's inevitable that the majority of experts will either be ambitious or short-tempered. This is especially true when it comes to the battle of sword chi and sword will. 100 years before I became famous, Ancestor Liu already had the distinction of sword art and sword art. It's not easy to have both sword will and sword will. Back in the day, Gao Momu was a master in the same Jianghu. In terms of swordsmanship, Gao Momu seemed to have lost to the two swordsmen whom Gao Momu had secretly learned from. Earlier, when Gao Momu's sword Qi descended the mountain, he had the spirit of an ancestor who had surpassed him. Later, when the flying sword pierced the celestial aperture point, he had truly reached the peak of swordsmanship. May I ask, who are these two swordsmen? Are they still alive? Su Fengyin said calmly. One is called Li Chungang. He doesn't belong to any sect. It's a pity that he's already dead. The other is called Dong Tai. He came from the Wu family's sword tomb that the sword master killed for you. He's now out on the sea to visit immortals and hasn't returned yet. Gao Shulu smiled and said, It's not without reason that sword art can dominate the Wulin world. For thousands of years, the world's sword mountains have always been one peak higher than the other. There's never been a bad habit of worshipping the past and belittling the present. Gao Shulu suddenly turned to look outside the mountain. Your way of cultivating the blade intent is very rare. I've waited for so long. Is it about time? Su Fengyin smiled and tapped the spring thunder's handle with one hand. He stabbed the scabbard into the stone steps behind him. Not only that, he also stabbed the river-crossing soldier into the steps. Only the scabbard of the river-crossing soldier was left hanging on his waist. Su Fengyin had nothing to rely on, but his momentum suddenly rose. He looked down from above. The division of first class into 4 realms has been used for 400 years. Most of the people in Jianghu today don't know that it's actually from you, Gao Shulu. I'm very curious about what you think of the false realms. Gao Shulu had the magnanimity of a great master. Even if they were facing death, she still said straightforwardly, the false realms are not false. It's roughly equivalent to the Buddha's revealing and secret techniques. Tantric Buddhism has a shortcut to Buddhahood, but it's not available to everyone. The key lies in who's cultivating. Gao Shulu paused and smiled. Life is not satisfying. Those who seek freedom often feel uncomfortable. If you want something, you can't get it. The reason is simple. Chapter 1047. Gao Shulu, who had just taken half a step up the stairs, instantly leaped up the mountain and collided with Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin's mind was connected as he recalled the time when he rode an ox on Mount Wudao. Gao Shulu stretched out her hand, but was grabbed by Su Fengyin's hands. With a twist of his toes, Gao Shulu's feet left the ground and was thrown out. However, Su Fengyin could not break free from Gao Shulu's pull. Both of them left the stone steps and fell out of the mountain. Gao Shulu was smashed down by Su Fengyin's immortal's touch on the top, while Su Fengyin was supported by Gao Shulu's palm and leaped up. The distance between the two was instantly shortened to more than 400 feet. Gao Shulu stood in the air, looking as cool as ever. Su Fengyin's momentum of being thrown up slowed down. With a roll of his sleeves, the thousands of raindrops that Gao Shulu had pushed back to the 9 heavens on Mount Green Deer fell together with Su Fengyin. The raindrops in the sky were divided into different levels. Under the pull of Qi, the higher the raindrops were, the faster the raindrops fell. Thus, the raindrops were strung together into a sword. If only a line of raindrops formed a sword, it was nothing more than the Finger Xian realm. However, when thousands of raindrops were strung together into a curtain of beads, it was undoubtedly the magnificent spirit of the celestial realm. Not only that, Su Fengyin stretched out his hand and pulled the curtain of rain. The tip of the sword was pointed at the side of his hand. Following Su Fengyin's falling figure, it pointed at Gao Shulu, who was looking up with her hands behind her back. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth was often not up to oneself. This was also the reason why there were earth immortals above the celestial realm. The string of beads forming a sword referred to the Xian realm. The rain sword forming a curtain referred to the celestial realm, and the direction of the sword curtain referred to the worthy earth immortals. Previously, under Gao Shulu's celestial work, Green Deer Mountain no longer saw the gloomy scene of wind and rain, allowing Green Deer Mountain to monopolize the light. At this time, the sword screen covered the sky above, a dark mass, and the heavy rain destroyed the mountain. The people of the Green Deer Cave Academy did not hear the sound of the wind, nor did they hear the sound of raindrops hitting the eaves. They already thought it was too wonderful for words, and now they stopped flipping the books and whispering to each other. They walked out of the room together and saw the sword Aura Tornado falling down the mountain rapidly. They were so shocked that they looked at each other in dismay, and all of them turned pale. Yu Wandao hurriedly ran out of the academy and stood beside the fence with Hu Kuei and Huang Fuqing. He raised his head to look at the young vassal king who was guiding the tornado in the sky. The young vassal king, who was the proudest of the Guangling world, was gone. Yu Wandao's heavens, earth's ants. SSSSS is... Gao Shulu twitched the corner of her mouth and yawned lazily. She was finally out of her body. Gao Shulu's body landed on the ground instantly. Gao Shulu, who should be called astral being, came to the ninth heaven above the rain curtain. The person on the ground raised a palm, and the person in the sky slapped down. You Su Fingyan have thousands of swords, but I, Gao Shulu, only have one sword. In front of this sword, is there any earth immortal? Is there any earth immortal's sword? This was similar to Luo Yang's one-line sword of heaven and earth. Su Fingyan, who was temporarily at a disadvantage, was not afraid at all. He smiled gently. Do you really think that I have not seen the scenery above the ninth floor? Su Fingyan snapped his fingers. The thousands of raindrops lost their traction and fell down in disorder. He sat cross-legged in the sky, with one hand supporting his cheek, and closed his eyes. Gao Shilu. So what if you were a heaven and earth? I have been waiting for you to do this. Su Fingyan waved his hand gently, as if he was facing a desk. He pushed away the debris on the desk with one hand, and then he raised his arm 5 more times. It was exactly the same as a Xiao Yao Yu after the battle with Wang Xianji. He said softly, mountains, rivers, towers, grass, sun, moon, all living beings. Everyone retreat. Between the two Gao Shulu, the heaven and earth was distorted. The rain swords were all smashed. But this chaos, after Su Fingyan said one sentence, it became a prophecy. The thousands of rain swords gathered again. Sword come. The thousands of rain swords. Only one sword was left. One sword became a talisman. The talisman sealed the mountain. 400 years ago, there was a talisman to open the mountain. 400 years later, there was a talisman to seal the mountain. This talisman came from Li Chuangong's 2 swords, 2 wishes, from Dong Tai's riding a donkey to see the mountains and rivers, from Luo Yang's rain sword, from Lu Haoshi's thunder pool, from Han Xingxuan's matchless finger, from Song Yinqing's earth immortal sword before his death, from Xianyuan Jingqing's facing death, from Chao Chongqing's ceremony of Grand Peace City, from Jiang Ni's riding sword straight through 18 gates, and so on. It came from all the romantic things that Su Fingyan had encountered in his life, and also from his 10th trance. He sat on Kunlun to see the sea. He trained his saber to cultivate his will. He invited Jinwu, Great Emperor, to come down from the Spring God Lake. He saw her 400 years ago when he was in a trance, and that talisman of himself. Once the talisman came out, Su Fingyan did not care anymore. He also entered an astral state and sat down beside Gao Shilu. This astral wanderer was not flustered and exasperated. Instead, he looked at the heaven and earth leisurely. Su Fingyan asked softly, Gao Shilu, if you were to compete with me in martial arts, I would definitely lose. Why did you choose to compete in realms? Gao Shilu said indifferently, what's the point of sure-win situation to me, Gao Shilu? 400 years ago, I had not tasted defeat. What's the point of having another battle after 400 years? Su Fingyan shook his head. Gao Shilu said calmly, when I was climbing the mountain, I only wanted to know if this generation's oblivion could really forget their worries. To be honest, I did not think highly of you before. If you could forget your worries, there would be no one in the world who would be worried. Back then, when I chose to enter Qi deviation to forget everything, those who did not know me would say what I wanted. Those who seemed to know me would say that I was worried. In fact, they only knew half of it. In these 400 years, you're probably the only one who truly knows me. Su Fingyan said slowly, you Gao Shilu, were once a prince of the Defeng dynasty who was about to ascend the throne 400 years ago. It was just that you wanted to become an immortal and did not want to be the emperor of the human world. Then you visited the ancestral court of Taoism, Wudong Mountain, and asked a question: what is the meaning of the word immortal? At that time, Ancestor Lu reincarnated and had not yet enlightened his orifices. You went to Longhu Mountain, but no one could explain it. Or rather, they only gave half of it. The word immortal has two meanings. Now, there are two mountains, Wudong and Longhu. The former explains half of the word immortal, while the latter explains half of the word mountain. Longhu Mountain wants to become an immortal, so they have to go up the mountain and be a mountain person. They want to become an immortal and ignore the matters below the mountain. Wudong Mountain inherited the will of Ancestor Lu. They cultivate on the mountain, but obtain the Tao below the mountain. They cultivate themselves and others, which is more in line with what you, Gao Shulu, want. Unfortunately, the Taoist priest on the mountain clearly had this intention, but he could not explain it. However, even if he did, it might not be to your liking. From your point of view, being an immortal does not forget being a human. Once you pass the gate of heaven and become an immortal, you are no longer a human. As an immortal, if you want to ascend the mountain, you have to follow the fate of the world. How can you be called a free and unfettered heaven and earth? Therefore, what you want to be is a unique celestial being on the land, not a mountain person above the 9 heavens. Gao Shulu sighed. Yes, the world is divided and united. What do I have to worry about? Su Fingyan smiled. Gao Shulu retracted her gaze. A swordsman returned from the sea, returning from a visit to an immortal. His sword pointed somewhere in the South China Sea. It should be the Dongtai you mentioned. I want to ask one last question. What do you want? Su Fingyan folded his hands in his sleeves and said calmly, I don't want to think about the past and future lives. It's enough that I have no regrets in this life. Gao Shulu said with slight regret, the Jianghu after 400 years is so interesting. It's a pity that the will that supported my body and soul for 400 years is an arrow at the end of its flight. 400 years ago, the Defeng dynasty almost unified the world, but the barbarians from the north destroyed the capital. How about it? Su Fingyan nodded. I was waiting for you to say that. Su Fingyan flicked his finger and unlocked the talisman that sealed the mountain. Gao Shulu on the ground leaped up and merged with Gao Shulu in the sky. Su Fingyan also came back to his senses after the 11th time he was in a trance. Gao Shulu stood up and looked back at the world. She smiled and walked towards Su Fingyan. 400 years ago, Gao Shulu, who was truly the leader of the entire Jianghu, brushed past Su Fingyan and disappeared just like that. She came without worries and left without worries. I already know life and death, and am not afraid of death. Why should I fear death? I have already attained immortality and am not in love with it. Why should I tempt it with immortality? At this moment, thunder rumbled and purple clouds formed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Above Green Deer Mountain, there was a shocking scene of an impending calamity. There seemed to be celestial beings riding celestial dragons in the clouds and mist. They came out of the lightning and wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Su Fingyan slowly raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling up into a sneer. Behind him, a snow-white giant python condensed from fate energy coiled up. It had 9 claws and opened its mouth big enough to swallow a mountain, roaring at the sky. Then there was no more, because soon the world became completely silent. Chapter 1048. The old eunuch had never practiced martial arts, but the imperial palace of Great Peace City never lacked experts. The old man was also one of the top Diao Temple eunuchs. He was knowledgeable and had some insight. The old man inhaled sharply as he watched the immortals fight on the mountain. The wind and rain at the end of spring in Baoyang were especially bone-chilling. Zhao Siku found it even more difficult to endure, especially when the old man saw the slender figure slowly walk down the mountain. Each step seemed to step on his already heavy heart. He felt his teeth hurt. When a young man with a blade walked to the foot of the mountain, old Dao temple jogged forward with a tragic feeling of dying early and reincarnating. He was about to say a few words of flattery. He did not expect that this king of Baelyong would not hit a smiling person. It would be good to have an easy death under his hands. Unexpectedly, the other person waved his hand and spoke first. This king thanks old Mr. Zhao on behalf of Baelyong. Our place is not as prosperous as Great Peace City, but this king can give old Mr. a place to rest in his old age. Zhao Siku stilled. He heard the person who had come close continue to say with a smile, "The Su family owes Zhao Chongling too much, but they cannot repay him. Since old Mr. is an old friend of Zhao Yongkai of Baelyong, and you risked your life for Baelyong and did not disappoint this king's master, old Mr., do not worry. This king has said so much in hopes that old Mr. will be assured." The old man smiled freely and said with slight self-mockery, "Our family is a eunuch that everyone curses. Is he worthy of being called Mr.? Wang Ye's words. Do you want us to work ourselves to the bone again? If that's the case, then the word Mr. is not enough." Su Fingyan laughed and said, "I knew that old Mr. Zhao would not be assured." The old man bent down and asked doubtfully, "Can we really live and die however we want in Baelyong?" Su Fingyan nodded with a smile. Zhao Siku sighed heavily and looked up at the top of Green Deer Mountain that had become calm. He said softly with the unique sharp voice of a eunuch, "Since your highness is kind, then I will be bold to say something disgraceful." Back then, the young master favored Qinji Bao. After all, the soldier immortal in white did not control Baelyong. We can't say that the young master misjudged him, but if the young master could live until today, he probably wouldn't be too angry. Su Fingyan shook his head and said, "If Zhao Chongling does not die, this king will have nothing to do with Baelyong." Zhao Siku looked deeply at the young vassal king and said emotionally, "I cannot see through your highness's personality right now, but your words are true and comfortable to hear." The old eunuch turned to look in the direction of Great Peace City. The people there like to be shrouded in clouds and mist. No matter how good the weather is, people will feel gloomy. Su Fingyan did not make a judgment and said softly, "Baelyong is windy and sandy all year round. The winters are hard to endure, but standing there, the view is wide. If you stay for a long time, you will feel gloomy. When the wind blows and the snow presses down, it will lessen." The old eunuch smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, borrowing the king of Baelyong's auspicious words, "Originally, I thought I had completed the young master's last wish and was content. I had not thought I could live a few more years." Su Fingyan turned and saw the empty-handed Hehe, Mississippi. The young girl was shaking her wrist in boredom. Su Fingyan said to Zhao Siku, "Sir, why don't you go up the mountain to see the scenery? When the time comes, you can go down the mountain with Kuei, Hu, Huang Fuqiu, and the others." The old man smiled and said, "Yes, I have to walk and see more while my legs are still nimble." The old eunuch brushed past the young girl. The old man said to himself, "When the Qin dynasty lost its deer, the heroes of the world chased after it. 800 years of separation and unification. 400 years ago, the Great Feng dynasty showed signs of unifying the North and the South. But in the end, the barbarians of the North invaded the Central Plains. None of the dynasties after that were free of worry about the North. This dynasty is no exception. The Grand Secretary, Zhang Julu, had been in charge of the imperial court for more than 20 years. Half of his time was spent watching the northern lands border. Even if he joined forces with the Grand General, Gu Jiantang, he could only pull the disadvantageous situation to a stalemate. Now that Li Yong is going to commit suicide, what will happen to the world? Alas, I have never understood this world. Scholars can't tolerate eunuchs, scholars can't tolerate common men, and scholars can't even tolerate scholars in the end. I have read all the classics handed down by the sage of the Zhang family, but I can't see such a reason. After thinking about it, I think it's probably because those at the top must be worse than those at the bottom. I really want to open my eyes and see if the scholars here will be slightly different." Su Fingyan laughed softly and said, as expected of someone from Zhao Chongling's family. The young girl tilted her head. Su Fengyin took her hand and said softly, "Let's not think so much." She said softly, "Old Huang thinks even more." Chapter 1049. Su Fengyin pulled her into the carriage parked at the foot of the mountain. Su Yanbing, who had not acted from beginning to end, studied Su Fengyin. The two nodded without speaking. Su Fengyin was finally able to catch his breath. He said casually to the young girl, "For a strategist, the size of one's weapon is one thing, and one's position is another." Yuan Bunchi's ranking among the strategists of the spring and autumn period has always been higher than my master Li Yishan, Yang Kai Zhao Chongling, and Nailan Yusi behind the King of Yin. In reality, it may not be that Bunchi's talent is higher than the others, but his position means that he has more room to plan, and he can hold more things in his hands. This is like a housewife who has enough firewood, rice, oil, and salt. The food she makes will naturally be more sumptuous. On our side in Bailiang, we have Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang. If Bailiang is not trampled by Beimang, their future achievements will not be low, but it is difficult to say how high they will be. Lusu of Xiangfan City is the same. This is also why Sun Yin, who studied the Dragon Slayer art, was not willing to stay in Bailiang. There were pythons, but no dragons in Bailiang. He did not want them. However, being in the imperial court of Liang had its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that there were too many people under the emperor's nose. Even if there were talented people like Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang, it would be difficult for them to stand out as quickly as they did in northern Liang. Secondly, as the Zhao Temple said, scholars could not tolerate scholars and scholars looked down on each other. There were many rules in the imperial court of Zhao. Many scholars' lofty aspirations could not be fulfilled, and most of them groaned for no reason. However, there were still some people who were born at the wrong time and did not get the chance to appreciate their talents. If Huang Longshi was born in the present, I'm afraid even becoming the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone becoming the great devil of spring and autumn, Huang Sanjia. Su Fengyin glanced at the girl and said helplessly, "What are you glaring at me for? I'm not speaking ill of your old Huang. I am praising him. My master said that he is an extraordinary person, an extraordinary talent. I do not dare to underestimate Huang Longshi." Su Fengyin's thoughts immediately drifted away. This Zhao Zhu's luck is good to the point where it can be considered good luck to be able to make Huang Longshi, Northern Mang's imperial preceptor, Daoist Qilin, Yuan Qingshan, and Nailan Yusi, these three people take notice of him at the same time. Zhao Kai, who had died outside the Iron Gate, only had two masters, Yang Taisui and Han Shengxian. Compared to Zhao Zhu, he was much weaker. As for the fourth prince, Zhao Zhuan, he is already the crown prince of country. Anyway, the ownership of Liangjing Mountain depends on these two. On the way back to the general's mansion in Yuzhou in Iha City, they encountered two groups of assassinations that were like throwing eggs at a rock. They were intercepted and killed by the spies even before the driver and the three people sitting in the carriage did anything. Bailiang's folk customs were already valiant, not to mention the loyal men of sacrifice who were raised by the family. Most of these men of sacrifice were staunch and unyielding. They did not regard other people's lives as valuable playthings, and even did not regard their own lives as valuable. They all believed that if you raised me for 10 or 20 years, I would repay you with my life. They were willing to regard this as righteousness, heroism, and chivalry as the most important thing. Outsiders could not say whether this was right or wrong. Su Fengyin lifted the curtain and looked at the pair of eyes lying in a pool of blood. He did not have any compassion, but he thought of many things outside of Bailiang. For example, the emperor of the Zhao family, in terms of his surname, was enough to be a once-in-a-century wise monarch in history. However, after he ascended the throne, he wanted to kill Su Xiao, and now he wanted to kill the meritorious minister of Liang, Zhang Jiulu. It was not that he was not a good emperor, but he could tolerate the dissolute scholars of the Hanlin Academy. He could tolerate Zhang Jiulu, and he could tolerate the remnants of the 8 kingdoms stirring up trouble with his pen and ink. As the emperor of the world, he must have his own difficulties. No matter how hard he was willing to work day and night for the common people, he still had to consider the gains and losses of the Zhao family first. Zhang Jiulu could, regardless of his own gains and losses, open the door for the poor scholars in the world to advance. It could even be said that Bai Yin did not only exchange one person's death for the 4,000 rooms of the six ministries, but also for the poor scholars to have a foothold in the imperial court. Coincidentally, the emperor of the Zhao family was not a short-sighted person. Even if in the next 100 years, the poor scholars could still scrupulously abide by the etiquette of monarch and minister, wholeheartedly working for the emperor, but 200 years later, would they still be able to do so? If in the imperial court, everybody was like Zhang Jiulu, taking care of both the Zhao family and the world, or even prioritizing the common people over the emperor, so much so that they only cared about the world and ignored the Zhao family. When this door was opened, who could close it? This was not an exaggeration to scare people. The poor scholars were not as good as the rich and powerful children. They had this and that kind of rules. The rich and powerful children were used to wearing good shoes, so they were reluctant to take them off. However, the poor scholars were barefooted. If they did not care, they had talent and learning. So who didn't help them? So much so that they might as well sit on the dragon chair themselves. Therefore, the emperor of the Zhao family killing Zhang Jiulu was indeed killing the number one meritorious minister of the Liang dynasty. But it was also an act of helplessness to close the door that was wide open. Master Li Yishan could see these things, and so could Huang Longshi and Yuan Bunshi. Zhang Jiulu himself was even more so. As for whether it was good or bad, Su Fengyan was not the emperor, so he did not have to worry about it. Su Fengyan muttered to himself, "With Yuzhou in such a mess, the people of Liang should think that a mouse carrying a knife is a bully in its nest. I just happen to need some time to rest. Yes, I do need to recuperate." The young girl stretched out a hand, staring straight at Su Fengyan, whose gray hair was turning darker. Su Fengyan smiled and shook his head. The young girl bent a finger, her eyes inquiring. "For?" Su Fengyan still shook his head. She slowly bent another finger. Su Fengyan continued to shake his head. When she was about to close her two fingers, Su Fengyan smiled and said, "I haven't fought Toba Bodhisattva, so it's hard to say who'll be second or third." The young girl was in high spirits. Su Fengyan said softly, "But as long as Wang Xianji is alive, it doesn't matter whether it's second or third, or if it's the bottom 10. The young girl stretched out her finger and rubbed the indistinct purple-gold eye on Su Fengyan's forehead. It was not quite like the golden color of sunflowers in summer or autumn, but she still liked it. When she was young, apart from a man who only knew how to gamble and never be a father, there was only her and her mother, as well as the golden sunflowers in the field. Those strange men brought home by that man had also once defiled her mother in the field. She only dared to hide in the distance. Every time her mother put on her clothes, tidied her hair, and walked out of the field, she would find her daughter, who did not even dare to cry. She would gently smile at her daughter, and then hand her a sunflower she picked, and go home together. Later, her mother died, and she could only look after those sunflowers alone. Chapter 10:50. Yuzhou was in turmoil, and Iha River was the center of the turbulence. In this tragedy, only in Iha City, there were 24 families and more than 40 families. No less than 700 people were killed on the spot in Iha City. Most of the people who survived were sent to the border. According to the continuous reports of the spies, the turf lords, who had wisely chosen to protect themselves, did not have much resentment now. The reason was very simple. After people died, they gained more territory. Other than the northern Liang, who took away most of the profits, the leftovers were also quite considerable. These were all taken over by the fence-sitters like them. The retainers and servants who gave them food and money, the maids and maidservants from other families whom they coveted, and the precious calligraphy and paintings that were sold cheaply, were all real benefits. After Su Fengyan entered the city, he lifted the curtain and looked out several times. He could see many cold eyes, numbness, hatred, fear, hatred, and so on. When Su Fengyan returned to the general's mansion, Song Yin and Wang Xihua had not returned yet. The two senior officials of Lingzhou who were temporarily transferred to Yuzhou did not directly intervene in the specific affairs of Iha River. Instead, it was mostly managed by General Huang Fujin and Provincial Governor Wang Peifong. Su Fingyin did not know how these two political rivals could get together. At that time, he made up his mind to bring them to Yuzhou. He intended to let Song Yin serve as an assistant to the new provincial governor, Hu Kuei, who was a military general. It was not that he did not trust Hu Kuei, who had made outstanding contributions as the provincial governor of Yangzhou, but that in the future, the four provinces of Beiliang would complement each other and balance each other. This trend was not limited to the positions of general and provincial governor on the surface. As for Wang Xihua, who was outstanding in literary knowledge in Beiliang, it was a bit like the auspicious event in Yuzhou where there were endless bloody storms. Moreover, the Green Deer Cave Academy also needed a literary expert to hold the fort. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was impossible to stuff all scholars into the officialdom of Beiliang at once. This was a relatively gradual process. Moreover, there were many scholars who were just there to make up the numbers. Su Fingyin sat in Huang Fujin's unusually simple study. There are not many books, and even the decorations were lacking. It was a dull and gloomy room, which was indeed similar to Huang Fujin's character. Su Fingyin was flipping through a mediocre physiognomy book. Without raising his head, he said, "Come in." The person who entered the room was surnamed Liu, the head of the spies in Iha City. He reported to the king of Beiliang what he had seen and heard today, which were all bits and pieces of the conversation between Song Yin and Wang Xihua. It turned out that after witnessing the bloodshed in Yuzhou and learning of the cause of the matter, the two of them had no objection to the punishment of the Huang family of Iha. However, they had a serious disagreement over the matter of the restaurant's property being confiscated. Wang Xihua insisted that the 65 storytellers, regardless of whether they were commoners or tyrants, did not deserve such a heavy punishment from the king of Beiliang. On the other hand, Song Yin, who had always advocated legalism, believed that everyone deserved to be punished. The two of them had rushed to Yuzhou. Originally, as expected, Song Yin would assume the position of Yuzhou's prime minister, while Wang Xihua would be in charge of the provincial administration. The two of them could not come to an agreement, so they made a bet. If Wang Xihua won, the two of them would exchange positions. Song Yin, on the other hand, said that he would definitely win and that his position would remain the same. However, when Wang Xihua saw him in the future, Song Yin would have to pay respects to his superior. Upon hearing this, Su Fingyin put down the book and said with a smile, "The two of you are really leisurely and elegant. Don't tell me you investigated the 65 people one by one." Spy Liu said softly, "That's not the case. Wang Xihua only picked 3 people." Su Fingyin nodded and said, "A scholar's spirit is because he is afraid of winning an unfair battle. Go on, tell me which 3 people he picked." The unremarkable Iha spy said respectfully, "They are Chao Sheng, a disciple of the Chao family of Iha, Qi Fingyin, the shopkeeper of Qiji Silk Store, and Han Laikai, a villager. Among the 3, Chao Sheng is a regular customer of Jingyi Xian restaurant, while the Chao family is a low-ranking family of Iha. Qi Fingyin is a live-in son-in-law and has a good reputation in Iha West Street. Han Laikai, on the other hand, pretended to enter the restaurant to buy wine. In fact, he was embarrassingly short of money, so he hid in the back and took the opportunity to listen to the storytellers. Regarding these matters, Song Yin and Wang Xihua carefully went through the files after the bet. Wang Xihua picked 3 people within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and Song Yin nodded in approval. Su Fingyin stood up and said, "Wang Xihua believes that the human heart is good and that everyone has a compassionate heart. What Song Yin learned is that the human heart is evil. The battle between the two is not a battle of moral essays. In the end, it is a battle of the human heart outside of books. If I were to guess, the loser is definitely the moral Wang Xihua, but the one who won an unfair battle is the old fox Song Yin. If we were to switch places and look for good deeds among the evil people, the loser would naturally be Song Yin. It's just that Song Yin would not agree to such a bet. The spy leader, surnamed Lu, hesitated for a moment, but he still gathered his courage and said, "In my humble opinion, Song Yin did not win an unfair battle. Apart from Chao Shang's 2 murder cases, the rich merchant Qi Fengyin and the villager Han Laikai, according to the law, should be imprisoned." Su Fengyin shook his hand. "In a place like Bailiang, chivalry is strong, but chivalry is not necessarily strong. It is easy to commit crimes, but difficult to not commit crimes." The spy was silent. Su Fengyin smiled and said, "This time, there are many clans in Iha's city who are busy fishing for profits. Lu Jingxing, why don't you seize some gold and silver from their hands and treat it as a reward for your brothers? There is no reason for you to work hard and stare at them, while those who don't work hard to take advantage of you. I think they won't dare to not open their mouths and spit out some fat meat. However, this king will tell you in advance that this is just a special case, not a new rule for you to do things in the future." Lu Jingxing grinned and laughed. He still didn't have the slightest craftiness of an outsider's impression of shrewd spy. Instead, he became more and more honest. He didn't look like a cold spy who called Song Yin Wang Shihua by his name. Su Fengyin continued to pick up the book, and Lu Jingxing tactfully said goodbye. When he crossed the threshold and gently closed the door, he caught a glimpse of a little girl from the corner of his eye. From beginning to end, Lu Jingxing didn't notice such a girl. She had a golden hairpin on her head and was squatting beside a blue and white porcelain vase that was half the height of a person. She was looking at Lu Jingxing. Lu Jingxing quickly retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and completely closed the door. Not long after Lu Jingxing left, Song Yin, who was temporarily the guest of Ling Zhou, knocked on the door and entered. Su Fengyin held the book and pointed to the chair opposite the table. Song Yin sat down calmly. Su Fengyin joked, "Our Wang Gongqiao really fell into your trap." Chapter 10:51. Song Yin wasn't surprised that spies found out about what happened today. During this period of time, spies were everywhere in Iha City. Along with the fact that he and Wang Shihua were eye-catching, it was expected. Song Yin said helplessly, "Wang Shihua was one of the more flexible civil servants in Bailiang. If this is the case, one can see that the governance of Bailiang is still a long way off." Su Fengyin smiled towards the girl. "Please bring 2 jugs of wine over." The girl left silently and brought 2 jugs of green ant wine back. Su Fengyin and Song Yin each had a jug. Su Fengyin said emotionally, "In the past, I knew that it wasn't easy to be the head of the family. However, only after sitting in this position can one understand how difficult it is to be the head of the family. You have to fight with people, evil people like the Iha River Huang family, and good people like Huang Shang and Wang Shihua. You have to fight with the heavens. In the past, listening to the rain and appreciating the snow was a joyous thing. Now, you have to consider the harvest of your territory. I have a stack of secret letters to deal with. Some say that the butler Song Tonglu colluded with officials to alter his nephew's works. The children of the Lu family took farmland and were exposed. There was also a senior of the Lu family who spent a lot of money to buy a painting, but it turned out to be fake. He couldn't return it and wanted to cause trouble. A master drank wine in Liangzhou and got jealous of the general Sun Zhengfeng. The latter called for people to gang up on him, and the former tried to kill him. Both of them weren't good people. Logically speaking, it would be better to kill both of them. There is even a rumor that the youngest son of the deputy commander of the infantry, Wei Taizhan, brought along his belongings and moved to the neighboring Hezhou. Just the illegal gold and silver alone filled 16 large chests, which were detained by the soldiers patrolling the border. Very soon, there was a rumor that the border guards had insulted the daughter-in-law of Deputy Commander Wei first. There was also a young captain that great ancestor Gu thought highly of. For some reason, he was beaten half to death outside the pass. Song Yin said calmly, "As long as one has a family, there will be conflicts. There are even gaps between father and son and wife, much less such a big Bailiang." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "From now on, all the major and minor government affairs in Yu province will be handed over to you, Kuei Hu, and Huangfu Qiong. Administrator has been fighting for you, saying that you have the power of magic but have no place to use it. He hopes that you can be of some use after moving to Yuzhou. Song Yin nodded and said, "It's only right that I do my best." Su Fingyin didn't pick up the wine jug that still had more than half of it left. He stood up and walked out of the study with Song Yin. After Song Yin left, Su Fingyin found Wang Shihua, who was temporarily staying in a side courtyard of the general's official residence. He told him that he was going to meet someone. Wang Shihua was confused and followed him out of the residence. He sat in the carriage and left Iha City to the outskirts. There was an irrigation ditch here that nurtured a lush reed field. The land in Bailiang was poor, so the reeds that were quite useful had all become priceless grass. Near the reed field, there were several small villages near the river. The breeze was cool and the spring sunshine was warm. Walking on the narrow mud road, the air was filled with the fragrance of green reeds. There were groups of 3 to 5 village children picking tinderbuds. Su Fingyin and Wang Shihua slowly came to a small ferry by the river. The clumps of reeds nestled together gracefully. It was a rare tender and charming scenery in Bailiang. Su Fingyin had an empty stem of green reeds in his hand, which looked like a rough reed flute. Su Fingyin sat on the cobblestone ferry and blew the reed pipe, whimpering faintly. Wang Shihua didn't sit down. Instead, he stood on the riverside and thought that the young lord might be dissatisfied with why he made that bet with Song Yin and questioned his action in Yuzhou province. However, considering that Wang Shihua was half his trusted subordinate, he didn't punish Wang Shihua in the usual officialdom. Su Fingyin stopped playing the reed flute, raised his head, and pointed to the northeast. There's a poor scholar from Bailiang who has been in the capital for 7 years and finally made a name for himself. The year before last, he had already become the daily assistant of the emperor's clothes minister. Last year, he became the physician of the meritorious service department. He assisted the minister of personnel ministry, Zhao Yuling, and the crown minister, Yin Maochun, to preside over the capital assessment. This year, he will participate in the assessment of the local 4th grade officials in Lyon. In the early spring, he and Crown Prince Zhao Zhuan made a private visit to the south. After returning to the capital, they got married. On the wedding night, there were big red candles and a red veil. The woman surnamed Zhao was a noble. This scholar was destined to have a meteoric rise in the future. Even becoming a minister was just around the corner. In the past 7 years, there were only 2 secret letters sent to Bailiang. One was about the crown prince, and the other was about the Zhao emperor's health. This scholar, who had made great contributions to Bailiang, only wrote 2 words at the end of the 2 letters and asked Bailiang to pass the message to one person. Su Fingyin paused for a moment and said flatly, "Don't miss. Don't wait." Wang Shihua sighed. Su Fingyin continued slowly. Before this scholar achieved meteoric success, there was a spy here, Zhao Go, who had been keeping an eye on him for many years. Therefore, even if it was just 2 simple words, the person who missed and waited for still did not know. Wang Shihua asked softly, "That infatuated woman is still waiting?" Su Fingyin nodded and patted the stone at the ferry. Back then, she sent the scholar to the capital to take the imperial examinations here. She did not marry, but if she missed him, she would come here to wait. That was because he had promised her that he would return home to marry her, regardless of whether he could pass the imperial examinations or not. Wang Shihua sighed from the bottom of his heart. Such a scholar, such a woman, should have been married. It would not be excessive even if the king of Bailiang personally presided over their marriage. Su Fingyin turned a deaf ear and said, "After the end of last year, the woman stopped waiting at the ferry." Wang Shihua was stunned. Su Fingyin threw the hollow reed into the water. Without turning his head, he stretched out his finger and pointed to a place far away from Wang Shihua. She died in the reed marsh and was buried there. Su Fingyin put his hands into his sleeves. "I came to Yuzhou, to the Yi River, to kill people. You, Wang Shihua, said in your heart that I killed the innocent. I thought that no matter how innocent those nobles were, they were not as innocent as this woman. Moreover, such a woman, such a tragedy, could not be counted in Yuzhou. You scholars keep saying that you wholeheartedly want the world to be peaceful. I, Su Fingyin, feel that world peace is too far away. Since peace is so close, I have to do it well first. Wang Shihua's face was pale. Su Fingyin stood up, shook his sleeves, and bowed to a small grave in the reed marsh. He turned and left, leaving Wang Shihua sitting on the ground dejectedly. Su Fingyin said in a deep voice, "You were lucky to be born as a human, but you did not treat others as human. Since you are not a human, this king will kill anyone he sees in Bailiang." More than 100 Yuzhou men of sacrifice appeared in the reed marsh. They thought that they had seized the opportunity to kill this lone king of vassals on the spot. Su Fingyin put his hand behind his back and, in one breath, dismembered the 100 men. Chapter 1052. Because Yinji County in Yuzhou was close to the border and was a little far from Iha City, it was involved in some disasters. Compared to the bloody rivers in the hinterland of Yuzhou, it could almost be called a paradise. However, there were still some disciples who were implicated and lost their official titles. Therefore, scholars from other places constantly poured into this county with official documents and occupied various positions in the Yamen. Most of these scholars who had just entered the Dragon Gate had official seals from the provincial governor's mansion and letters of recommendation from literary bigwigs like Huang Chang. Over the past 10 days, the Yinji County's county governor, Hong Shandong, had been busy receiving and sending people off. It was just the beginning of summer, but he had already drunk many pots of calming fire tea. He was afraid that he would neglect any unknown bigwig who had a backer. Now, it was obvious that Wang Chongwan of Nuyang was suppressing his military force. Weren't those people who started a massacre in Yuzhou all martial artists? Hong Shandong didn't dare to put on airs at this critical moment. There were 7 counties in Yinji County, but there was only one upper county. According to the law of Liang, only a county with a yield of 100,000 dan of grain was considered an upper county. In Bailiang, half of the county's grain was already considered top county. This time, the scholars who entered this county as officials were 1 county magistrate, 3 county deputy ministers, 6 county secretaries, and 1 county lieutenant. Fortunately, they all held positions in the middle and lower counties, so they didn't stab the county governor in the heart. It was human nature for a new official to visit a county magistrate, Hong Shandong, and it was also a rule. However, there was still 1 county secretary and 1 county lieutenant who didn't show up. Perhaps it was because of their scholarly character that they directly went to the local magistrate. Hong Shandong, who was originally a scholar, was too lazy to care about this kind of red tape. He was content to have a muddled peace in his county. Bishan County was a barren county in the middle of nowhere. It only had the air of being the largest county in Yinji County. In addition, the local power was very strong, so the county magistrate here had always been sullen, not to mention the good thing of earning 100,000 dan of silver for 3 years. This time, the officialdom of Yuzhou was greatly shaken. From the top to the bottom of Bishan County, the county magistrate and county lieutenant all ran away without anyone saying anything. It would be best if they could go to other counties. Those who didn't have this ability also took the opportunity to lower their status and go to other places to fish for money. As a result, after the county magistrate, the county deputy minister, the county secretary, and the other officials gathered in the old county office of this county, they all stared at each other in bewilderment. They were all unfamiliar faces. County Magistrate Feng Guan was a scholar from the Shangyin Academy. He had just reached 30 years old. It was said that he was a fine jade material that even Grand Chancellor Wang took a fancy to. In Bailiang today, he naturally became a first-class commodity. County Magistrate Hong accepted this person's greeting gift, but secretly sent an even more valuable gift in return. Deputy County Magistrate Zhui Jing's reputation was slightly inferior. He was a scholar who had followed the Liu family of Qingzhou into the Qing dynasty. He did not have any scholarly achievements, but since he was able to get in touch with the Liu family, who was a relative of the imperial family, no one dared to look down on him. Commandant Bai Shank liked to wear a personal knife. He was the bold person who did not visit County Chief Hong. He was tall and sturdy, and did not consider himself a scholar. Even when he was in the main hall of the county office, he still looked askance at people. The remaining person was the registrar. His official position was the most mediocre among the top officials in the county. His name was Su Chi. He did not wear a knife, sword, or jade. He was young, but he really had a good appearance. Out of the 4 officials, Feng Guan was arrogant because of his talent and was also the county magistrate. He was neither cold nor warm to everyone. Zhuo Jing tried to befriend Bai Shank, but the latter did not appreciate it and could only settle for the next best thing. He ran over to Registrar Su and called him brother. Finally, his efforts were not wasted. When they had nothing to do, they left the office and went to the streets to drink. Zhuo Jing tried to sound him out several times and found out that this person was a son of a general who had come to the remote countryside to avoid disaster. At first, Zhuo Jing treated him to a banquet, but then he let the young registrar Su foot the bill. At first, Zhuo Jing was a little nervous. He was afraid that this young son of a general was too arrogant and would come to blows at the slightest disagreement. Later, after drinking more and more, they became more familiar with each other. He was certain that this inexperienced official was very easy to talk to and was willing to suffer losses. However, in his heart, Zhuo Jing looked down on him more and more. He only saw him as a fair-weather friend. It was the general trend for scholars to be in charge of Bailiang's government affairs. Su Chi was just an insignificant son of a general. What kind of future would he have in the future? However, there was one thing about Su Chi that Zhuo Jing liked. When Zhuo Jing was criticizing current affairs, Su Chi did not understand and was more than willing to listen to Zhuo Jing, the county deputy's guidance. Anyway, Bishan County's affairs were not heavy. Magistrate Feng was always eager to do them, and County Magistrate Bai was always elusive. Zhuo Jing and Su Chi had plenty of time to drink and chat. Taking a break from work? It was more like taking a break from work. The main entrance of the county yamen was not long. There were only a few shops, and there was only one restaurant. There were only a few kinds of green ant wine. Zhuo Jing was not used to drinking the cheap green ant wine that burned his throat. Today, he asked for a jug of Jianan spring wine that had just arrived. When he asked for the wine, he deliberately glanced at Su Chi's face. Seeing Su Chi's pained expression and trying to hide it, Masters held back his laughter. Afterward, he drank in large mouthfuls and felt more at ease. As he drank the good wine to satisfy his craving, Zhuo Jing felt a heroic spirit fill his chest, rushing straight to his teeth. He had only finished 1 cup when Su Chi tactfully reached out to refill his cup. Sir Zhuo picked up the wine cup. He wasn't in a hurry to drink, saying unhurriedly, "Last time I told you about Bai Yin and Tan Tonwing's public rupture, how satisfying it was. Today, I want to properly talk about the aftermath. This Grand Secretary Zhang's control of the Liang Discourse Road has finally come in handy." With a cautious sound, this blade suddenly fell down in the imperial court. Although no one died, it made those who had the qualifications to enter the imperial court lose 2 noble titles, as well as 16 official hats. Su Chi, don't you think it's amazing? Su Chi laughed softly and said, "Amazing." It was indeed an extremely tyrannical counterattack. It doesn't lose to Chen Jibao's plum wine. Zhuo Jing originally wanted to answer his own question, but after being interrupted, he subconsciously wanted to glare. However, he quickly restrained himself. The person sitting in front of him was, after all, an official of the same rank as him. He took a slow sip and brewed his emotions before continuing. The officials in the court are dejected and anxious. However, this is not important. Soon, there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. That Bai Yin intends to open up the Lotus Seed River to deal with the flood in Guangling. The Minister of Works, who is known for his silent meditation, wrote a letter for the first time, stating the pros and cons in a clear and organized manner. He actually did his best to refute the Grand Secretary. The way I see it, there are 2 emperors in this dynasty. No matter how the man and the cat died, they are dead in the end. This purple beard duke, who still holds the title of Grand Secretary, is also on the verge of collapse. Speaking of this, Zhuo Jing, who was most likely to take over the position of county magistrate, also sighed endlessly. Since he was a scholar, No matter how much he criticized Bai Yin, how could he not yearn for him in his heart? If one didn't reach the martial emperor's city, one wouldn't be considered a hero. If one didn't recognize Bai Yin as a scholar, how could he be an official? Zhuo Jing took a sip of wine and clicked his tongue. In the end, he heard a question that spoiled the mood. Sir Zhe, Grand Secretary Zhang is too far away from me. I'm more curious about the current Jianghu. Zhuo Jing couldn't help but think. Who do you think you are? Su Qi? Forget about Bai Yin. Even Great Peace City is thousands of miles away from you. As for Jianghu, how much closer can you be? However, despite his disdain, Zhuo Jing still had a smile on his face after drinking the good wine that Su Qi had treated him to. He slowly said, Jianghu? I have heard of it, although I didn't pay much attention to it. Since you asked, there is no harm in telling you a few words. It just so happens that the situation in the court has changed. The 3 reviews of the world have spread from Guangling Taoism. Let's not talk about the reviews of generals. They're all expected figures. Only this Courtine Maochun and Beimang's Dong Zhuo have some new ideas. Just the review you asked about is really a big deal that hasn't been seen in 100 years. From 10 people to 15. Su Qi laughed and said, with so many people, isn't a bit worthless? Zhuo Jing sneered and said, worthless? This time, it's more valuable than the previous reviews. In the past, when there were 10 people in Liang, as well as when Beimang overstepped its authority and published a review, they didn't include people from the 3 religions. They didn't dare touch places like Martial Emperor's City and the Wu family sword tomb. This time, the 15 people in the review are the real top masters in the world. Su Qi lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled. Zhuo Jing glanced at the young registrar across the table. The ordinary-looking deputy left district magistrate couldn't help but feel a little resentful. This general's son was born with an appearance that could easily abduct women. At some point, the young owner of the restaurant also came over. He didn't know that he had brought a pot of green ant wine, which couldn't be sold for more than a few copper coins. He just sat there and didn't drink. Zhuo Jing was annoyed. He didn't want to waste his saliva, but he couldn't endure the desire in the shabby young owner's eyes. The corner of Zhuo Jing's mouth twitched. When he saw Su Qi ask for a pot of Jin Nan Chun wine from the shopkeeper, he smiled and said, Old Monster Wang Xianji is still the undisputed #1 in the world. No one can shake his position. Even the Peach Blossom Sword God, Dong Tai, who returned from a visit to immortality and overturned the South Sea with his sword, can only obediently accept the 2nd place. The young owner of the restaurant with thick eyebrows and big eyes was shocked and said loudly, What's going on? Tuoba Bodhisattva has become the 3rd place? Chapter 1053. Master Zhuo was too lazy to pay attention to this ignorant frog at the bottom of the well. He said slowly, What's so strange about that? Tuoba Bodhisattva of Beimang was pushed to the 3rd place by Dong Tai. The top 3 of the peak of martial arts have changed, but they are still the same 3. After talking about the 3 land immortals, I'll talk about the last 5 people. The people who made the comments probably had some reservations. The leaders of Buddhism in the 3 sects were not in the top 10. For example, the white-robed monk of the Tuzhen temple who had been sealed in the mountain, Li Xiaoxin, Northern Mang's national advisor, Qilin immortal Yuan Qingshan, and the new leader of Wudong, Li Yufu, were all outside the top 10, along with Deng Mao of Broken Spear and Su Yambing of Northern Liang. They occupied these 5 positions. If it was 10 years ago, these 5 people would be in the top 5. The young owner of the restaurant said happily, Our Bailiang is amazing. Both Leader Li and General Su are on the list. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a drink later. It's definitely the best green ant wine. You can't find a place to sell it in Bishan County. Master Zhuo, tell me, who are the 7 heroes? Zhuo Jing wanted to make fun of him. He said mischievously, Give me the wine first. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. The young owner said impatiently, What's the hurry? I'll definitely treat you to 2 pots of green ant wine later. Do you think I have the guts to cheat you? Su Qi opened the 2nd bottle of Sword South Spring wine. After Zhuo Jing filled his cup to the brim, he didn't want to bicker with a country bumpkin. He downed half a cup and said with a satisfied expression, "The fourth is Chao Chongqing, the Confucian sage of West Chu. The fifth is Luo Yang, the devil of Zhulu Mountain. The eighth is Hong Jingyan, Gung Luozi. The ninth is Gu Jiantang, the pillar of the state. The 10th is lustrous King Swordmaster, the current master of the Wu family sword tomb." The young owner was stunned. He counted with his fingers and asked in confusion, "Where are the 6th and 7th? Deputy District Magistrate, could it be that you drank it all away?" Zhuijing was about to reach out with his chopsticks to pick up a peanut from the small porcelain plate and pretended to hit the fool. He rolled his eyes and said, "The 7th is the new king of Shu who came out of Bailiang, Chun Jibao." The young man chuckled and said, "What do you mean by your Bailiang? County deputy, you must be drunk. It's our Bailiang." Zhuijing was a little frightened. Most of the tipsy feeling left him, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "As for the 6th, it's our king of Bailiang." The young man opened his mouth and eyes wide. Zhuijing glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He did not hide the sarcasm on his face. "You don't believe me? Pei Ju, do you not dare to believe it? Or do you not want to believe it?" The young man with the surname Pei grinned and said, "That's great news. I believe you, I believe you. If you don't believe me, I'll have the same surname as you, Deputy District Magistrate Zhua." Zhuijing could not help but show off his knowledge. He sneered and said, "The surname Pei was a big surname 20 years ago, but now it's not even worth a fart. It's more than 60 times worse than my surname Zhua in this dynasty." Pei Ju nodded his head vigorously like a chicken pecking on rice. "Yes, yes, yes. The surname Pei is a disgrace. No matter where I go, I won't be welcomed. Right now, I can't wait to find a well-bred young lady and marry into her family." Su Qi sighed and said, "The 6th. It seems that Huang Sanjia is being merciful." Zhuijing was confused and asked, "What did you say?" Su Qi shook his head and said with a smile, "I just think that no matter what the ranking is, it's already very scary to be on the martial arts ranking list." Pei Ju faced the arrogant deputy district magistrate and the reverence that some commoners should have for their parents. As for Su Qi, who was polite to everyone, he was used to climbing up the ladder. These days, when they occasionally interacted with each other, he had always been carefree and unscrupulous. He grabbed a handful of peanuts and put them in his mouth. He said vaguely, "It's not just scaring people. If I see one, I'll be scared out of my wits. If I'm not scared to death, I'll beg them to take me in as their disciple. If I'm lucky enough to learn a few moves, I'll go out in Jianghu and fight anyone. If I can't beat them, I can ask for my master's support. Who would dare to bully me? Wouldn't they be in a hurry to be reincarnated?" Su Qi wanted to say something, but stopped. Finally, he could not help but say, "If you have such thoughts, you won't be able to practice the sword and become a master." Pei Ju rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "I don't practice the sword either. Look, among the top 3 in the world, there's only one who practices the sword. Including the 15 masters, there's only that old guy Wu Jiajian who practices the sword. He's still at the bottom of the top 10. Su Qi smiled and said, "That's true." Pei Ju's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at the knowledgeable district magistrate and asked impatiently, "What about the Rouge ranking? Who are the beauties?" Zhuijing was a man after all. He smiled and took a sip of wine. After a while, he said, "The Rouge ranking hasn't changed much. It's just that the Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei, who died for love, is missing. There's an additional West Chu's fallen princess, Jiang Si." Pei Ju thought for a while and said, "I know this one. She can ride a sword through the 18 gates of the imperial city. Who would dare to marry her in the future? What about our Wulin chief, Mount Huishan Zi? Didn't they say that she's also a beauty who brings disaster to the country?" Zhuijing laughed in a low voice and said, "No one dares to marry the West Chu princess, but no one dares to touch the mistress of Great Meadow. You have to understand that although Xianyuan Qingfeng wasn't ranked among the 15, he was singled out along with Nangong Push. He said that the former was only 1 level away and the latter was only 1 level away. They both have the potential to reach the top of the Wulin world as women. It's just a matter of who's a step faster." Whoever's a step slower will fall behind, and it'll be difficult for them to stand side by side. In my opinion, this old fox who wrote the ranking is also full of evil tricks. He wants nothing more than for the two beauties to fight. Little brat of the Pei family, let me ask you, let's not talk about those unattainable people. Let's talk about how you know two beautiful ladies on the street, but you can't eat them. Would you be happy to see them fight on the street? Peiju only care about laughing. The answer was self-evident. Since there was free wine to drink, Zhuijing talked more. Afterwards, he told the two ignorant young men about many new things in Jianghu. For example, Dongyue Swordpool's Song Nianqing died for no reason, and Shishan Spring Cottage's swordsmanship master Xiaolingzhen also died mysteriously. These sects had lost their pillars, and their status in Jianghu plummeted. They were no longer at the top of the Jianghu world. They were far behind the Wu family's sword tomb in Longhu Mountain, and could only be ranked among the top 10 sects with many new rising sections. Beiliang was indeed the big winner this time. In this evaluation of Liang being Liang, Beimeng being Beimeng, there was another fish dragon gang that no one had heard of before, although they were ranked last. So what if they were ranked 10th? When they went out and announced their name, they would always claim that the fish dragon gang was one of the top 10 sects in Liang. They wouldn't rashly say that they were ranked 10th. When the county deputy was talking about this, Peiju was already thinking about whether he should go to Lingzhou to join the fish dragon gang. After chatting for a while, Peiju slapped his thigh and asked, "Mr. Zhua, why isn't that big devil cat on the list? Why is he ranked lower than others? He can't even get into the top 15? Zhuijing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at the young man who lived in a corner and could only look at the sky from the bottom of a well. "Are you stupid?" Bao Xiuqi, the county magistrate of Bishan, laughed it off. Peiju suddenly covered his stomach and said that he was going to the toilet. Then he disappeared. After drinking the last cup of South Blade spring wine, Mr. Zhua suddenly realized that this silly boy was not really stupid. He was just playing tricks to avoid the 2 pots of green ant wine that they had agreed on. Zhuijing smiled and got up to leave the table. Su Qi said that he wanted to stay for a while, so the county deputy walked out of the restaurant alone and muttered, "Stupid is stupid. The restaurant is here. Where can he go? He can hide for a while, but he can't hide forever. I'm a 6th grade county deputy. Not to mention drinking 2 pots of your wine, I can even take half of your restaurant." After Zhuijing left the restaurant, the young man immediately ran back to the table and sat down. He said with a smile, "Su Qi, don't you think this guy is stupid? He doesn't even understand the principle of being fickle. He has studied so much for nothing." Su Qi asked with a smile, "Is there any other principle to be particular about being fickle?" Peiju crossed his legs and picked up the bottle of South Blade spring wine. He raised his head and drank a few drops of wine from the bottom of the bottle. He wiped his mouth and said, "You must have studied less than me. A monkey performer gives a monkey 3 acorns in the morning and 4 acorns in the evening. If the monkey doesn't agree, the performer will say 4 acorns in the morning and 3 acorns in the evening. When I was young, I heard this joke in other people's ears and thought that the monkey was really smart. Wouldn't it be better to get 1 more acorns in the morning than anything else? Even if it could get 3 more acorns in the evening, it would be better to get it early. Besides, in our world, who doesn't talk nonsense when doing business? That's why I said that the monkey is smart, but the county deputy is stupid. I don't know how he became the county deputy. In my opinion, I'd rather be the county deputy." Su Qi looked out of the window and said calmly, "You're right. But in fact, sometimes you don't have to be so smart." Peiju spat and sneered. Su Qi, what you said is meaningless. If you don't be smart, how can you be successful? The wild dogs on the street know how to bite the poor beggars. Do you think it dares to bite me or the county deputy?" Su Qi walked out of the restaurant without saying anything. Walking on the street where there were few pedestrians, he raised his head and let the sunlight dazzle his eyes. He was indifferent. Peiju leaned against the window and looked at the figure that was walking away. He had always been jealous of the young owner of the restaurant who was dressed in thin clothes, had good looks, and was an official. He pouted and muttered, "What's the use of pretending to be a dog? Do you think you're worthy of being reasonable with me?" Su Qi walked alone. "Hey, Vancouver. Your brother is already the sixth in the world in name. If one day in the future, I'm still alive and you're still alive, then I'll take the initiative and add in the share that you don't want. It's not too much for the two of us to be the first in the world, right? Chapter 1054. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin Suchi didn't live in the back hall of the county office. County Magistrate Feng Guan had brought many books and servants with him, so they occupied many rooms. County Magistrate Bai Shank had also cleared out an extra room for practicing martial arts. He didn't stand on ceremony with anyone. If anyone was dissatisfied, they could come and ask for his saber. Therefore, Su Chi, as the registrar official, sensibly bought a small house outside the county office. It was only a few minutes away from the county office. The alley was secluded and deep. In the courtyard, there was a small well with fresh green grapevines. It was a quiet and pleasant place. When Su Chi returned to his house, a little girl with a golden hairpin on her head was lying on the mouth of the well. She didn't care if this posture was elegant or not. Su Fingyin took off his civil official uniform with a sixth-rank official patch and moved a small stool to sit beside the well. Originally, he didn't have the fortune to spend his days leisurely like this. However, after his second sister learned of his current situation, she would rather tire herself and insisted that her younger brother not touch the mountainous pile of documents and government affairs for the time being. It should be known that these documents could immediately become a mountain again after being moved away. However, she said that it was the work of the servants and the work of the superior and the work of the superior. Therefore, he took it as giving him the last half a year of leisure. Logically speaking, Su Chi had never won against her. All he could do was wait patiently for the next spring. At that time, even if he wanted to slack off, his second sister would pull him by the ear and bring him to the desk. In Bishan County of Yinji Commandery, this moderately sized registrar official was, of course, Su Chi, the son of a general. He had used this alias in Beimang and Liang Jianghu. However, after the one-year mourning period ended, and he put on the clothes that the Golden Silk Weaving Bureau spent a lot of manpower and money to make, it was time for him to leave this place in Yuzhou. In Bishan County, other than a secret letter from home every half a day, no one would disturb his peace and quiet. Therefore, things like martial arts evaluations, rouge evaluations, general's evaluations, and so on could only be heard from Deputy County Magistrate Zhu Jing. His meager salary as the county magistrate was mostly spent on Zhu Jing's drinking. Without a doubt, Huang Sanjia had once again deliberately stirred up a demonic wind. Among them, Mount Longhu was the biggest loser. A father and son Taoist masters had ascended together. It was an unprecedented grand occasion, but it seemed to have emptied all of the Taoist ancestral court's assets. This time, no one had made it onto the rankings. But Li Yufu of Wudong, who had not been heard of until now, had made it onto the rankings and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Qingshan and Li Xiaoxin. Mount Wudong's status would definitely rise. And with the sudden appearance of Su Yanbing, who was ranked 6th in the world, Bailiang was the biggest winner. He leaned against the rattan frame and muttered to himself, 10 times I was in a trance. Looking down from a high vantage point, I've seen many places. I've also seen the gathering and dispersing of fate. It's said that a place's environment nurtures a place's people. Within the limitations of this place's environment, people's words and actions permeate each other. Therefore, this place's environment is different from that of another place's environment. The people of the two places write different articles. To exaggerate, with the Guangling River as the boundary between the north and the south, the people of the south and the people of the north are completely different. When I'm in a trance, I look at the big, and when I'm back, I look at the small. Now, when I look at the new Bailiang, Zhuijing, and the old Peiju, I look at their words and actions. In the end, their fates are mixed up, and they all merge into Bailiang's fate. Now, Bailiang has Mount Wudong, a place of fate. But we have to wait until Li Yufu returns. After Jiang and I and the old man with the sheepskin fur coat left, Mount Qingliang was replaced by the androgynous white fox's face and Huyin Guanin. But whether these people are here or not, they follow the 4 words the heavens are clear. They can't be forced. Many of my old friends have really become dead. There are also some who will become ancient people one day. For example, Wang Xiaoping, who follows Lu Songtao, and Sui Xiegu, who for some reason still hasn't entered the martial arts rankings. There are also Miss Li Zi and the North and South monks, whose whereabouts are unknown. But speaking of which, most of the people who are related to me don't have good endings. He, who had been listening to Su Fengyan's nagging, raised her head and adjusted the slightly tilted golden hairpin. She said calmly, "I should have died more than 10 years ago." Su Fengyan was amused. He asked curiously, "Since I'm your savior, why did you kill me? You showed mercy a few times, but there were also times when you really wanted to kill me." The young girl sat on the mouth of the well and looked at him. She blinked. "Old Huang said that you lived so miserably. Dying in my hands is better than dying in someone else's hands. I think," Su Fengyan said helplessly, "you think it makes sense?" The young girl chuckled a few times. She was obviously happy. She suddenly seemed to have remembered something and disappeared in a flash. She left as soon as she said so, leaving Su Fengyan all alone in his room. Su Fengyan didn't know where she went, but he felt that she wouldn't show up for a while. Su Fengyan sighed and sat on the small bench in a daze. These days, he mostly went to the county yamen for roll call. After that, he didn't have anything to do. There were many things waiting to be done in Bishan County due to the replacement of the old and the new. It should have been the most difficult time in the county yamen, but the county magistrate Feng Guan was incomparably powerful and monopolized the power. Zhuo Jing had been fighting openly and secretly for power several times, but he had lost. He had nothing to do. It seemed that he wanted to seek some support from his backer. For the time being, he chose to rest and lie low, waiting to see how long Feng Guan could run rampant. Bai Shangwan's ambition didn't lie in one county or one county. He often went to the passes in Yinji County to relax and make friends with the commandant who had real power in Bailiang. In the present Bailiang County, not to mention the 14 new commandants, any commandant who held the commander seal was already a very popular person. There were two reasons why Su Fengyan chose Bishan County as his base. First, the aftermath of the Yuzhou incident was still lingering. He had to keep an eye on a new provincial governor, Hu Kuei, and the Yuzhou general Huang Fujin to see if they could play the role of good cop. Second, Yinji County was close to the border. Su Fengyan was greatly disappointed by the number of soldiers in Yuzhou, and he didn't have much confidence in the Yuzhou border army. He wanted to go to the border to take a look when he had time. Third, he wanted to personally experience the new atmosphere in Bailiang's officialdom. He could see the big picture from a small clue. It was more accurate and comprehensive than hearsay or even spies' secret reports. Just like the current situation, the internal friction between Feng Guan and Zhuo Jing in Bishan County and the discord between the county magistrate and the county magistrate had already made Su Fengyan worried. Su Fengyan looked at the sky and got up to go to the kitchen. He helplessly found that the rice jar was already empty. Although he was now no different from a Taoist priest in terms of fasting, and his mysterious realm was far beyond that. Since ancient times, sages and virtuous men had always talked about cultivating Taoism and not immortality. Besides, in order to achieve immortality, what good would it do to cultivate oneself to an inhuman state before becoming an immortal? During this period of time, Su Fengyan didn't forget to eat, drink, or sleep. He went to the table and took a bag of silver, intending to go out and buy a bag of rice. Perhaps it was because Bishan County was barren and unruly. The local tyrannical and tyrannical families didn't treat these newly appointed officials well. The families headed by the Zhu family even closed their doors and refused to see any guests. They were determined to draw a clear line between themselves and these new officials. Chapter 1055. Just as Su Fengyan was about to leave, a young man rushed into the small courtyard, carrying a bag of rice on his shoulder. Su Fengyan did not stand on ceremony with him, accepting the bag of rice with a smile and pouring it into the rice vat. The young man beside him was surnamed Zhu, and his name was Zhongli. They had gotten to know each other through drinking. He was a local born and raised in Bishan County, and he claimed to be a poor son of a small family that had been rejected by a wealthy family in Yinji County. How could Su Fengyin not have guessed that he was a true descendant of the Zhu family? However, since Zhu Zhengli was unwilling to admit it, he did not expose him. Zhu Zhengli had a free and easy temperament, and was one of the few righteous sons of a large family. It was probably because of his Beiliang's knight-errant nature that he did not mix well with the other sons in Bishan County. Instead, there were many disputes. A few years ago, because of an incident that implicated his family, he had gotten into a heated argument with the previous county magistrate. One must know that the county magistrate was not an official. The county magistrate's position was not high, but it was the local emperor under the provincial governor. To be able to sit in this position, one must have a background that was not to be underestimated, and one must also have an extraordinary knowledge of officialdom. It was easy for him to cause the downfall of the commoners. Zhu Zhengli dared to provoke the county magistrate because he himself did not understand the ways of the world. Moreover, the Zhu family in Bishan County did indeed have a deep foundation. If the head of the Zhu family really spoke, not only the county magistrate, even the governor of Yinji County, Hong Shandong, would have to obediently keep quiet. It was only because the Zhu family had retired in recent years that the monkeys in Bishan County were able to become kings. Zhu Zhengli was a guy who liked to nag. At this time, he was laughing at how Su Qi's position as a registrar was too shabby. He couldn't get anything out of it, and it would be hard for him to not be filthy rich. He even said that Su Qi's family must have used up all their savings to donate such a lousy position. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to such a miserable state without food? Su Fengyin didn't refute him. He just smiled and reminded this guy not to expose others' shortcomings in front of a dwarf. Zhu Zhengli laughed loudly, but didn't continue to nag about Su Qi's dire situation. Su Fengyin took out a pot of green ant wine. The two of them sat under the grape trellis, each holding a large white porcelain bowl. The sun in Beiliang was particularly vicious. Summer had just begun, but it was already as unbearably hot as Jiangnan. The good thing about it was that as long as they stayed in the shade, the wind would cool them down. With a bowl of green ant wine for each of them, the two of them were even more carefree than immortals. Su Fengyin drank a mouthful of wine, squinted his eyes, and smiled drunkenly. He asked, "Today, there are real shortages everywhere in Yuzhou. Why don't you tell your elders to find a loophole? Make up your mind and take out a few hundred taels of silver to find a backdoor. Then, find a famous person with a bit of reputation and ask for a recommendation letter. Even if I don't become a county registrar, it won't be difficult for me to get an official position. In the future, I won't be able to make a name for myself in Beiliang's underworld. It's even more impossible in the future. It's better to be a civil official." Zhu Zhengli shook his head like a rattledrum. "What's so good about being an official? It's not good to ride on the heads of ordinary people. Not to mention that I came from a poor family. Even if I did have money, I wouldn't waste it. If I really want to be an official, it's better to join the army at the border. It's more comfortable to rely on one's own ability to earn real military merits." Su Fengyin joked, "With your mediocre skills, it's fine if you fight in an ordinary battle. Not to mention encountering crows. Even if you run into the second-rate cavalry of Beimeng, it's no different from throwing your life away. No matter how boring it is to be an official, is it interesting to be a dead man?" Zhu Zhengli sighed and rubbed his chin. "That's why my grandmother doesn't want me to join the army. She said that she'd rather have me eat and wait for death in Bishan County than to see her own child die. She also said that if I dared to sneak out of Yinji County, she'd find someone to break one of my legs. Heh, my grandmother always keeps her word. Everyone in my family is afraid of her, like a mouse in front of a cat. I wasn't afraid when I was young, but I became more and more afraid when I grew up." Su Fengyin mischievously asked, "How's your little sister, who fell in love with county magistrate by at first sight?" Zhu Zhengli felt a toothache when he heard this. With a bitter face, he said, "I'm puzzled. You have the same rank as that embroidered pillow by Shank, and you're even more handsome than that pretty boy. It's strange. My little sister doesn't like you and insists on getting close to that guy, surnamed Bai. She doesn't even have the modesty that a woman should have. That's fine, but there's an old saying that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a layer of gauze. I don't think the guy surnamed by gives my little sister any face. That's why I'm so worried. And if that scowling guy really becomes my brother-in-law, I'll definitely. Su Chi, what's that saying again? Su Fingyan laughed. Chickens and dogs hear each other's voices, but they don't interact with each other for the rest of their lives. Zhu Zhengli slapped Registrar Su's shoulder and didn't forget to wipe the wine off his hand. He laughed. Su Chi, no wonder you can become our Bishan County's registrar. You've studied for a few days. I can't do that. Once I touch a book, I faint and want to sleep. If I were to practice martial arts, I wouldn't have a problem even if I didn't rest for a few days and nights. But my grandmother wouldn't let me practice martial arts no matter what. Sigh, brother, I'm just a waste of my talent. Su Fingyan smiled and said bluntly, your talent is average and can't be much better. I'm only telling you the truth because we're friends. Zhu Zhengli didn't get angry. He glared at him and said, when Wang Xinji first started out in the martial arts world, the seniors in the martial arts world said that her talent was average. Besides, I don't have to be a world-shaking hero to practice martial arts. It's fine if I can beat up a few bullies in the village. Su Fingyan nodded. Zhu Zhengli finished a bowl of wine and shook the wine pot. There was about half a bowl left. He put it down and said that he had snuck out from home to get some fresh air. He still had to go back and deal with the books of the saints. If his grandmother found out, he would be crippled the next time they met. Su Fingyan didn't send him off. He laughed. Remember to bring wine the next time you visit. Zhu Zhengli, who had jogged away, turned around and raised his middle finger. Su Fingyan smiled and poured himself another half bowl of wine. He sat alone under the grape trellis. The breeze caressed his face, and he was in a good mood. Before he finished drinking the green ant in his bowl, he put the bowl on the bamboo chair and stood up to welcome the guest. A white-haired old woman slowly walked into the courtyard with a walking stick. She was stunned when she saw Su Fingyan. She sat down in front of Su Fingyan. Su Fingyan only sat down after she sat down. The old woman was the head of the Zhu family in Bishan County. The Zhu family had 4 generations. In the previous 3 generations, there were more females than males. Zhu Zhengli was the only child in his generation. According to the family tree in the ancestral shrine, there should be 6 or 7 uncles. However, none of them were alive today. It was the same for the previous generation. The old woman was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. As time passed, she became the true backbone of the Zhu family in Bishan County. She was considered a virtuous and respectable mistress in the entire Yinji County. It was said that when the Su family took over Baiyang, General Su Xiao and Princess Consort Wu, Su had stayed in the Zhu family. Just based on this, who would dare to belittle the Zhu family in Yuzhou, let alone Yinji County? Moreover, the 12 men of the Zhu family of 2 generations had all died at the border in the past 20 years. The old woman was slightly lost in thought. She looked at Su Fingyan and said softly, "You really look like him." Su Fingyan wanted to say something, but stopped. The old woman waved her hand. She leaned on her walking stick with both hands and looked at the door of the courtyard. She said, "At first, I wanted to see the registrar general who could make my grandson call him brother. After seeing him, I understood. Back then, when the head of the Zhu family met the general, it was more or less the same situation. The general didn't put on airs. My husband wanted nothing more than to repay him with his life. He was clumsy and didn't say much, but he did." Su Fingyan said in a low voice, "This old man, please don't worry. I definitely won't let Zhu Zhengli follow in his ancestors' footsteps. This time, I took root in Bishan County and didn't even dare to visit the Zhu family. It was a coincidence that I met Zhu Zhengli. In the future, when I leave, it's likely that we won't meet again. I hope this old man won't worry." The old woman grunted and didn't say anything else. The old woman sat quietly for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. She slowly stood up. Su Fingyan stood up and walked her to the door. The old woman suddenly asked, "Can you really defend it?" Su Fingyan replied calmly, "If we can't, I'll have to trouble this old man to tell Zhu Zhengli that Su Chi ran to the Central Plains to become an official." The old woman reached out her trembling hand and touched Su Fingyan's head. The old woman slowly walked towards the carriage that was parked at the corner of the alley. Before she got on the carriage, she saw the young man at the door silently watching her leave. She murmured, "So similar." Chapter 1056. The capital of Yinji County was close to Qingan County. Su Fengyan, as the county clerk, didn't visit Governor Hong Shandong back then. This time, he rushed to the capital because he had other plans. Now, he didn't even have a coachman by his side. Su Yanbing went to Gore Mouth of Yuzhou to serve as one of the 8 captains of Beiliang's border. His main purpose was to intimidate the important people in the border army who were related to Yozhou's general family. Su Yanbing was one of the 15 people in the new martial arts evaluation. Just this point alone was enough to make people afraid. Moreover, he was once Su Zhao's trusted retainer. In the spring and autumn period, it was common for a ruler to bestow a surname to his trusted subordinates, especially those who were born in the wilderness. However, there were only a few people on Su Zhao's side. Lu Yanbing was one of them. It was said that a new ruler brings in new subordinates. Su Yanbing had been trusted by the king of Beiliang for 2 dynasties. In the eyes of outsiders, even the infantry commander Yin Wenluan had to give him some face. Now that the new King Liang, who was ranked 6th in the world, was said to be able to take on 2,000 cavalry, who would protect him. When Su Fengyan led his horse into the city, he used Su Qi's identity and had an official's record. Naturally, he was unimpeded. When Su Fengyan entered the capital, he saw many young men and women in luxurious clothes. They all got off their horses and walked through the city gate. Even after passing through the city gate and getting back on their horses, they didn't dare to gallop wildly. They were no longer as arrogant and unrestrained as before. Moreover, no one dared to carry a Beiliang saber. It was probably because the smell of blood in Yuzhou had yet to disperse. Half of the northern Liang's heroic image had been forcefully stripped away. After Su Fengyan entered the city, he continued to lead his horse slowly toward a rare house with mountains and water. In Beiliang, one only needed to look at the amount of water, the number of wells, and the amount of winter snow stored in the cellar. It was even more impressive to be able to be near a lake. As for Mount Qingliang, since the family head surname was Su, it didn't need to be said. Within Yinji County, Hu Bai was a spy. He was still very young, but his senior spy had placed high hopes on him as early as his youth. It wasn't common for a spy to become an official in Beiliang, but logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult. Hu Bai was very handsome. He didn't read much, but he was born with a scholarly air. The turtle spy in Yinji County had once been his master's subordinate, so he had taken care of Hu Bai in silence. As a result, he had assigned him a job that didn't require much effort, but was very pleasing and beneficial to his future. At first, when Hu Bai heard that he was going to be a woman spy, he wasn't very happy. He only listened to orders, as that was the duty of a spy. However, when Hu Bai became the young and rich shopkeeper of the silk shop on this street and saw the woman with his own eyes, he didn't have any complaints. Hu Bai had seen many beautiful women. Some were as flirtatious as peonies. Some were as pure as white lotuses. He had even tasted the flavor of the courtesan of a large brothel. His state of mind was always as tranquil as an ancient well, but he had never seen such a soul-stirring woman. Moreover, there was something else besides her appearance that made it even more difficult for Hu Bai to let go of. Hu Bai followed his duty and didn't dare take a single step past the minefield. He didn't take the initiative to meet her. She rarely showed her face on the street. From the time she appeared in the silk shop until she disappeared, it was only a door's distance away. Hu Bai didn't even raise his head. He could only watch her out of the corner of his eye. Occasionally, he would lie on the roof in the middle of the night and drink wine. He would glance at the pitch-black courtyard not far away and know that she lived there. Hu Bai didn't probe into her background. He only wanted to be able to guard her like this, neither near nor far, one day at a time, and it would be best if he could spend a lifetime with her. He only knew that the woman's surname was Pei and that she lived in seclusion. She had never had a social interaction with the officials and nobles of Yinji County. Her temperament was always cold and cheerless. Even though this unavoidably gave people a feeling of lethargy, it was still breathtaking. There were many manners of influential people in Yinji County nearby, and it wasn't that there weren't people with a keen sense of smell who would act upon hearing the news. On a dark and windy night, Hu Bai had personally knocked out more than 10 people, including their master and servants. The military chancellor, who was as fat as a pig, was choked by Hu Bai's neck, lifted a foot off the ground, and viciously smashed his head against the wall of the alley, causing him to faint on the spot. That night, when County Governor Hong Dong heard about this matter, he got out of bed in a hurry and flew into a rage. He actually mobilized a large force and quickly mobilized 30 armored soldiers armed with crossbows to drag away those fellows. The next day, not only did the military chancellor lose his official position, his entire family was expelled from the county city. After that, no one dared to fight anymore. There were still people who wanted to fight to win a smile from the beauty, but they never saw that door open. Later on, it was unknown what the county governor said, but the loafers and the noble families who liked to pretend to be cultured disappeared overnight. That alley returned to its original tranquility without a trace of smoke and fire. Today, Hu Bai was skillfully dealing with the wealthy women in gold and silver, earning the best money in the world. Between transactions, it was unknown who was taking advantage of who. He was teasing two women who were like wolves and tigers when he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone leading a horse past the door. In the blink of an eye, he sized up that person from head to toe, not even missing the quality of the horse and the material of the saddle. Not sensing anything strange, Hu Bai planned to withdraw his gaze. Unexpectedly, that person, intentionally or otherwise, turned his head to look inside the shop and happened to meet Hu Bai's gaze. The two of them almost smiled at the same time. Hu Bai waited for that person to ride past and disappear from his sight before he frowned. However, when he thought about how there were many hidden guards on this street and how there was no lack of experts who were more skilled in martial arts than him, he didn't worry unnecessarily. The corners of his mouth curled up, thinking that the young master's appearance was extremely pleasing to the eye. In Yinji County, which was full of beautiful women but sloppy men, it was indeed rare to see such a person. When the women in the shop saw the smile on Hu Bai's face, they were even more willing to spend a lot of money. However, when they held the satin material, the strength of their palms that brushed against the back of Hu Bai's arm quietly increased. After Pei Nanwei moved into this courtyard, she left behind two diligent young maidservants to serve her, but they couldn't be considered intimate. She would only joke with them when she was in a good mood. These were all teasing words from an experienced woman. She would ask them if they had someone they liked or if they needed her to be a matchmaker. The maidservants would always blush and mumble, not knowing how to answer. After laughing, Pei Nanwei would turn around and forget about it. She didn't really want to be a matchmaker. Over time, the two maidservants roughly understood the temperament of the mistress of the courtyard. At first, they thought that she was a concubine kept in a golden house by some official in Yinji County. Later, they didn't see any men enter the courtyard, so they didn't have this conjecture. She was such a great beauty that even they couldn't take their eyes off of. If someone really took a fancy to her and raised her here, how could he bear to throw her away and not come back to pamper and dote on her for a few months? Today, maidservant Zhu Hai heard a series of tireless knocks on the door. At first, she didn't want to pay attention to it, thinking that it was an ignorant fellow who would soon be dragged away like a dead dog. But after half a cup of tea, the knocks didn't stop. Zhu Hai was puzzled. Was there really such a hero in the county capital who didn't fear death? She hesitated for a moment, thinking that since her mistress was in the backyard and couldn't hear anything, she might as well go and take a look to see who was so reckless. When she opened the door, she was immediately stunned. Oh, it was a handsome guy, so handsome that he looked like a scholar from the novel Gifted Scholar and Beautiful Woman. Moreover, after he opened the door, he smiled at the maidservant Zhu Hai across the threshold. His smile made Zhu Hai's heart beat like a deer. She only felt that he was gentler and more handsome than shopkeeper Hu from the neighboring silk shop. Su Fengyin gently said, "My name is Su Qi. I am the prefect of Bishan County. Your mistress Pei knows me. May I trouble you to inform her?" The maidservant was in a difficult position. She knew about Bishan County, and she also knew the importance of a prefect. But if this person said that he knew her mistress, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. "Young Master Su, no matter how handsome you are, it's not a reason for you to swagger into the courtyard." She didn't dare to disturb Mistress Pei because of this. If everyone had to report their name, this courtyard would have long been trampled over by the group of lechers from Yinji County. Even the limestone bricks on the ground of the alley would have to be replaced. Zhu Hai's face was full of suspicion and doubt. She was unwilling to move, so she just stared at him, unwilling to turn around. Su Fengyan was also a bit helpless against this dutiful maidservant. After thinking, he said, "Prefectural Governor Hong Shandong sent me here. If you inform Mistress Pei and she still refuses to see guests, you can hit me with a broom. Is that all right?" Chapter 1057. In Yinji County, Hong Shandong was already the highest-ranking official. To be able to work in this courtyard, the servant girl, Zhu Hai, also knew the severity of the situation. After thinking for a moment, she said earnestly, "I'll go and inform the young lady. I won't close the courtyard door, but you're not allowed to walk into the courtyard without permission." Su Fengyan nodded. The servant girl turned to leave, half believing and half doubting. She didn't forget to turn her head to see if the young man was really being obedient. Seeing that he didn't move at all, she quickened her steps and boldly went to the rear courtyard to inform the young lady. Su Fengyan sat on the threshold, his back to the courtyard. He looked at the horse on the street that couldn't be considered a good horse, but it wasn't a bad one either. As for the few pairs of cold eyes hidden in the shadows, Su Fengyan could easily and clearly feel their heartbeats. Su Fengyan was somewhat moved by their strict adherence to their duties. When outsiders mentioned Bailiang, their first impression would definitely be of the invincible cavalry and the White Horse Scouts. However, they weren't familiar with the Bailiang spies and death soldiers that Chu Lushan had single-handedly created. In fact, over the years, there hadn't been many battles between the two armies on the battlefield. However, the exchange of lives between Bailiang and Beimang's spiderweb and Liang's Zhao Go had never stopped. Su Fengyan came to his senses and turned his head to look. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The servant girl actually carried a broom and angrily ran over. She wouldn't stop until she kicked him out of the door. He didn't need a guess to know that the woman, Pei Nanwei, had set a trap for him. Su Fengyan stood up and watched the servant girl use the broom to use the long-lost dog-beating stick technique in Jianghu. He quickly left the courtyard and retreated to the bottom of the steps. He laughed angrily at the courtyard door and said, "The one surnamed Pei you win." The maidservant stood at the door angrily and waved the broom. She suddenly turned her head and saw her miss standing on the steps in the courtyard with a smile that she had never seen before. There was no coldness when she was listening to her report. Only then did Zhu Hai realize that she had most likely made a big mistake. She turned her head and looked pitifully at the young master named Su Qi at the foot of the steps. The young man who was almost hit in the face by the broom smiled and walked up the steps. He was not angry. He took the broom from her hand and stepped over the threshold. He glared at Pei Nanwei, who was gloating. "Is it very fun?" Previously, she had lost her status as Princess Jing'an. Now, she didn't even have a place in the beauty rankings. Her expression turned cold once more. The servant girl, Zhu Hai, stood timidly behind Su Fengyan, not knowing what to do. The other servant girl stood behind Pei Nanwei. She looked at the young man who was dressed in plain clothes. Like Zhu Hai, she felt that it was inconceivable. Their miss had once casually refused a visit of the prefectural governor in Yinji County. When Sir Hong heard of this, he was furious. He didn't even fart. After waiting for an answer at the courtyard door, he turned and left. Since that was the case, perhaps only the provincial governor of Yuzhou had the qualifications. But where did such a young and high-ranking person come from? He was the eldest son of the administrator and the #1 official in Bailiang's court, Li Hanlin. A prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf was more precious than gold. He had made a name for himself on the border. But wasn't he just a ranger of the crossbow cavalry? Pei Nanwei's expression was full of mockery. She sneered softly, "Zhu Hai, Mei Jiao, why haven't you paid your respect to the king of Bailiang, who is visiting Yinji County incognito? You should know that you won't get another chance like this if you miss this village. Not everyone can meet the youngest Pillargua of the Liang dynasty." The two servant girls didn't have time to distinguish between the truth and the lies. They were so frightened that they fell to their knees with a thump. Zhu Hai, the servant girl who had been holding a broom, immediately burst into tears. Su Fengyin said softly, "Get up. Don't listen to your miss nonsense." The servant girls didn't dare get up, even if they were beaten to death. They would rather believe that it was true than not. Who would dare joke around with their lives? If it really was that new king of Bailiang who killed without blinking an eye, wouldn't killing these two servant girls be as easy as breathing? Besides, the whole of Bailiang was amazed that the new king of Bailiang was the sixth most powerful person in the world. If he was happy, wouldn't he have his cavalry kill people? If he was unhappy, he would do it himself. Su Fengyin put down the broom and said to Pei Nanwei, "I am now the secretary of Bishan district. I need someone to cook. Do you have any ideas?" Pei Nanwei said resolutely, "No." Su Fengyin dismissed it with a smile. He walked over and picked up the girl, then walked towards the courtyard door. Pei Nanwei wanted to see the world in chaos. She screamed, "Someone come! Someone is kidnapping a girl." No one paid attention to her fanning the flames. The two servant girls secretly looked up and saw their miss, who had a cold temperament, screaming like she was possessed. No matter how young they were and how inexperienced they were still girls. They could tell what was going on. They didn't dare to get up and watched as their miss was taken away by the young man who might or might not really be the king of Bailiang. Outside the door, Su Fengyin threw her onto the horse's back and led the horse out of the alley. The spy, Hu Bai, walked through the alley. He glanced at the silent girl on the horse's back. He lowered his head and continued to walk. The word wish rose in her heart, but died in an instant. Su Fengyin turned his head and looked at the back view that could not hide the loneliness. He did not speak. After leading the horse out of the city, he mounted it and sat behind Pei Nanwei. They galloped all the way back to Bishan County. Soon, everyone in the county knew that the Registrar General had a beautiful wife. It was really a failure in the officialdom. It couldn't stop this Registrar General from being proud of his love life. When the county premier, Zhu Jing, heard that everyone in the county yamen was talking about this, he couldn't hold back anymore. It was the first time he took the initiative to bring wine to his humble home. It was indeed amazing. However, the woman was wearing a bramble hairpin and a cloth dress. It was really a trap for Su Qi, who had fallen from grace. If it was him, wouldn't he serve her like a female bodhisattva? However, the woman, who looked like she had just become a wife, didn't pay attention to anyone. After arriving at Bishan County, she only dragged Registrar General Su to buy tea, rice, oil, and salt for the first 2 days. She took care of the house in peace. When she met with visitors who had ulterior motives, she only showed her face slightly as the mistress of the small yard. She barely maintained her etiquette and didn't show any friendliness. They could only see her moving the worthless potted plants and feeding the chickens and ducks in the corner. Zhu Jing was so sly that he played a trick. He intentionally let Registrar General Su Qi handle some unimportant old cases in the county yamen. The woman would also come slowly with a box of food. She would wait for Su Qi to finish the piping hot food before returning with the box. It was so simple, but it was enough to hook the eyes of the people in the county yamen to the ground. They couldn't wait to be stepped on by her. Even County Magistrate Feng Guan, who had always been arrogant, started to chat with Su Qi, his subordinate, punctually at noon. However, when the woman showed up, he would take the initiative to leave. Even County Magistrate Bai Shank didn't try to get close to Su Qi. He just changed his clothes every day. Someone started calling the woman Madame Su. After she nodded and smiled, the title Madame Su gradually spread throughout the county yamen. Obviously, thanks to Madame Su, the Registrar General finally looked like an official. Every 2 or 3 days, people would invite him a drink. Su Qi didn't refuse any of them and would return home reeking of alcohol. This day was the summer solstice. In the twilight, Su Fengyin looked drunk, but his eyes were clear. He returned to the courtyard and sat at the table. Even though he had already eaten, he still ate simple dishes with more vegetables than meat at the same table with her. These days, it had been like this. During the day, they didn't talk much. At night, they didn't sleep on the same bed. Su Fingyin could be considered to be sleeping on the floor. If news of this spread, it would definitely make people happy. It would make those old men who had lost their souls feel relieved. Su Fingyin sat in the courtyard and enjoyed the shade. Pei Nanwei cleaned up the dishes and lay on the bamboo bench beside Su Fingyin, gently shaking a reed fan. Pei Nanwei said, "It's the summer solstice?" Su Fingyin grunted. Pei Nanwei stopped fanning and asked, "Many people are going to die in Guangling?" Su Fingyin was silent. Pei Nanwei raised her head and looked at the twilight. She laughed softly and said, "The good people in the history books are all perfect people without any flaws. As for the bad people, it seems that they can't do a single good thing. If you were to die one day, wouldn't there be a single good word about you?" Su Fingyin squatted on the small bench and still didn't say anything. He only took the fan in her hand. He wasn't as stingy as she was. After waving the fan, both of them felt cool. Pei Nanwei leaned to the side and gazed at him. "Aren't you number 6 in the world? If you can conjure 1 or 2 mu of reeds for me, I'll let you sleep on the bed tonight." Su Fingyin calmly said, "Even if I'm an immortal on Earth, I still don't have this ability. Besides, what's the difference between letting me sleep on the bed and you sleeping on the floor?" Pei Nanwei held her belly and laughed. Then she winked at him and said, "You're the number 6 in the world for nothing." Su Fingyin laughed. "Who said I wasn't?" Chapter 1058. A group of 50 cavalrymen galloped through the grasslands bordering Liangmang toward a pasture heavily guarded by soldiers. Bailiang placed unparalleled importance on horse control. Every single one of these cavalrymen carried a saber and crossbow, and their war horses were all of the best quality. Clearly, they were the elite fighting force of the Bailiang. Of the 80 types of horse stalls in Beimang, other than the crow stalls that Dong Zhuo had raised with countless gold and silver tails, there were no other enemy scouts that the crossbowmen took seriously. This was not because the crossbowmen were blindly conceited, but because they had slowly accumulated their self-confidence through countless close combat and bloody battles. As for the white horse scouts, which could be considered the most majestic of the crossbowmen, to put it bluntly, any one of these cavalrymen would have to make a detour and make way for them. Moreover, they would be wholeheartedly convinced of their superiority. This group of former members of the Little Snow Battalion had just accumulated enough military merit to be promoted to the White Horse Scouts. Thus, they had been specially granted permission by the Bailiang Protector General, Chu Lushan, to go to the Xinli pasture to select war horses. If these 50 cavalrymen did not deserve to be proud, then who else in the world deserved to be proud in front of them? During the assault that had turned the Southern Dynasty into a civ last year, this group of cavalrymen had opened a path for the 8,000 Longxiang army and the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. They had uprooted more than 10 Beimang beacons and beheaded no less than 200 people. Of the 50 scouts that had penetrated deep into the hinterland, only 4 were left alive. They were the group leader Li Hanlin, the group leaders Lu Do and Li Shuriwei, and the group leader He Tu. Among the 46 new riders, most of them were old scouts, but there were also some who were transferred from the Longxiang army to the Little Snow camp. For example, the youngest group leader and the youngest crossbowman was a baby-faced teenager named Flea. He used to be a cavalryman of the Longxiang army. He participated in the Battle of Holuku and killed 4 enemies, which was not too shocking. However, he killed 18 horses, which made the recorder who recorded the military exploits speechless. This teenager, whose ancestors were herdsmen of the border, also made people dumbfounded. He didn't want the military exploits, but he squatted beside his beloved dead horse and wailed, which shocked Yuan Zuozong and the deputy commander of the cavalry. Old General, he squatted beside the kid and tried to comfort him for a long time, but it was useless. He was so angry that he slapped the kid's head and angrily asked his retinue to bring him a horse that he had ridden for less than half a year. The teenager didn't show any politeness to Commander. He accepted it unwillingly. He even had a bastard attitude of accepting it. If Yuan Zuozong didn't drag him away, the bad-tempered commander, he would have kicked the little bastard. This was not a joke. When he had just become a crossbowman, Sergeant Hong Run had already suffered. In the end, he was beaten into a pig's head by the nimble young man. The young man's martial arts were not methodical. His skills were all unorthodox, especially his horsemanship. He was so skilled that he could lie down and sleep on the back of a galloping horse. Among them, only Sergeant Lee Hanlon could touch Big Flea. In fact, if it was a fight, Sergeant Lou Do could easily defeat the young man. However, he could not withstand the repeated defeats of this rash young man. Ludo could not really kill this stubborn child. Besides, he was not in the mood to tease this subordinate. In the end, only Sergeant Lee Hanlon could kiss Big Flea. Now that they were close to Shinley Ranch, one of the best places in Bailiang, the air was filled with the strong smell of horse dung. The 50 cavalrymen almost sniffed at the same time. Their faces were full of intoxication. Many men in brothels would not feel so comfortable lying on the soft and tender bodies of women. Standing on the back of Big Flea's horse, it was as if his feet were nailed to the horse's back. He looked around and quickly made a gesture unique to the crossbowmen of the Little Snow Battalion. Deputy Commander Lee, who had received the enemy intelligence, laughed and scolded, "Flea, you've gone crazy from wanting to fight. You haven't even tasted a woman before. You're such an energetic young man. Last time, when Commander Lee took us to the brothel, we all thought that one of them was too little. We were afraid that Commander Lee's prestige would be affected. Look at Fong Hutu. He only called 3 sisters. He wasn't worried at all that our Commander Lee's purse wasn't full at all. Look at you, you're squatting in front of the door, saying that you're going to keep watch for us. Aren't you ashamed?" Fong Hutu, who looked fierce but had an extremely gentle temperament, chuckled and touched his lips. Flea curled his lips and said disdainfully, "What sisters? You're calling them ants." Sergeant Lee used to say that old cows eat young grass. Fong Hutu, on the other hand, said that young cows eat old grass. What a waste. What's the difference between that and a colt eating grass? I think it's shameful. Fong Hutu grimaced. Lee Hanlon chuckled softly and said, "That brothel in Liangzhou's frontier fortress is not bad. But compared to my hometown in Lingzhou, it's really far away. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to Lingzhou to ride horses. There are plump women, thin women, tall women, petite women, pointy chins, perky butts, and big breasts. There are all kinds of women." Riding horses was a term used by Bailiang Frontier Army. More than 40 cavalrymen behind Lee Hanlon had drooling faces. There were also people like Lee Hanlon who wiped their mouths and drooled. Only the young man rolled his eyes and said, "You guys are fooling around. Don't drag me into it. I'll be fine as long as I have a Big Flea. If there's a girl I like in the future, I'll go through the wedding ceremony with her." A bald cavalryman who was sitting cross-legged on the back of a horse had a sweet grass stem in his mouth. He laughed and said, "Flea, don't tell me you like men. What do you think of me? I'm a man who weighs 200 pounds. I have muscles, stamina, and spear skills. If you don't like me after you try me, you can always return me." Flea was a flea. However, he had been in the army for many years. He had heard all kinds of dirty words. He glanced at the big bald man and said, "Siegong, go and ride the mare you're sitting on. No wonder I hear your little date screaming in the stable every night. Take it easy. It's Bailiang's iron law to treat the war horses well. If you, Siegong, really hurt little date, even our platoon leader can't protect you." Li Shuriyue, Fong Hutu, and this group of rough men all roared with laughter. Siegong didn't seem to mind at all, shaking his bald head and laughing to himself, not forgetting to bend down and pat his mount's back. This man who had once used his fingers to gouge out the eyeballs of a northern Mang scout and eat them used an exceptionally gentle voice to say, "Little date, don't lower yourself to our squad leader's level. It's easy to reason with someone who's high enough to bully others." Originally, the crossbowmen didn't have the habit of giving nicknames to their war horses. However, the young man had given each of the 50 war horses a name, such as Siegong's little date, Fong Hutu's big Yuan, Li Shuriyue's mayor, and Kongjin's father-in-law. No one could escape this calamity. Over time, everyone tacitly agreed. Flea suddenly shouted, "Platoon leader!" Li Shuriyue rolled his eyes and said, "You're the only one who shits and pees so much. Big or small, can't you bear it any longer? It's only a few steps until we reach Shinley Horse Farm." For the first time, the young man said embarrassedly small. Li Hanlin snapped his fingers. The 50 men immediately separated from their horses and stood in a row. They pulled their balyong blades behind their backs and unbuckled their belts in unison. The 50 war horses stopped at almost the same time. They turned around and slowly stopped behind their masters. Balyong had 300,000 cavalrymen, and the war horses were their wives. Moreover, they were much more obedient than real wives. They would never leave their wives. How many Balyong cavalrymen had died on the battlefield? And how many war horses had starved to death after their masters died? Platoon leader, I heard that last time you went to Baimang with Deputy Liu and Lishuriwe and killed your way north, you like to use barbarian heads as urinals? Bullshit. Platoon leader, why are you being so modest? The brothers of the Little Snow Battalion all said so. Even the lieutenant didn't deny it. Deputy Liu, don't you think so? Little Biao, you're still too young and ignorant. What's the use of asking Blockhead Liu? You should ask the wise and handsome Lord Lishuriwe. I'll tell you the truth. Lishuriwe, you peed your pants. Damn you. You dare to lie to me? Little Biao, you've just had sex in a brothel, and you dare to make fun of Lord Lishuriwe? Take this. F*CKU, Li Dai Biao, can you do it? Why did you pee all over my body? Go and pee on a ladle. All right, stop. Same old rules. Whoever pees the furthest will have their war horse eat first. Who is it today? Lishuriwe. Yes, it's definitely you, Lishuriwe. This pee will definitely be all over Baimang. That's right. Other than Lishuriwe, who else can pee so flirtatiously? Whoever is shameless, come out. I'll be the first to slap him. Damn it. I can tolerate other people's flattery, but it's clearly you, Gao Changhong, who peed the furthest. You're still a platoon leader. Can't you have some backbone? Lishuriwe. Even if this bastard peed the furthest, he can only be the trash at the bottom. So you'll still be the first? It's a done deal. Lu Do facepalmed. Having such a group of shameless subordinates was really a headache. Li Hanlin, the platoon leader, kept a straight face and nodded his head seriously. He fastened his belt and mounted his horse. After a short period of laughing and joking around, the 50 white horse scouts all mounted their horses again. No one was standing, sitting, or lying down sloppily. All of them straightened their backs. The 50 riders charged into the gate of the Shinli Ranch in succession. There were only 50 men, 50 swords, and 50 crossbows, but the domineering aura of whoever blocked the way would die was vividly displayed in this silent and austere charge. The soldiers on the horse ranch's arrow tower stared blankly at the 50 riders. Their hearts swayed, and their faces were filled with worship and reverence from the bottom of their hearts.